Fortnite.
The last couple of years, I really missed in-person competitions.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get back into real-life competitions.
We're really hyped to play in-person events for like the first time since World Cup.
Me and Duke's so excited, you know what I'm saying?
It's my first time being at a tournament on LAN. LAN's just like the greatest vibes ever.
We've been playing with each other a lot, especially in the past like 2 weeks. Yeah, we've been working hard.
I mean, just so many incredible duos competing here today.
A lot of people sleep on OC. We're going to prove to the world why we are the best.
I think NA's just always been on top, like land-wise.
E eu acho que o Brasil é o melhor servidor.
There's nothing to prove because everyone knows EU's the best region. There's no discussion, there's no argument.
Winning the Invitational proves we're the best in the world because every region is here.
One of the key things that I miss from playing in-person events, honestly, is the crowd.
I'm really hyped, to be honest. It feels more real playing on stage than at home.
The best thing about in-person events is that you sit right next to your duo partner.
Everybody is watching you, and everybody's screaming and stuff. That's when you get like really nervous.
Winning and just having like stuff like fly over, like fireworks or something, like, it's just like crazy.
Winning would prove to myself that I'm one of the best in the world.
Winning the Invitational would really be an emotional moment for us.
It is officially here, FNCS, an incredible weekend of Fortnite action.
We're definitely here to go for the back-to-back title.
I'm confident fighting almost anyone in the lobby.
He's pretty cracked.
If someone contests us on high ground, they definitely get eliminated. 100% our high ground.
Anybody who's ever contested us, they're just playing for bottom 40.
If you're thinking about contesting us, go for it. See what happens. Guys, come contest us. We're gonna win. Thank you for the 3 points.
Vamos!
今いたな。今いたぞ。
It doesn't get more hype than that. I'm doing my best to contain my excitement right now, and I'm having a real difficult time. Now,
あ、花さん、こんにちは。こんにちはじゃない。こんばんは。こんばんはなのか、今。
Love for you to give a big warm welcome to our main man. It's Adam Savage. Thank you very much, Zeke. We're feeling good here on the show floor. Audience, North Carolina, let the world hear you scream. Oh, it feels good. Mwah! You guys are beautiful. Right now, joining me here is Takata. What a weekend of Fortnite action we are in for, my friend.
It's incredible. Adam, look, it has been years since we've had an international event of this caliber. 7 regions, 27 different countries, 50 of some of the best duos in the world are competing here today. A total prize pool of $1 million. I mean, words cannot even describe how excited I am.
We are so excited. One more time, North Carolina, let them hear you!
Ooh, yay.
Let's head back to Zeke, and we're excited here, buddy. Just having this incredible player audience here, just roaring as we watch things unfold. Eliminations happen, right? Players walk out on the stages. We're going to the next level, and I can't wait. But first, let's focus in on the competition for just a moment. Let's talk about what's at stake. Now, for you fans that have followed us along the FNCS, this is pretty familiar, right, Vivid?
Yes, absolutely. As you can see here, we're going to be playing for placement as well as eliminations. Victory royale is being worth that big chunk, 32 points, cascading all the way down to the 35th place, where, yeah, you only get 4 points, but make sure yourself get into that threshold there, because outside of that, 36 through 50 will not be getting any points in the placement category, but every single elimination taco,
こんな感じですね。12ポイント。ビクトリーロイヤルで32。
You're gonna need those points to rack up because each of these players is fighting for their portion of the lion's share out of this $1 million prize pool.
1位取ったら、とりあえずでかいね。もうやばくね、これ。やばくない。3000億円くらいか。
Take a look at this absolutely stunning Swarovski trophy.
これがトロフィーか。
Your duo that walks away as FNCS Invitational Champions will be forever have a little nice little trophy they can sit in their room and say, yeah, that happened. That was, in fact, us. Vivid, I'm trying to contain myself, man. Are you excited? Are you as excited as I am right now?
It's hard to not bounce around.
It's really hard right now. I'm saying, they stand still, Vivid. Listen, the crowd is going crazy. The competition hasn't even started yet, and yes, that trophy is oh so important.
ジャパニーズの方がね、
We
味
have
わってほ
seen
しい。
people raise these things up before, and those moments, they're still being replayed.
Exciting to think about the fact that by the end of this weekend, we are only going to get to see one duo lift up that beautiful Swarovski trophy.
So absolutely insane. You got a little taste of some of the players you got in the little introduction, but let me introduce you to a few more.
All right, so we're both always consistent, always placing in the top 10.
We're just gonna play the same game that we always play.
Honestly, we're not really scared because we're the best players to touch the game.
また一人一人のあれやね。日本人来るの待ってよ。
In total, we have 3
来ないか。
FNCS wins, and we're looking for a fourth.
We've won 2
いや、来るな。
I've won 2 FNCSs, both in trios.
I've won 6 FNCSs.
I've won World Cup and 3 FNCSs.
To become an FNCS champion, I think 1, it takes a lot of grinding, a lot of viewing skill, and then 2, I think you're gonna have to pull a decent amount of zones. You have to get a little bit lucky.
You have to be the best. You have to have talent. You can't just be hardworking.
Our 2 last grands, obviously, we definitely learned a lot, and we've been kind of trying to look at all of our games, look why we made the mistakes, and hopefully we win this time.
Yeah, I've been really consistent in FNCSs, but the last 2 have really been bad for me, so I'm here to not mess around and prove myself.
This season we're going to be way more consistent of getting top 3s, top 2, maybe winning games, and then that's going to help us get the extra points we need to get that top spot.
E tal, então acho que eu quero
おはようございます。できたらちょっとコメントの方どんどんお願いします。声かも方もツイートお願いします。
Loads of FNCS champions, including him, but our plan is just to eliminate the people who, are landing on us and eventually win the game.
In past FNCSs, we played too aggressive, and we will try to be more passive in this invitation.
The fact that there's a lot of good players makes it a better lobby. It makes it much easier than rather if it was more random and scattered. So I feel like we have a good playing field here.
You can't be nervous. You also got to be focused on the game. Can't really pay attention too much to your surroundings or what else is going on.
I think one thing that's also important that's maybe slept on is just to be calm and do
俺寝てない。
your things and stay focused
コメント任せろ、ありがとう。よっしゃ。
everything that's happening
よっしゃ。
and keep the
もう全部コメント読むわ、今日は。
I got
忘れずに読む。
4 times now. I don't think I've ever come short of getting top 10. I think every time I qualify, I always make it.
Don't open your boxes too much, or you will get eliminated.
To the other duos, good luck, but we are 100% here to win the Invitational.
I've already won FNCS on 2 regions, so watch out for me because I'm going to win this one.
It's going to be really hard, but we're going to give it our best shot, and we're going to try to 12 over
やめてください、ちょっとやめてください。
They are going down.
ソシエオさんのスパム以外のコメントは全部読む。
Unreal right now. You can just tell from those little tidbits that these
まだ
players
全員出てないよね、
have
多
more
分。
focus in their competitive careers than this moment. Everything is on the line. Now we did get to see 2 members there, Queasy and Vino. I mean, heralds of EU, right? They're basically Taco. They've been winning everything.
ロビー。
Queasy and
お
Vino are entering this FNCS Invitational as an established threat. Despite the fact that they've both already achieved FNCS championship titles in Chapter 3, their recent successes with the Elite Cup weekly finals in Europe and North America East is
これルナさん来る。
of their unwavering
ルナペパ来るんじゃね？
These guys are absolute grinders, and not only that, but they had a first place finish in week 4, first place finish in week 6, and remind you, that was the NA East and European weekly finals that they managed to bring home for themselves. So the results speak for themselves here. When you are able to have such dominating performances, so
which means that they have proven already that they this lobby the
君たちわかんない、マジで。
Vivid. A duo that I think many people are very excited to see compete here in person. It's Booga and it's Miro.
Representing the
あ、
home
こ
region
れあれか。
here, NA East.
注目選手だけ紹介される感じか。めちゃくちゃ飛ばされたわ、ルナさんたち。
Titled duo here at the event. Let's talk about it. Booga, solo World Cup champion. It's what he is known for. But because that is such a huge accomplishment, it almost always gets pushed on the rug that right now, in the past 5 FNCSs, he's gotten top 3 in every single one of them, with 3 of them being wins. But that's not all. Those 3 wins, back to back to back.
it's an absolutely disgusting stat line when you really think about it. And he's not the only one. You have to keep in mind his duo partner, Miro, he has also been the NA East individual leader for eliminations for 3 out of the last 6 FNCS finals. That statistic alone showcases the fact that I think this NA East duo is certainly going to pack a pretty vicious punch for the rest of these regions.
That's right, and we have a very special treat for you fans here, and of course viewers at home. Guess what? Kelly Link is standing by with Booga and Miro.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Joining me right here, I got Miro and Booga for a quick interview.
Miro to Booga.
It's been 3 long years since your iconic world.
まだこれは来てないんだね。
I'm super excited. I mean, it's super cool to be back in in-person events, and hope they bring more in the future, of course. But yeah, just hoping for the best, honestly.
Yeah, of course. And Miro, talking about the game, of course, you guys are not only uncontested, but it also seems like there's not too many teams around you on the south side. What are your plans to handle Storm Surge?
I mean,
ぐるぐるのオットサンダーいいね。ぐるぐるくるマジで。
I love it. The confidence coming in from these two guys right here. Make some noise for Booga and Miro, and let's head on back to the desk.
That's right. Fans, you guys can make some noise. That's
全然すごそうなこと言ってる多分。
They got me. They got me. They're still waking up. It's all good. Now we have to talk about more of the duos we're going to be seeing compete today. Is there another maybe duo that you have eyes on right now?
Well, that's the beautiful part about the FNCS Invitational is that we do have that international representation. And Alex and Bailey are a must mention from Oceania because they have had an absolutely phenomenal Chapter 3 performance so far. They've only been getting better with each season of Chapter 3. They started out with 3rd place in Season 1, then 2nd place Season 2. So guess what? Season 1 was. That's right. They were the FNCS champions of the most recent season coming into this FNCS Invitational. And their dedication to the grind did not stop there either because they have been absolutely dominating in Cash Cup performances as well. Alex even, I believe, tweeting at one point, 10 first place finishes in those Cash Cups alone. So the consistency is definitely there for this duo.
And the thing that I love is the confidence, right? Right here alone, Bailey's name in game, Bailey on height. Man, I wonder how he's going to be playing today, going for the higher gun. Honestly, listen, the great thing about being here in person is that I am actually able to go into the practice room, kind of stand behind some of these players. And last night I did just that with Alex and Bailey, and they won the scrim game that I was watching. And
here in the competition, a 6-time FNCS champion coming from NA West. It's Epic Whale, and he's going to be paired up with Reet. If you've watched FNCS broadcasts, you know these guys are literal sharks.
Yeah, the 6X, the only one in the world, the individual player who has the most FNCS wins right there. It is none other than Epic Whale. But it doesn't just stop there. 3rd place at World Cup, and then of course winning the most recent international event as well. He is on an absolute tear right now, and he always looks so good. But the thing that I love about Epic Whale is that he is able to adapt to almost any situation. So much so that one season he even transitioned to controller. Of course, now he is back on that keyboard and mouse, but showing that he is so versatile is what is important to me.
My favorite part about this duo as well is that collectively they have 8 FNCS championship titles to their name, which actually ties them for 1st place with Booga and Miro of all duos. So this could be an excellent opportunity here for Epic Whale and Reed to establish once and for all who really has the most championship titles to their name.
だからこっちはオールじゃないね。朝起こしてもらった。言ってることを翻訳する。私はメロンバーボタナナムロオンビニツジュピナッツ。なるほど。英語わかるんだ、最初タインさん。すごいね。バカみたいだね、言ってること。
6X in your name stands for how many FNCS titles you currently hold. What has the preparation been like so that you turn that into 7X?
Yeah, just a lot of VOD reviewing with our coach and like watching our own games back, watching other players from other regions, and just always improving like from the elite.
英語わかる。それなるほどね。それはもう天才だね。
I'm going to hold you to that 20 bomb, everyone. Let's head on back to the desk.
Oh boy. You can't just be saying that, man. I'm looking for a 20 bomb. We'll see how
神の領域ということで。
a sneak peek at some of the competitors. Let's see how others feel about the competition.
Anything could happen, like tight matchup. They're both really good teams.
A lot of people think they're one of NA's best teams. I think they're pretty down here, actually.
We're going to get out there and go in and clean it up every game.
this is gonna be crazy.
So at Cloudy Condos, we got Aqua, Reason, we have Mustache Malabuka, and then we have Tayson and Chapix. So obviously those three teams are like a lot of people's favorites to win it.
Cloudy Condos is pretty highly contested. I mean, it's edge map, you know, easy dead side rotates. The loot's pretty strong. Definitely Aqua or Reason are going to take at least one game.
このベノさんとクイージーさんは、なんか今のフォートナイトの FNCS の代わりに来た大会なんだけど、それで7回連続で、1個の大会で7回連続ビクロイしたんよ。固定マッチで、キャッシュカップみたいなやつで7回連続でビクロイしたんよ。
Malabuka and Mustache are insane fighters. It's gonna be a very fun contest.
めっちゃ関係ないけど、マジでギフトしてくれ。ごめんなさい。嘘です、すいません。すごい、今13万人がこの配信見てるからね。これすげえ。
Maybe a little better. Although I think BenQ is gonna come out on top, we're gonna see if BenQ is able to surprise us. With Joneses, if you want to have good loot, you really have to win it, so you have to be prepared to beat your opponent.
There's like two sides of Joneses.
They will split.
Yeah, they might split it.
I think if we fight Anas or Clicks, not gonna do good in Joneses. They can come to Greasy, that's fine, but not like Joneses, not good.
Then over at Groom Gables, we have Muzz and Looter conning Smite and Larson. And this fight's interesting. I think obviously since there's the hill and then there's also just down below, I don't think there's any world where these two teams fight unless it's like in the last game as both of them trying to needing points, you know?
I don't know if the hill's enough loot.
I'm not glad Mountain's plenty of loot. People do that. They do that all the time.
Maybe. If they wanna come out on top and do well in the tournament, I think that they have to like not take the fight, but try to gain ground because it has really good strong points around it.
I've played with Looter before. And he's crazy.
I honestly think it could be a 50-50. The POI is kind of just like
なんかいろいろやってる。
Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
あね？オッケーオッケー。後で見てみるわ。
Dude,
これ終わったら見てみよう。
I'm gonna lose my mind. We're almost there. Now, we've had a chance to kind of talk about the outside looking in. Let's actually talk about the game itself.
Yeah.
We have to talk about some of these POIs, man, because it's looking like it's going to be messy.
There's going to be a lot of action going on in the early game, and here's
where
you can find most of them. Of course,
yeah,
Green Gables going to be tested. Tilted Towers, I don't know what
5人、3人、2人だって。めっちゃ被ってる。5パーティー合流ってことよ。やばくね？ OK、OK。OK って書く人ってなんかかっこいいよね。わかるかな？なんか。わかる人いる？やば、テイソン。マリブか。やばいってこれ。やばくね？クイージーたちやばいんじゃねこれ。テイソン。めちゃくちゃ、やばくね？やばいな、これは。
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's pretty much two ways that this POA can work out, right? They can kind of split their loot and be happy with it, but that's not really advantageous, right? There's so much loot there that you want for yourself. Now let's talk about the other option, which actually happened in the Elite Cup just a week ago, where Malabuka and Mustache got second place from this exact same situation. Basically what was going down was
今回ね、僕はテイソンとクイージーの方たちを応援していきたいなって思います。テイソンじゃない、もうバカ俺。ベノとクイージー。エイムうますぎってらワールス。エイム。それ、エイムうますぎってなんか面白いな。皆さんどんどんコメントお願いします。高評価の方もポチッと押していただけると嬉しいです。
To kick things off, you are one of the online goats. You are considered as one of the best players online. How can you transfer that into this in-person experience today?
I think it's really important to get used to it for the next LAN events. Online is not as, I mean, LAN is not as comfortable as home, of course, but need to get used to it to prepare for next.
ありがとう、タイム共有ありがとう。
Of course. Now, Malabuka, you guys are known as one of the best fighters in the European region. Are you guys confident in fighting off spawn against the likes of Tayson and Chapix?
Yes, I think we have a very aggressive playstyle, and that's why it's very easy for us to eliminate other players. And I don't think off spawn will be hard for us.
Of course, and it works as well. You guys have a 78% success rate off spawn. Does that fill you with more confidence going into it, or do you think like this is going to be a tough fight?
I'm sure we will have 12 games. We will go out from our off spawn, and we won't die even once.
That's good to hear. Now, Zeke, I want to hear more about the next head-to-head.
Man, these players are stone cold eliminators, baby. I am ready for all of this action. Let's talk about another duo, another head-to-head matchup we have to break down. I think for me, the key kind of takeaway and thing to consider is
投稿しちゃった。ありがとう。
regions being represented here
Thank you.
on this invitational stage, right? So not only am I thinking, what's my meta at home? Wait, what's their meta at home? Oh, I have to fight against that? Good luck me.
Yeah, over at Green Gables, a little bit of a different situation than Cloudy Condos or Tilted Towers, given that it's just a head-to-head standoff between Smite, Larson, and Muzz with Looter. But I'm really curious to see how
今回はもうどんどんもう何時間でも俺配信するわ。最初ね、人来なかったらやめようと思ってたけど、ソシオさんいるし、やっとくわ。
competing in all of these Elite Cup weekly finals, trying to get as much experience as possible. I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup for them. And when you factor in that Muzz most recently,
何時間も見てくれ。頼んだ。このままフォートナイトの配信もするかもしれん。そしたらもうそのままショップ見てみるね。FNCS バンドルとか欲しいけど、いろいろ考えてから。そんなね、簡単にあれだから。ギフトとか決めちゃダメだから、一回考えさせていただく。
Throwback to season 1 of chapter 3, where even the likes of Cold and Scented were having trouble against them because of the strategies they were coming up with. So that's what I'm excited to look forward here today. What did they prepare for Muzz and Looter?
Caliber player is just absolutely insane.
OK です。コラボレーション OK。やりましょう、ぜひ。
Why do we have 5 duos all landing at Tilted Towers?
これは5人の人がタワーに降りるとかどういうことだって言ってる。こいつたちやっぱ喋るの早いから聞き取れよ。無理だわ、さすがに。こいつは EN ってところに住んでる。EN ってなんだっけ？お父さん死んでる。
Whether or not they're the ones walking away from Tilted Towers by the end of it all, they're taking somebody else with them.
So absolutely insane. Now, guess what? Another interview coming your way. Mini Miner, what you got?
I've got 2 incredible players right next to me. We've got Luther, we've got Smite. And oh boy, am I excited yet again, as always. Now, Luther, I'll kick things off with you. You've played on both OCE and NA East, right? How do the regions differ, and how are you going to use that experience today?
EN のところの配信なんよ。
And NA has a different skill set, but I made sure to come a month early so I could learn the lobbies as much.
あれ？ちょっと待って。
Approach the challenge of being contested today.
Well, when you're Uncon, you obviously have the advantage of leaving with fully stacked loot, and you could fully focus on Surge. But when you're fighting a team off spawn, you have that advantage of also leaving with Storm Surge right off the bat. Yeah. So it's also an advantage at the same time.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
We'll see what happens.
2 ways to look at it. Now, just quickly, we'll ask you guys, what do you think the score's going to be off spawn? The all-important question.
Okay, realistically, I want a 12-0, nice and clean, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's unrealistic. I think it's going to be more like 8-4, 9-3, something like that.
Okay, Smite, just quickly.
I'm thinking a full 12-0 right here.
12-0. They both think they're going to win off spawn. Unbelievable. Best of luck to you both, though.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner. My goodness. We've had a chance to hear from some of the players, talk about the game. I want to just take a quick moment here to introduce you to our casters for the event. It is Monster, D-Face, and Jacob PR.
That's right. Thank you so much, Zeke. We do have the pleasure, the honor of calling all the action this weekend, and my gosh, the energy is already starting to. You really feel it.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
それが
For myself, man, watching you cast the World Cup.
速度
Now being here with you, this is a dream.
タイムズにしてるみたい。おもろいな、なんかそう倍速してるみたいになってる。
Right, right, and that is what we have in store for us. Of course, is an amazing competition. What a special moment, not only for the competitors, but all of you who get to tune in here and watch this return to an in-person event. It couldn't be better, and already you see the content, like the real interview pieces where we get to read the players, read the room. There's a lot of contestants, a lot of fights that are going to play out.
Like I
said it kind of before earlier today, speaking in the back, that these players, they're really good friends. They like to sit in the same Discord.
一回待ってよ。こうやってやったらさ、13万人の人が見てるね。
They're no longer friends. They're looking at each other like they're the enemy.
Yeah, definitely. You see the Pink and a Nas battle, or Pink versus Clicks, you know, engagement that might be going down there as well. So that's us. We're going to be calling all types of action this weekend. Zeke, thanks for checking in with us.
Hey, thank you so much. My goodness, we are not that far from kicking off the competition. I just want to get your guys' kind of quick thoughts here as we prepare. What are expectations coming into just the first 6 games of the FNCS Invitational?
I straight up expect the crowd to be loud. We already heard when some of those interviewee names are called, the crowd was going crazy. When the action really starts to kick off, I want these players to fuel themselves with the energy from the crowd and really just take home a real solid, clean game number 1. But then also, you know, if it's not a good game number 1, use that in game number 2 as experience.
Exactly, and I think that this in-person event is a really important experience for a lot of the duos competing here today, but I'm super excited to see what happens with some of our international regions, because we do have so many duos that are actually going uncontested, and one that immediately comes to mind, Runa and Peppa, for example. They've got all of Lustrous Lagoon to themselves, and with that much available loot and resources, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to kind of kick it up higher in the leaderboards than what some people might be expecting.
That's right, and some of these duos, man, this is their first time in a setting like this, right? To have an amazing crowd like all of you here in person. So make sure you guys are just screaming your heads off. It is almost that time to start the show. So for now, let's go on over to Admin Kelly.
Yes, Zeke, it is getting very close now. This is it. Audience, North Carolina, are you ready for this?
みんな準備はいいって言ってる。とても楽しみだね。よし。じゃあちょっと待っててね。それまでみんなのショーをご覧ください。カウントダウン8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。来た来た来た来た来た。皆さん、FNCS 始まりました。インビテーショナル世界大会の幕開けだ。一回待ってね。OK。来ました。かっけー。会場めちゃくちゃかっけーじゃん。なにこれ。かっこよ。イエーイ。10、1、0。ふわー。来た来た来た来た。つつたつつたつつたつつたつつたつつたつつたつつたつつたここにいるさ、会場の皆さんも多分結構あれやね、多分めちゃくちゃ強い人が多いんだよ、多分。世界大会行ってるくらいだから。始まったぞ、イエーイ、ふふイエーイ。とても綺麗なライブ会場です。2つの日があって、その2つに6ゲーム6ゲームで分かれていますかな、多分。まあね、英語あんまり理解できん。あれ？あ、ごめん。やばいね。 セージというより照明がかっこいい。それな。始まったー。えぐい。めちゃくちゃかっこよくね、トロフィー。さあ、ワールドカップの時さ、ブーガーが優勝したらみんな知ってるかな。うれーって司会者もある程度は知識持ってると思うよ。で、金色のトロフィーだったんだけど、今回、白いトロフィーね。白いっていうかなんか、銀色の、虹色とも言える。めちゃくちゃいいよね。来た。これが注目選手。これスナッキーはね、ほんと強いよ、スナッキーめちゃくちゃ強い人っす。ダイヤモンドかね。ダイヤモンドかね。おー。これ全員出てくるかな。さすがにないかな。この人たちめちゃくちゃ強い。僕が勝つと思ってる人です。俺たち応援します。僕はクイジーとベノとルナとペポとザゴとメリムとアリスさんを応援します。この4チームの誰が勝ったらもう最高っす。いいね。今ぐるぐる来てないよね。ぐるぐる来てないよね、多分。えぐいよ。それな。色的にそうだよね。色的にダイヤモンド。こういったら知らないね。なんかここら辺はあんま知らない。オセアニアのプロの方か、これは。オセアニアの方はあんま知らないな。かっこいいこの人。髪が赤紫というか。グルクシーいいね、いいね。かっけー。ワンチャン時インターネットのあれで来るかもしれん。わかんない。セッティとカミ、そう、これね、ソロキャッシュカップで、この人とこの人最終決戦で1ポイント差で、賞金の1位と2位が違ったんよ。伝説を叩き出したんよ。相方なのに1位と2位だった。1ポイント差で。アクアも強えんだよ、アクアも。ほら、アクア強えんだよ、マジで。アクアマジ強えんだ。アクアマジで強い。本当に強い。ピーリール、かわいい。かわいい。すげえ、ほんと伝説だよ。全話出てこないよね。アクアリウム、アクアとレオンもわかんない。俺の顔かっこいいだろって言ってる。イケメンでしょ。そう、それなーって言ってる。顔がでかくて可愛いねって言ってる。本当に、タマトヘッドか。なるほどね。いい。スタート、フィクスン、ナルシスト。ガチナルシスト。私の顔も可愛いでしょ。ドゥフって言ってる。多分言ってる。違ったらごめんね。ネクス10来た。これ1個10個作るからワンチャンアジア来るかも。アジア来いマジで。お、来た。ドゥフやめた方がいいなこれ。ルナペポ。かっこよ。ルナかっこよ。めっちゃルナかっこいい。 めちゃくちゃかっこいいやん。これアリスだ、アリス。アリスさんね、これウィッケシート出る予定だったんだけど、もう一人の人がウィッケシーさんであれ未成年飲酒したってね、いろいろありました。ちょっとコメント待ってね、今。ちょっとコメント待ってて。すげえな。すげえ、ほんとやばい。ルナはね、確か顔出し初めて会った気がする。初めてか、ちょっとだけ前に顔出ししたか。すげえ、マジで。やべえ。
Gentlemen, how are you doing out there? I'm joined right now by Clicks and Dude makes
てか、ラブーズと同じ中学校かも。いや、それない、それない、それない、絶対ないよ。多分ないよ、それは。絶対ない、それ。DM で言って、それ。できたら。その情報、DM で言って、それについての情報。とてもフィーリングはいいです。こいつら大好き？イエース、めっちゃ大好きって言ってる、多分。そう、この選手大好きって。
Now, iDrop, I know that you guys are going to be contested on drop. Are you planning on fighting or splitting?
100% fighting. I've had it Uncon for 12 months on the best region, so we're definitely fighting.
I love it. Mr. Savage, I heard
Yes, だから何クリーニング何いや、すげえマジで。
Can we give Mr. Savage a big happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. Good luck in game number 1 and let's head on to the next 10 players.
次の10人行きましょう。誰や？これはヨーロッパかな？これはヨーロッパプレイヤーです。かっこよ。ザゴミリも出てくると思う。多分。早くしてくれた。いや、ここも大事よ、ほんと。選手のね、あ、この人かってなるから。そうそう、ここも見た方がいいよ、絶対。絶対見よう。ここも。マジで見た方がいい。
FNCS experience coming out of these guys, and that will be needed this weekend in order to take home the prize.
Vico, 誰や？ここら辺は知らないね、みんな。わかんないね、ここら辺は。
Let's hear it for Watson Robot, a very talented, promising, up-and-coming young duo. These guys have been performing so solid lately. Can they keep it going?
Froze and Rifty, one of
the
yet well-performing duos in this lobby. With his 6th place finish and his first FNCS, these guys came to take on a challenge.
出ししたら普通になんかいけるよ。全然いけるよな、あるよな。ちょっとぐるぐる、ちょっとぐる、オッケーオッケー、ぐるぐるね。これだけ解決できねえんだ。ぐるぐる。どうにか頑張ってくれ。
30 duos. You can already tell this is gonna be some of the craziest Fortnite we have possibly ever seen. 7 regions being represented on this stage right now. Clown and Refsguard, the first duo to walk out though. I mean, some of the more notable players in EU.
They're definitely a fun duo to follow along with, although it's only their third FNCS actually competing together. I think that it's interesting to note that they both respectively had top 10
この女性の方の喋るのが早いからさ、わかんないよ、マジで何言ってるか。
high up in the leaderboards, but what I want to see them do as a duo, more specifically, is kind of take that to the next level. You've made top 10 before, but let's see you actually win it all.
Whew, there you go, win it all. Tall task, especially seeing these 30 duos that have walked out already.
That's right, man. Well, Vivid, guess what? We got another 10 for you. So, Raleigh, make some noise!
Yay! 誰だ？誰だ？誰やマジで。誰だろうな、ほんまに。ほんまにわからん。ここら辺はわかんないな、マジで。強いんだろうね、相当。強そうやな。世界大会で顔出しする人も多いだろうね、ルナペポ以外にも。ここでさ、アジアの力を見せてくれないとちょっと。全員ボトムにされてるからね、ここ。アジアは。予想みたいなやつ。ひどいこっちゃ。意識が待てお、ザゴーさんとミリムさんかっけえなんかザゴーさんがかっこよくてミリムさん可愛い系でなんかいいな。最強だろこれ。
Performances and most recently 4th in EU's FNCS. Now they are ready to take home the big prize. It's Cool and Yumi with a stunning performance winning the NA West Chapter 3 Season 3 FNCS. We cannot count these guys out.
これこんくらいでいいかな。こんくらいでいい。もうちょっと下げてもいいのこれ。
More to go here, but before we can get to that 10, I have a special interview with Swearin, and Swearin just being here in front of all these people with this big, beautiful stage. What are you feeling?
I feel really great. Like, this is so cool. I mean, Raleigh showed up, Fortnite community showed up, players showed up, like everyone's excited. I don't know, I'm hyped for this. Like, it's so awesome.
I'm super hyped as well, and I know that you recently ran a tournament where it was just all goo guns. Obviously, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing any goo guns today, but what do you hope to see?
Okay, real quick, I didn't run that. That was Beach Cobbler. I played in it, did really bad. I'm really excited to see people just like push for high ground and like just do like really exciting plays and stuff. I'm excited to see people like 1v2 and clutch up and then just like all those classic like Fortnite LAN moments. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be so awesome.
I cannot wait as well, and I believe everyone that we have 10 more players to introduce. So let's head on over to Jacob and MDF.
This is King and Ed like
World Cup all the way to the invitational stage. These guys are the biggest threat to the lobby.
Please welcome Focus and Spy with progression throughout each and every FNCS with a third place finish in the most recent Middle Eastern FNCS. These guys are ready to compete.
It is Thomas HD and Tripburn, folks. Two words, dangerous and dominating, as these two are extremely experienced and they must be ready to win this weekend here in North Carolina.
A huge welcome to Macwood and Kanata. Reunited has never felt so good. These guys are looking to pick up where they left off and take home the prize.
Let's hear it for Acorn and Edgy. Consistently great performances throughout their careers. They are here to continue that trend. NA East, show them some love. Everyone, an incredible duo coming out hot with tons of experience and a few FNCS champions up to the belt, and they're looking to add one more. Let's give a big welcome to Commandment and Avery, your Chapter 3, Season 3, NA East FNCS winners with one of the closest endgames we have ever seen in a finals. It's time. A duo that needs no introduction. Tayson and Chapix combined 6 FNCS titles, countless Cash Cup wins, and now they're ready to take on the global competition. Let's give it up for Maz and Looter, multi-regional FNCS winners, previous champions of OCE's FNCS as well. Listen, these guys have got it all. And finally, let's hear it for Booba and Miro, our solo World Cup champion with his multiple FNCS winning duo partner. These guys are looking to cement their legacy. Let's freaking go! Look at this insane roster of duos that will be competing on the FNCS Invitational stage. I'm gonna pass out. Vivian, I'm gonna pass out.
Please do not pass out, Zeke. Listen, 50 of the duos now set on stage, and one of them is standing out to me. And I know it's standing out to another part of the crowd right up there. King and Ed, making a big name for himself at World Cup, of course, being the most aggressive player there. He stole the hearts of all the fans, and I'm hoping that he kind of redoes that performance here at the Invitational.
And his flexibility as a player, I think, is only going to pair so nicely with Ed. Despite the fact this is their first time competing together for this FNCS Invitational, I think that it's awesome that he came in 5th at the solos for World Cup, but he also had a duos placement there as well. So it's a quick indicator that Brazil can definitely represent.
That's right. I just want to throw some stats at you guys at home. If maybe this hasn't quite set in, you don't understand how insane this is. 15 FNCSs, 105 FNCS events across 7 regions, 88 FNCS championship titles on that stage, 47 FNCS champions on that stage, 27 countries all represented on that stage. And guess what? We're ready to kick off the competition. Adam, let's do this.
Yes, indeed. Can we get a huge round of applause for Thomas HD and Tripburn? Thomas, it's 10 top 10 FNCS finals for you. You must be feeling very confident coming into this competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play. It's gonna be a long time since like the last LAN event, and I can't wait to compete. Hopefully, a good placement.
Well, I'm sure it will be great. I mean, Tripburn as well. This is your 3rd FNCS finals together. Is it 3rd time lucky for you, fellas?
Yeah, hope so. I'm excited to play, and yeah, I'm playing with Thomas, so can't go bad.
All right, give him a big round of applause, please, folks! Best of luck, fellas. But we also, whilst up here as well, must chat to the reigning NAE champions as well. Give it up for Commandment and Avery! Avery, my man. This is an incredible opportunity and experience. Obviously, playing in front of a live audience as well. How hyped are you guys as a duo right now?
Well, this is my first LAN. It's an honor, honestly, to be here. Like, it's just unbelievable.
You guys are unbelievable! We've also got as well, to talk about obviously last season's win. 1 point separated you guys from first and second place, which is Booger and Miro. How are you going to try and retain that title this weekend? What do you have to do right?
We're just going to try to play our game, be consistent, and hopefully we can take it home.
Do you think they can take it home, folks? Yeah? They seem confident. Thank you very much. Come on, Avery, back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much. We are drawing ever closer to starting this competition, kicking off and jumping out of that battle bus. We have to highlight a few more duels for you. I wanted to start pretty easy here, right? Janice and Vidil. I mean, EU fans, you guys already know what these guys are capable of. And here's just a handful of stats. You know, these stats don't look that crazy vivid.
Are you sure, Zeke? Because I don't think we're looking at the same stats if you don't think those look crazy. This is from the Elite Finals EU Week 6. Total point 310, 25 eliminated. That's just over the course of those 6 games, of course. And listen, if they're putting on performance like that from game to game, I can't wait to see what they can do at the Invitational.
And it's so exciting to finally get a chance to see them compete on that international space because we are looking as well at the European FNCS champions from Chapter 3 Season 3. That's Giannis and Vidil. They are a dynamic duo. They don't want to mess around. Even at one of the intro videos that we saw, what was the first thing that Vidil said? You want to contest us? That's fine. 3 points for us.
The confidence. Listen, I love the confidence out of everybody. Also, you know, shout out to Trippin, right? Because like his interview went, yeah, I'm playing with Thomas. We're going to do great. Like it literally can't go bad. That is a lot of trust in your duo right there. Love that.
You love to see it. Talking about Vidil and Janice, they're currently
これがいい
uncontested at
どこれがいい
Greece
これ
Grove.
俺の声
What does this mean
こ
for
れ
this
でかい
duo?
小さい今これでかいか小さいか
Having a POI
コメントして
uncontested
ほ
that
しい
literally 6 other regions
Ah,
and even
ah.
your own said, no, you can have that. That's fine.
Listen, this is how it goes, okay? You pretty much get to play all 12 games, right? But because you aren't contested +1, you aren't finding any of those early fights. So you have to go forcefully find some of these fights, and it can be very, very hard when the pressure's on, the nerves are kicking in, the audience is cheering on the stage. You know, you're thinking about it, man, do I really want to go take that fight? Do I really want to go get that storm surge? So they have to be confident in those routes, those strategies that they have set.
It's the audience aspect that I'm really curious to see how it impacts a lot of these duos, not just Giannis and Vidil, because it's one thing to play from the comfort of your home. It's another entirely to be in front of a live audience where when you got the cheers going behind you, you never know where that momentum might actually influence you to go next. I wouldn't be surprised for some of these players to really have to hone in on a lot of that mental discipline to not let themselves get distracted by any of the flashing lights or the noise. Just stick to what they know.
That's right. Let's talk about another duo, Clicks and Duke. We actually got to hear from them via Adam. I mean, look, yeah, their crowd's already going absolutely ham. Clicks fans, rise up. What can we expect from this duo?
Listen, I'm excited, right? Because Clicks has been improving from season to season, day to day as an IGL, teaming up with Duke, of course, who is very, very good mechanically. You know, I saw him in the practice room, always grinding the creative, always willing to take on pretty much anybody in that room who wanted to give a shot at seeing if they could take him down.
And it's impressive how well Clicks has managed to simultaneously totter between this pro player aspect as well as the heavy side of content creation. I think that it is not very easy to maintain both of those lifestyles. And not only that, but when you have to be as experienced as Duke right next to you, I can understand where the trust comes from this duo. And knowing that they're against Pink and Anas, potentially at Fort Jonesy, I do believe we heard them mentioning, though, a possibility of just splitting at the start.
Well, listen, I love the fact that you mentioned content, right? Because, listen, you know, he's used to that, right? He wants the reactions. He posts that content to get reactions. And here, what other better place to get reactions than from a live crowd? So maybe he'll just straight up embrace it, and it'll fuel him.
That's right. I have to highlight this duo, man. Your FNCS Asia champions were competing on this stage. There they are, Zagu and Meram. Remember, these are FNCS champions. They literally just won the FNCS that passed, and now we will see them compete. When we look at the stats, man, I'm pretty worried for everybody else.
Listen, we were just talking about, you know, Vidil and Janice, who coming into this event are a lot of people's favorites, right? But right there, they had 310 points in one of those Elite Cups. Right there, I saw them have 344. There's a little bit of competition going on there. And as you can see from the camera shot, I love it. The preparation, they literally have printed out sheets of spots on the map, things that can help them out through this competition, anything to give them the edge.
And from the moment that we saw just how much energy they were actually bringing with them on their initial walkout to the point of them sitting down here now, their faces do not indicate any sort of nervousness. They could very well be a big part of the bamboozlement to take place here with the international flavor.
I mean, they're up against Commandment and Avery, right? I feel like this could go really well for one of these duels. It could be really messy. I mean, what do you think, Vivid?
Over at the Rave Cave. Listen, I think, you know, ultimately Commandment and Avery are going to be comfortable.
何時
over
くらい
there,
から
right?
試合
They
は
did
始
win
ま
an
るんだろう。
FNCS from this POI, and of course, you know,
これまだか。
if they start to struggle on Storm Surge in the later parts of the game, they might want to start taking that early fight.
But there is usually enough space surrounding Rave Cave for duos to not necessarily have to look for those early engagements if they don't want to. And you also have to keep in mind that they're not the only ones that are going to be landing there. There's also going to be Thomas HD and Tripper. That is a notorious favorite spot for them to go, is that south side of the Rave Cave. So curious to see where exactly these zones wind up actually taking these players and how their encounters might actually shape up.
That's right. There is a duo here that is quite terrifying. You know, out of Brazil, not a big deal. The fans of them are up here in the audience. It's King and Ed. I mean, if you... the crazy thing is, King is one of the most winningest players. I mean, the crowd's already going crazy.
There it is.
One of the most winningest, one of the single-handedly craziest mechanical players you will ever see in your life. But when you pair it up with just stopping power, which he also has by himself, he is a one-man army.
Yeah. Listen, of course, King representing FaZe, and shout out and congratulations to Ed. Recently, just days before the event, signing the Team Liquid. Amazing opportunity there. As you can see him drip out in the jersey, showing it off here at the Invitational. And what I love most about this is that, you know, again, we're here in person, right? So we can go into the practice room, we can kind of see what's going on. King and Ed, 2v2 matches, almost day and night, in and out. And listen, they were dominating players from every single region.
But the sheer presence that you have as an international player, and I'm speaking about King here because the fact that he actually has audience members with signs of his name at an NA-based venue, that alone speaks volumes for the kind of impact that he has had on the Fortnite scene.
These guys are uncontested. We already know what this means for everybody else. It means they're going to get a free pass into the mid-game. If they are allowed this opportunity, what the heck is everybody else going to look to do to try and stop them?
Nothing. 12 games of pure aggression from King, and that's what it means. Just straight up, nothing else.
And also, just a really quick note there about Ed. He has been steadily improving with each of his performances throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. So if the momentum kind of keeps going in that direction, again, I don't think that international gameplay is going to disappoint by any means. These guys are amped up. They are ready to showcase their representation for their regions.
That's right. We want to come on over back to NA. We got to talk about Fams and Snacky, an iconic duo, to say the least.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Right, that's pretty right.
Only, you know, 2 FNCS wins just this chapter, followed by a 3rd place, all that, you know, and the aggression from Tilted Towers. I can tell you right now, you know, watching some of the Elite Cup games, they do not like to leave Tilted Towers without at least trying to find a fight. And I think that's going to play into the part, right? Some of the other players laying at Tilted Towers might not be expecting, you know, maybe they came into this like, oh, we're going to split it. No, I'm pretty sure they're going to be aggressive.
And we've already touched on a little bit with this duo earlier today, but they are, in fact, certified point getters, because on top of that stat that I gave you guys earlier, we're out of 36 FNCS finals games for Chapter 3. They only went 2 without elims. Well, guess what else? They didn't go a single game in Chapter 3 FNCS finals without scoring points of any capacity throughout every single round. That is insane.
Just a stat line, right? I mean, this stage is going to, like, it's legitimately some of the best players from all representing 7 regions from all around the world. It's absolutely ridiculous. I wanted to really quickly touch, I know both of you guys have come from competitive player backgrounds. You know what this feels like to be on a stage like this, to be in front of a crowd like this. What are some of these players feeling right now?
Listen, some of them, they're looking locked in, right? They're looking like focused. They're not even thinking about the crowd. They don't even see the crowd beyond the monitors right now, which is really, really good for some of them. But I'm telling you, you know, some of them are probably just really good at hiding the nerves, because being at these events, it's a different atmosphere. We talked about it time and time again. It is not the same as playing in your room at all. You will have all these lights. You know, maybe the desk is a little bit of a height difference. The chair is a little bit different than what you're used to, and it all plays into part, how well you're going to do. I remember as a player myself feeling a little bit uncomfortable on the stage, not because of the crowd, not because of the lights, but simply because of, slight changes in how I was used to sitting.
It's just not your home setup, and that's going to be naturally difficult for any player to overcome, no matter how much in-person or LAN experience they might actually have underneath their belt. But one thing that I always find a little bit fun talking with some of the players, even yesterday and in the player lounge, it's asking them what are their kind of like little tips and tricks. I want to know how many of them like taking their shoes off, for example, because it's just that it adds that extra little safety net of just, hey, I feel more like I'm at my in-home environment.
Yeah, 100%. And this is all like, I know it sounds like, oh, take your shoes off. That's like a joke right now. This is legitimately, man, like when a player is comfortable, they will perform better. It's proven. Why don't we go hang out with, we got with Tokata, Mini Minor, you guys in the player area?
We are indeed, Zeke. Now, some of these players might have their shoes off, but we've got our thinking hats on about this day today at Takata. I mean, we've got 2 days of Fortnite action. I'm excited. We're going to be breaking everything down tomorrow and today, of course, but how excited are you?
Look, I'm incredibly excited, right? There's so many storylines that have yet to be built, right? We have Malibuka and Merstash going against European GOATs, Titans, right? Tayson and Chapix down in the cloudy condos, and even with the third duo there, Aqua Reason, with a possible third party. I'm excited to see that engagement. We even have Mr. Savage being contested up north, closer to Logjam, and then down at the Synapse Station, Joe and Zandy, which are no longer contested because now Baka and On1 have moved up north to Mr. Savage and his duo's drop spot. I mean, there's a lot of action to unfold. Mini, I'm excited.
I'm super excited as well, but things can change, of course. We know how these drops are maybe going to form. We see some people moving around and changing up their idea of how they're going to play this. So be on the lookout for some changes. Be on the lookout for some of these players and teams that are thinking, actually, you know what? Let's switch things up. Let's go for plan B, plan C, plan D, plan Z, maybe. Who knows?
That's what I love about Fortnite, right? You never know what's actually going to happen, right? We might be able to see the drop map, see what these duos have planned ahead of time, but who knows? Maybe they have a not so great game one, and then they have to change things up, or maybe even after halftime, right? 3 games down, you're like, okay, we're not doing too good. We got to change something up. But I'm excited to see who's going to be able to show that they've been practicing. They have been in the player lounge going against each other, even in creative, doing 1v1s, 2v2s. And I mean, there's so much to see. I really just can't wait.
So much to see, so much to do, and I can feel the energy in the arena right now. But Zeke, please take it away. We're too hyped.
Bro, I'm right there with you, man. I just cannot wait to see all of the action unfold before our very eyes. We're almost there. Just a couple little things before we start the battle bus on its journey. I wanted to highlight another duo, Cammy and Seti, right? For you longtime EU fans as well, you know these guys recently just won a DreamHack. They've literally came in 1st and 2nd place in a solos competition. They were the best 2 players at the tournament.
And the thing that I love about Cammy and Seti is that individually, they kind of remind me of myself, right? That really slow, methodical gameplay style. They're not going to go for anything too flashy, anything too risky. They're just going to play their game out and play that top 10, top 5 consistent every single game because they are laying at that mid-map spot uncontested.
Yeah, the infamous Cammy split, as everybody in EU and just about the world has basically come to know. Exactly, but I am curious to see how their surge management actually unfolds throughout the entirety of Chapter 3. I don't think that they really had too many issues with it, but it is important to note that for this duo specifically, they don't really like fighting early. And, well, fortunately, having an uncontested drop spot can definitely feed into that. So naturally, you want to wonder where their points are going to come from or where their surge management is going to come from. And I think that that is something that they're largely just going to have to control throughout their mid-game.
Yeah, they also have to be very, very careful when they're landing there in the center of the map. There are a lot of teams landing around them, especially, when you talk about the towers right to the left, kind of where they're landing. And then also center map, Cold and Center are expected to be contested there at that loot lake kind of area. So if any of those teams kind of want to disengage from some of those early spawn fight situations, they could easily run over to the split that Cammy and Seti are looking to take and maybe gather up some loot themselves, which could force a fight. And that's really disadvantageous for Cammy and Seti because they're going to be split, right? They're at these split jobs, so they're usually off on their own.
And I think what you're getting at is adaptability, right? These duos being able to moment say, we had a game plan, we did not find the chest, we did not find the thing, we got tagged, someone has pushed on our location, we need to change up something. What does that look like, man, right? Like, if this was EU FNCS, I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, I got all the notes for you, but it's NA East, it's NA West, it's Asia, BR, OCE, there's so many other regions that you have to kind of be accounting for. And not only their own meta, it's that duo, right? Like, oh, I know they're from BR and they do this, oh great.
I mean, listen, you're bringing up a great point there, right? Like, how you don't have many notes on a lot of these teams because they're just around for the entire world, right? And that's why international events are held at such a high praise because they're just straight up harder. The competition from all around the world, it's harder to play against people that you don't normally play against.
And the competitive lobby metas that you'll often see break out throughout the course of each of these 12 games in this weekend, I think that that is going to be a really crucial aspect for some of these teams to hone in on. We know that these players have been cramming VOD review leading up to today. We know that they're going to be doing plenty more of it after these 6 games are even played tonight. But as far as Gammy and Cedric are concerned, just touching back on them, I like the fact that you brought up the early game engagements because honestly, their all-time record, by the way, first 3 zones, they have a less than 5% of elim scoring throughout those first 3 zones. So they don't like the early game engagements.
That is absolutely crazy indeed. You know, a duo I feel like could be a dark horse in the competition that I really want to see kind of win it all. It's Acorn and Edgy. Edgy over in NA has come second place. So close, so many times. Paired up with Acorn. Look, we know this duo is absolutely incredible. They are some of the toppest caliber duo that NA has to offer. Yeah. But Edgy just hasn't been able to grasp that #1 spot. And what I feel like for me to come out of this event and say, I'll walk away with the Swarovski trophy, baby, that'd be pretty sweet.
Look at Edgy waving. What's up, Edgy? Listen. Edgy loves it, man. You know, we're laughing at him getting, second place 4 times. He himself, last about it. Look at I wonder where he's landing. He has the picture himself there. We've seen it a couple of times now. Tilted Towers. And look, they were being real confident coming into this event. Unfortunately, they are contested by a plethora of other teams over at Tilted Towers. I really think that if they were uncontested, they could probably run away with this event. We'll have to see what happens. I still think it's possible. I think it's a little bit less likely, but I was watching Acorn, yesterday, last night, even into the later night, 10, 11 o'clock. He was still VOD reviewing all the way up until then, so I'd love to see the practice coming out of this duo.
But it's the fact that there's 5 duos at Tilted Towers, and literally none of them are willing to budge from this spawn. They all want their piece of the pie here at Tilted Towers, and whether or not this engagement could end up being worthwhile for the duo that even walks away, because when you think about it, Vivid, there might have to be a ton of resources expended.
Yeah. We cannot forget, here they are, Queasy Vino. We talked about them at the beginning of the show, and like a circle, we find ourselves back at the beginning. I mean, what more could we possibly say about this duo? They've basically been winning everything as of late. Queasy is looking in absolute top form. Vino has been crushing it. He's ready to go.
You want to know something? So I used to be a professional player. Now I'm an analyst, right? Both are very heavy when it comes to the VOD reviews. I pretty much have just done it for the past 5 years. Very intense. I love it. It's awesome. I have never watched a VOD review and been like, wow, I am impressed on an individual level. Because I've been at the top before, right? You know what I mean? I've seen pretty much everything that these players can do.
You're still first in our hearts, Vivid.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Vino, I VOD reviewed him for this event. It's an international event. I'm typically on the NAE side of things, but let me dabble in EU so that way I'm prepared for this event. I'm watching Vino. Individually, like I said, I've never been impressed. I was impressed. He seems so clean. Every single action that he does, it seems like it has a purpose. And I genuinely have never seen that out of an individual player, ever.
There's a reason why he's often regarded as one of the best fraggers in Fortnite competitive history right now. And not only that, but he's got a perfect IGL to match that. Queasy is notorious for being an absolute genius for his IGLing. And I think something that I love about Queasy is that his stats also speak for themselves, because you don't go the past 7 seasons getting a victory royale dating all the way back to Chapter 2 or Chapter 2 Season 6 without being a consistent IGLer. He just knows how to stay cool, calm, and collected in every single competitive environment.
And I love the fact that you're bringing up the IGLing aspect, right? A lot of these dudes are going to be making a lot of calls. Queasy, what he is known for is his very clean, high ground takes. It just always seems so methodical and flawless whenever he does it. So the pairing is very, very well. But then that's not even like one of the most exciting parts is they always seem to find those mid-game dead side rotations that work out so well that keep them alive into the end game very consistently.
And it's kind of like having a silver bullet, right? You have Vino there ready to go. If you're Queasy, you're just thinking, okay, I need to go accomplish this goal. I'm going to point my silver bullet in a direction. There's an enemy over there I don't like. Vino, why don't you just go 1v2 them for us, and then bring their loot and ammo back and builds, and then I'm going to be up on high ground, okay? I'll see you in 30 seconds. That's not a joke.
I'm laughing because, you know, 1v2s, right? They seem impossible, especially on an international stage. But no, like, literally, Vino, he just does it so often, and I cannot wait to get to the game.
That's right. Guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fans, we're ready. The battle bus is all ready. The players are on board. So let's do this. It's game number 1. Here we go. It is time. It's one just big moment away from really kicking it off. All that preparation, we're going to have to put it into it. The battle bus is ready. Let's go, Jacob.
It is time. Game number 1 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now. 27 different countries are represented. 88 different champions. Overall, this is just amazing.
And just look at the concentration on the players' faces as they start to populate onto this world. Put yourself into their shoes. Imagine the pressure as you are jumping off the battle bus here. We already know what's in store for us. It's going to be an incredible amount of action as we know there are so many contested drop spots.
Yeah, and already looking at the drop path, one of the biggest ones is going to be over towards Rave Cave, where you have Commandment and Avery, the most recent NA East FNCS champions. They're a little contested. Not going to be a hot fight right out of the gates against Thomas, HD, and Triprin, because right now they're just getting that early game done and ready.
That's right, and it is going to be so important for everyone who is contested to take and walk in the path of caution. You cannot allow yourself to make any risk. Up at Chrome Jam Junction, we already know there's several players on top of each other. Tilted Towers, remember, 5 duos contesting this area, some of which are the most notable of Bad Sniper, Noah Riley, Acorn, Edgy, Babs, and Snacky just to the south.
That's such a stacked stage.
JP もまだ放送されてなくて、グリーンフィールドもまだあれだね。まあ家の見てくか。
Biggest names, Cloudy, Kondo, feet haven't even touched the ground yet, but it does look like it's going to be Malibuka and Merstash on the ground first.
Malibuka, of course, representing for Russia, Merstash for Latvia. We got Aqua here and Rezon, our high ground kings. One of the most respected set of duos right here. If they really cut loose, they make endgame, it's over. You're going to see Aqua playing for that big high ground play. And look at how they are respecting the area. Everyone making sure they are solidifying their foundation right before they really decide to make a fight.
Yeah, but look at Malibuka's loot already. A green prime, a blue Evo Chrome burst. He's ready to pack a punch at a moment's notice. He's probably waiting for Merstash to probably give him the go-ahead. But another inter-regional battle over towards Grim Gable.
Now what's crazy about this, I got to sit down with Muzz and Looter. They are feeling exceptionally confident in beating Larson and Smite. But you have to put yourself into this kind of position right now. There's pressure all around you. To me, it's looking like Larson and Smite have the advantage right now. Just take a look at the focus right here, right? This little bit of high ground, they have them almost trapped down below.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, Larson is a little bit separated from Smite. That is a little bit towards low ground. You know as well as I do, all it takes is 1 second of separation to kind of do one of these teams in, as Marine and Vico over here towards Reality Tree. Another contested drop. But you can see this is only game number 1. Nobody wants to put it all on the line just yet, but I might have spoke too soon. Larson would get it. Taking down a ton of damage on the Muzz. Looter trying to back him up, and it looks like they got the first elimination of FNCS.
Down goes Larson, and the quick finish for Looter. OCE gets to claim the first on the show today. It's Smite now, left with the pressure of the world on his shoulders. Can he escape these OCE players? It doesn't look very possible. We all know from the past experience that Looter and Muzz are some of the fastest and deadliest when it comes down to these engagements, and they're hip to hip right now.
Yeah, Smite right now, he has to figure out a way to just really stay alive. It looks like Muzz and Looter, they're trying to decide right now, Monster, do you continue to try to fight against Smite as he's looking to try to get that reboot card onto Larson as the third-party shots are beginning to come in from the distance. And that's the thing, you know as well as I do, any drop that's contested and you have that early game fight, and especially it builds just like this, there are so many teams that are look at you to get their surge.
Now in the past, Smite has been known to walk away with at least 1 elim in every single major game.
this time might actually break his streak that he's been on. But Muzz and Looter, take a look at the respect here to play cautious, take their time, and not overcommit even in the 2v1. That's the respect. But let's get to the real battle. Cloudy Condo, Tayson, Chapix taking on this big duo toe-to-toe. It's Merstash and Malabuka, who have a 73%, 78% win ratio. When contested, the odds are not looking good. The third party in the distance, Aqua's up on high ground. They're positioning for the fight.
Yeah, Breeze on A and Aqua, they have that high ground, just put damage onto two different players. They're like eating at a buffet right now when it comes to Storm Surge, but in the feed, Mr. Savage is down. On one in Baka from NA West. They're trying to take control of that POI, but all three teams are here. But you got to keep notice, while all the action is going down between Malabuka and Merstash, you see Aqua and Reason just trying to keep their distance.
Crazy how they fight back. They are not just allowing this team to third party them. Reason gets super hurt there, and it looks like the battles in the distance get to conclude. But here and now this fight rages on here. Reason all of a sudden has such an advantageous position, right? And lands
あ、ペポがこれ倒したのかこれ。これはペポが死んだのか。
NA West, Baka and On1 have solidified. Chrome Jam jumps into their self. Down goes Mr. Savage. Down goes iDrop. NA West makes some noise.
That's right. And now for Jace in Bassel, another team that was contested in the early kind of situation. But it seems like they've won themselves some space. They're vibing out. Look at the Storm Surge tags here as they start to fight back the teams that are out on the outer edges here. What a great spot to be, especially with the zone housed right on top of them. They have so much going for them now that they don't have to worry about that. Whoa, a big fight though. On one gets back. That's the replay there. I love that we got to catch that.
And you can see the strategy coming out from On1 and Baka. They switched up their drop spots this weekend. It's not like they've been practicing there all season long. They're just adapting on the fly. As you see Booga, Mira, we already talked about that uncontested drop spot of Chonkers Speedway. The zone is kind of above them, and they're one of those teams that just wastes no time trying to figure out what that game plan is. They're going to try to get to zone and then worry about Surge when all those other teams that are south and east of them have to go past them.
And the Middle Eastern, one of the few representatives of the Middle East community here, and Andalex, what a monumental task to step up here and for the first time ever compete with a duo. So we love to see what we have going on here. So much representation of all of our spaces. You know what I saw, which was in the feed as well? Japan versus Brazil. Looks like Peppo found one too. So little exchanges happening everywhere. As now we jump over to Vino. Vino and Queasy, some of the best at Shiny Sound.
Yep, you see them just going for their own Surge. This is going to be one of the wildest lobbies we've ever seen. If you're down on Surge at any point in the game, you're forced to play catch up to all these elite teams who know exactly how to handle their own Surge if they are above. But one of the big teams, one of the favorites to possibly take the competition overall, Janice and Vadil, Greasy Grove, uncontested, and everybody knows what they can do uncontested.
Janice is the only European player to have ever picked up an FNCS in solos, trios, and duos. 3 different game modes, such a decorated team that we have together. That's our German powerhouses. As we jump over to Anas and Pink, what a team right now. Remember, they were contesting Clicks and Duke down at the Joneses. It seems like things might have slowed down for them. They've been a bit more passive. There's a single Elim, though, right inside there, too, so that's a pickup.
Yeah, and for a lot of these teams today, this is just game number 1. The nerves right now, they're just feeling each other out, trying to figure out how everybody's playing, and then they're going to adapt as soon as this one gets at least towards the mid-game, probably towards the end game. It's going to get super exciting very, very quick. As Merstash, Malabuka, that fight done and over with. They know it's about the resource, about matting up and setting yourself up for later on.
And I love that you say that because what they have that the other teams don't, tons of accessibility to the metal. See how their metal resources really starting to cap out there. Tayson and Chapix, though, we're going to give up the drop. They say, hey, enough is enough. We've, kind of gotten our hands dirty. Let's go and move out. And you notice that they also managed to take home the metal as well. Everything else, man, you can find it on your way out, right? It's the toughest resource to rebuild back is that metal when you are at the draw spot. So this is a team, they'll bounce back.
Yeah, and it's also one of the first materials that you use when really trying to defend yourself. Just kind of booting up the Greasy Grove, whatever Janice and Vadil left behind. And there's actually a lot of the teams that landed Rave Cave, a little bit north, that are trying to rotate towards this slower side of zone. And right now, everybody are just stuck in zone because nobody wants to bite off more than they can chew.
This is our current reigning champions of the Japanese region, representing for Japan of the Asia region here. Now we jump over to Ed and King. One of the most explosive duos. We talked about Ed's history, how much he's really risen to the challenge, improving season after season. Now paired up with King, they have such a fun history here. They have engaged against one another multiple times in FNCS in seasons past. Now they get to play together.
Yeah, kind of rotating all the way from North Chrome Jam Junction. They find themselves the sweet spot. But a team that has so much experience together, but years ago, now reuniting for the Invitational, Macwood and Kanata. And let me tell you, in some of those practice games, that uncontested drop spot that Kanata and Macwood have proven to be fruitful. They got first place in scrims, and now they're here to try to replicate that on the biggest stage.
Only 2 duos have fallen, and now another steps into the position here to possibly take a fight, but no. Bevies and Vortex are know a little bit better. They're going to land right behind Chappies. They find Takes out by himself. A great shot here, and now he steps up. But smarter to go ahead and defensively poise up here. No need to get too antsy.
Yeah, not just yet, at least. You can't really get too busy too early. There's so many players that right now, you see 95 left alive. When Storm Surge actually activates Monster, this is probably going to be one of the most scariest things I've seen in Fortnite in quite a while.
That is true, and Bevies and Vortexes are really considering peeking out. Now, one thing we spoke about with the professional players is that one thing you don't do is open those big boxes and peek for too long. If there's ever a time to do it, you can do it here in the early game kind of situation while you have some time. But while we have some time, let's just go ahead and catch up with Minimine.
Not quite there, Tokata, but close enough. I got you, Monster. We're going to be taking a look at North Shiny Sounds, where we have a fan-favorite duo, Queasy and Vino. I find it interesting how they were playing split up here. Queasy was on the low ground, taking shots from opposing duos, but Vino, up above on the balloon, was able to get free tags on the opposing duos that were looking at Queasy, and having this split mentality in the drop spot is crucial for getting those free tags and able to set yourself up for that late game.
An amazing breakdown there, Jacob.
Yeah, one thing that I didn't really mention it. Did you see the 18 splashes on them? These guys are ready for that end game. If you have that much heal, that's going to allow you, if you are down on Surge, to kind of handle it. Fabs and Stacky, FNCS champions from NA West, hurting on Storm Surge right now, trying to get themselves back up. But it does look like the fight, maybe the dust have settled, and this is the aftermath. As you see, yeah, Fabs does have one elimination, 36 above the damage threshold. Even though right now they have a little bit of comfortability, that threat is still looming in the back of their minds.
That's right, and they rolled up, they took down a team there, and now they get to go ahead and reap the rewards. They needed those tags, but that's not going to be enough. There's a little bit more in front of them. A team that's well below the Surge right now, our full Middle Eastern duo, Spy and Focus, are sitting here, and it's not looking too hot. 220 damage below. I had so much time to catch up with Spy. He is an incredible, and I mean incredible player, but this is one of those decisions that you have to make now.
There's
no easy one. Now we have EU versus O'Reilly. Epic Whale and Reed on the other side of the wall.
This one is going to get close because Reed, I already talked about, he loves to fight. Epic Whale loves to fight as well. Also that IGL, that 6-time champion. He knows when and where to pick his battles in every single one of these situations. So he's probably talking to him right now, get the pre-edit ready, but he's 137 below. This is why they're not abandoning the fight. They have damage to do.
Epic Whale and Reed have around a 70+% win ratio when taking on these early game fights in these early zones. It's looking very good for them, but the Surge, no one can beat the Surge. That is going to be inevitable damage in the coming seconds. So this is why this fight's so important. Down comes the Chug Heal. They're just going to go in and sit there, try to get as much health as possible. Meanwhile, in the distance, threats and Alice are starting to put shots in. So this is not a fight that's not, being interfered with. Reed's going to fall first. Epic Whale's by himself. Shots come in. No O'Reilly wastes no time. They pounce in, and they're hunting now. Reed's on the run. Shots from the side. Who will steal away this elimination here? Someone has to get it in there. It is. They close things up and finish it off quickly, and just like that, EU comes out on top.
Oh my god, but the action is just all over. Basil, Jace, they're out as well. That's Pink and Anas who pick up 2 two more. And I even saw moments ago that Booga went down. The elimination feed is just lighting up. Pars and Rays go down as well. This one is getting active very fast, but that's because of the Storm Surge. But this is something I feel like all of us preface just a little bit. Handling that Storm Surge is going to be so important throughout these 12 games.
Kanado and Macwood take down Booga and
シェアルル
Miro
ナ倒
in
し
the
てるね
feed. It is
倒
done.
して
It
る
is wrapped.
倒してるな
Meanwhile,
日本
Asia's champions
マジはスナッキー
finding
倒してる
some
ザゴがスナッキー倒してる
representing for Brazil
や
are
ばい
here, and they need more tags. They're just 8 above. Well played for them to go ahead and find a few to keep them in the game. But let's get on over to that fight that is
じゃあザ
inevitably
テイソン
going
に
to
ザゴが
continue.
倒されたのか
Tayson versus Chapix.
And this is exactly what happened when you split it, though. They split that drop spot. They weren't able to get the early damage. Down goes Chapix. Tayson under pressure. HP getting dropped, and there he goes. Back to the lobby. But Deal and Janice do it again.
From teammates to enemies, Janice takes down Tayson in the zone. Just like that, it is over. Now, we jump on over to On1 and Vodka. 3 elims. NA West.
ザゴで
One
ス
of
ナ
the
ッキー
few
倒してる
hopes for NA West this weekend right
こ
here.
れが正しい情報ならやばいぞ
Talk to me about
ザ
how
ゴ
they
たち
managed to surge over Mr. Savage and eye drop, and now they're picking it up.
Just honestly talking to them before this as they were preparing, and when they finally made that decision to switch up their drop spot, they had a choice. Do you contest Hen and Vortex? Do you contest Joe and Z Andy? They said no. They want to take one of the biggest names in Europe. They want to go against Mr. Savage and eye drop, and already it's proving to be fruitful. On one coming from Mexico. This guy is a legend from NA West, and honestly, it's been just a few seasons and he's
あ
already
ルナイタルナイタ
That's
ザゴミ
right,
もい
and
る
way
んだ
to
じ
do
ゃ
it on the international
あアジ
stage
ア
now
勢
it
全員
matters.
来てるじゃん
Now we jump on over
61
to
位なのに
Chicho and Trulix here. What a
す
great
ごいじゃ
spot
ん
to be in. My God,
す
everybody
ごいじゃんア
kicking
ジ
fast
ア
here,
アジア
both
ア
teams
ジア
out on the
ア
side.
ジア
Meanwhile,
幸先いいぞ
Vadil and Janice look like they have finally
アジア
made it
幸先悪くないぞ
outside the storm line. Tough spot to be in. You have a lot of water here, very little land terrain to work with. And take a look in the distance there. You see the stacking starting to happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, some of the NA East best, Edgy and Acorn. Now, what's cool about this duo here is that Edgy and Acorn quite literally said, hey,
おお食らってる
the
食らって
better
る
the
やばい
lobby skill-wise, the better I
いや
will
きつ
perform. That is how much
痛い
experience
ちょ
he
っと
picked
な
up in the
きついよ
past
ね
from practicing against the best of the best lobby.
And already, if you look at their loot right now, that 5-team contestation coming out of Tilted Towers, honestly, didn't do too much. 256 above the damage threshold as well. Shots continue to fire off onto Jew. He goes down. Elimination's going to be cleaned up to Acorn. They get 2 to their total. And his teammate, Yusri, goes down as well. That's going to be Vadil. No, Riley picking up some more eliminations as well.
What a quick way to finish that one off. And there's a problem here. We have Bakken on one sitting on the walls. If NA East champions are most recent of Avery and Commandment, you can see they've actually taken a lot of damage here. They were just below the surge quite a bit ago. And yes, more damage is starting to come in. It's only a matter of time now for them. They will have to take a fight. That's no easy fight on the other side of the wall, but first tags there are going to go to the side of the NA East boys.
Yeah, Amon and Baka right now, they just need to play their game. They are down on Storm Surge in terms of Commandment and Avery, 65 above. Those traded shots, actually, I wish Amon and Baka would have just stayed in the box because honestly, if they would have just waited a little bit longer, Storm Surge would have had these guys almost down and out, and they could have easily cleaned those up. But right now, they're just playing safe. They just want to go ahead and make it towards their end game because this is one of the teams. They finished second in the last FNCS of NA West. They know how to fight with the best of them.
This is what it's all about. We show up for big moments like this. Can you step up to the plate? We are just moments away from the game becoming extremely difficult. The zone is only getting tighter and tighter. And take a look at how many players have huge pressure, rapid and endless now. And they have Clicks and Duke sitting above them. Macwood and Kanata starting to look down as well. They're off to a hot start. That is one of the teams to look out for. Meanwhile, a single Eagle on the other side. So they've survived the drop. They do Clicks finds a one. They're on the
Clicks うめえ
managed to get 2 more
うめえぞクリックス
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you gotta give him credit though. He said it himself. He has that World Cup experience teamed with an FNCS champion in Duke. His first time in an in-person event, and he's already loving the environment. Even though he didn't take that off-spawn fight, it was so that he can make it towards this end game and continue to do things like that.
Alice and Threats. They're communicating with the translator between them. NA East and Japan playing with each other. But hold up. Vadil, Janice, this is a problem. One of our favorites. When you look online, you look at Twitter, you look at what everyone is putting together for a top 10 list.
You expect this team to do so well in game one and already broken apart. Janice was down inside of the storm. Vidil really couldn't go and save him. He has no HP really to regain. Merstash and Malibuka, another one of those teams towards Cloudy Condos who are nobody really fought it off spawn. They got some tags and left. 31 below. The pressure is on. They're so close to zone, but they can't necessarily travel to zone because they have to worry about Storm Surge that's actually doing a ton of damage.
31 below. Not looking good, Jacob. Tags are coming in. Clock is ticking. They do have heals. They can survive for a little bit more, but you hear the shots raging everywhere as the lobby turns online. Vidil fires back. He catches Macwood in the feed. That must have been incredible, and that's happening right above us. Meanwhile, turning the story around, Vidil is known as one of the greatest box fighters, literally made his name known for taking on fights and destroying players across Europe. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Yep, you see Vidil just kind of peeking through the cone, catching Macwood off guard. And honestly, it looked like Macwood was going to try to do the same to him, peeking through that cone. You better watch where you peek. Assetti and Cammy, another favorite, to probably take the top spot here in this event. 306 above the damage threshold. They're still continuing to put that pressure on the lobby. That's exactly what you got to do when you make it to endgame, especially if you're a team that doesn't fight off spawn.
Becoming Legends, Cammy and Seti have 2 launch pads. They have material. They have heals. This just might be their game. But let's jump on over to Zeke. KBR. How's it going here? 132. They have Z-Handy and Joe have been on the other side of the wall. It's going to be a tough one. 23 duos remaining here. The surge is still active. And now as the timer hits 0 and the zone reveals itself, we're going to start entering into the first moving zone territory. These next 25 seconds are going to be some of the toughest they have ever had to deal with. Remember, for some on this stage, this is their first LAN, an in-person event that they have ever experienced here, and they get to play it out now.
And this is where you talk about some of the players that had rotation. It is going to be so important. You see where the zone pulls. There's different elevations that these players are going to have to traverse through. If you don't have any sort of rotation, you're going to have to figure out how to recycle it. Otherwise, you're going to be living a nightmare.
Vidil, he has a launch pad. He's going to play for it. High ground. The first one's to go.
Queasy. Oh, Queasy. Queasy. Queasy Venom. やってくれた。ナイス。ナイスハイグラ。ハイグラ噛みすぎ。ハイグラ最強だ。マジで。マジハイグラ最強。ペポペポ。ペポいる。ザゴーたち生きてるんだまだ。ザゴーまだ多分どっかにいる気がする。ザゴー死んだはずないよね。ルナペポ。ルナペポ。ルナペポハイグラ取ってね。
This is big. That's something you did not expect. But Vino and Queasy are now looking up. Take the side, go for it. On top of Asia, and it's all or nothing now. Vino fights for it. The wall gets edited.
ルナペポ、あー、ハイが取り返されてる。あー、ナイス。あー、まあでもクイーズ。クイーズたちも応援したいからな。今のやばいわ。取り合いしてたね、今。今の取り合いはやばいな。
Two different players as Alice is trying to break through. 118 below the damage threshold. He knows he cannot stay in one place too long. Trying to reunite with Threats, but he goes down as well. Storm Surge.
いや、アリスちょっとやばいな。
Alice has to do something, but the options are so thin. He doesn't know what to do. Finally finding one player, puts the shot on. Storm Surge still going wild.
アリスうまい。
But that Siphon coming through just in the nick of time to keep alive.
He is alive. He takes down the run, steps into the zone, and look at this. A huge pickup now. That's gonna buy him more time.
いや、どうだろう。お、ペポダシ倒してね、なんかまた。ザゴーミリム、あ、ミリムザゴー、まだ生きてる、まだ生きてる。ザゴーミリム生きてるぞ。ザゴーミリム。ガチ神。日本人選手全員生きてます、今。最強、マジで。アジアなめんな、マジで。ガチで頑張ってくれ。日本の観戦行ってほしいな。日本の観戦行かないから。
trying to find it. 12 HP, continuing to drop. Shot still coming in. He's going to find a moment of an oasis to try to stabilize and figure out what's the next play.
Cammy and Seti find their way to the high ground. Down goes Clicks to the hands of Cammy. That's a huge one. Hello, Vino. You have to turn and run. Cammy wants to hear nothing about that noise right there. Meanwhile, Seti's keeping eyes on the general area. Very solid. Chicho fighting his way, but no. An edit comes through. It's Zagu and Mareem, who's right above them there.
アルファさん倒してるザゴ私ミリムまた倒してるミリム強えマジでマジ最強お前最強やミリムうめえミリムミリムガチ頑張ってくれいや神たちも強いな上いくらだけどいやミリムたちいやでもローグラも強いかな全然いやでもザゴーさんのハーフシールドがちょっときついかもな
Opportunity. This is absolutely what you expect of the best players in the world coming together for this invitation here to have this opportunity to step up to the plate, represent for your region. This is what it's all about. Vino by himself just working his way, ratting his way through the build. Acorn is as well. There's a set of major points separating them. Vino looks to high ground. He says, I'm not going to allow you to just sit there and focus me. Trulex is meanwhile in the low, looking for something to do here, turning builds into Chrome. Remember, he can slip through any one of these now. Becoming desperate. He's just trying to
あれ相手の壁を自分のにしてるザゴミリムあれやね車線の切り方もめっちゃいいね2HP やばいミリムたち4キルザゴー2キルいやガチ頑張ってほしいいやだマジでマジ頼むクイジーたちは死んじゃったなやあー上はきつい上きついぞちょっと待っていやー上はきついナイスいやーザゴーミリムマジかあと少しだったんだけどうわどんまいだわいやガチどんまいいやどんまいだわ
The only duo left in the game is Acorn staying alive, still 4 eliminations on the back of Cool, trying to find his way through. But like I said, there's only one duo team, and they have the high ground and the recipe for success.
You cannot write a better story for becoming legends. Seti is fighting back. Cammy is fighting back. They're looking to get inside. There goes the Elam they were looking for. Just one player separates them. But Acorn will not
神セッティかかったのうわ強っ強え神セッティいやでもザゴーミリも頑張ったよほんと1試合目からいい感じで
What a fairy tale beginning for these absolute veteran GOATs. Some of the hardest workers we have ever seen enter into the ecosystem, becoming legends. Seti and Cammy must be absolutely proud. Acorn and Edgy, they were just incredible. Wait for Acorn to truly step up to the table there and clutch this one out. And he said it, put me in the best lobbies, I will put up the numbers.
Yeah, and for him, that's a little bit of a success, even though he didn't get the victory royale. Staying alive as long as he did, getting extra eliminations, and getting that top placement, that is just insane. But let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with the winners.
Okay, you guys? Yeah. I am with our Game 1 winners. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! I must ask, what, Dzień dobry, first and foremost. Obviously, Game 1 winners, how was that being out there and winning in front of this amazing crowd?
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere here. It's really nice having a crowd again.
Excellent. And also, obviously, high ground reigns supreme. Once you had the high ground there, able to maintain, do you think that was the difference maker? You felt comfortable being above the rest of the teams?
Like, we knew that high team doesn't have much, so we just took it.
You took it. Going into the next game, much of the same? Do you have to constantly change strategy, or did it feel good playing against the rest of the world?
It feels good. It feels pretty easy. I'm not like denying the competition, but it feels really nice playing here. And yeah, we're just going confident into game 2. Still have to be consistent to the end of the tournament, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Once more time, guys, give it up your Game 1 winners, Cammy and Seti! Good stuff. Let's head back over to our man Zeke on the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Game number 1 is taken by EU. This is going to be a tough one for everybody else. EU, let's represent, baby! Cammy and Seti, though, come out huge in game number 1. What's crazy, too, for a moment there, we watched Queasy and Vino go for height in 6th moving, right? But it's not them who end in height. It's Cammy and Seti.
It's crazy, big developments there. I can't believe Cammy and Seti are the ones that actually end up on the high ground. I love the fact that you mentioned that there were a little bit of flip-flopping going on the high ground. Somehow Cammy and Seti, probably the least likely duo in my opinion to find themselves up there, do so well played coming from them. And also, not to mention, this end clip right here doesn't even tell the full story. Seti goes down in that mid-game and Cammy clutches up 1v2, which why has so many eliminations coming into this. And then to close it out here, just 2 separate solos, and they make easy work of them.
It was right around the start of Zone 8 that we saw Cammy just sweep Queasy completely off guard there on the flank. Didn't seem as though Queasy was fully aware of the fact, because there were so many teams trying to challenge that high ground at once, but it was Cammy and Seti who actually successfully walked away with it, and they just had so many builds. That vertical play throughout the entirety of 8th and 9th zone, there was just nothing anyone else could do about it.
And the thing that I love, right, is we came into this game and we were like, who's going to be nervous, who's going to be confident? I have never been able to tell that somebody is confident. After winning game number 1 of an invitational, it seemed like there was like no expression coming out of Cammy and Seti. There was like, yeah, that's expected.
That's what they're used to, right? That's how they won the most recent DreamHack. This is almost like, it's like their life is on repeat, but this time instead of DreamHack, it's FNCS Invitational, right? I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts. We saw a lot of like self-regional eliminations, right? EU eliminating EU, NA eliminating NA. It was kind of crazy. I'm surprised there wasn't more mingling.
3位じゃん。
Big battles
クイージーたち6位。ペポたち10位。いいね。早速、トップ2に、トップ10に、僕の推し3人入りました。やっぱいいね。なんか調子いいね、やっぱ。
But it was actually the 4th place position. Noah Riley, Bat Sniper, they're walking away with 8 elims. That is a good chunk of points that they were able to compensate for despite not being able to close things out. And I think ultimately we saw in the first 3 zones a little bit more EU heavy as far as the elim fee was concerned. But by the time we hit that mid game, it seemed as though all of NA and some of the international regions just really started to hit their stride because everything just started lighting up immediately.
A lot of these players, right? They're using this initial game as a kind of a feeler, right? Let's just kind of see how this all works and everyone the land looks like, and then we'll look to go ahead and fight back. But real quick, we have a mini miner standing by. What you got for us?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now, we want to be taking a deep dive into one of our duos that have been deep diving into the dead side of Zone. And to reveal this massive screen right behind me, we're going to be talking, of course, about Commandment and Avery, our reigning NA East FNCS champions. We can see them on the screen right there, the little white arrows, and they've made a really, really interesting rotate this game. We can see the path that they are going to take using all the way on that dead side of Zone. Now, you might be wondering, what is the benefits of dead side? Now, you can see on the map, loads of those little arrows are on this side of Zone, right? And this is the area that most teams are going to be at, because most of the POIs are going to be rotating into there. We can see Commandment and Avery using the sort of the mid-map rotation, right? You can see the in-game rotation devices, you can see the launch pads being used, you can see the balloons, and of course, you can see the slipstreams as well, and you can see them getting to this less congested side of Zone. Nobody's there, what's going on? They have a free rotation, but of course, this comes with some problems, right? We saw them struggling with Surge in that previous game. It didn't quite work out the way that they were expecting. They weren't able to find as many players as they could, so the benefits for them are, of course, they're on the less congested side of Zone. They don't see anyone, but that also has implications. You don't get the damage done, and you can see that in the last game. They were struggling for tags. Of course, we saw King and Ed doing the exact same thing, but they were able to find as many eliminations and as many tags as they possibly could, which kept them afloat. Unfortunately for Commandment and Avery, though, it didn't quite work out. I've got so many questions to ask, and who better to ask them themselves? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner. Joining me right now, I have Commandment and Avery. And Avery, I got to ask you, man, how do you feel about game number 1?
Surge was pretty rough. We had to run through Hauler's shield pretty early, so we died on half zone. But we still managed to get 8 points for first game, just testing the grounds.
Well, good luck in that next game, guys. I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be joining over here Acorn and Edgy, guys. That 2nd place finish, what was going through your mind once you had that solo run?
I mean, honestly, it was all Acorn. Like, I didn't even do anything, to be honest. He's just the best player in the world.
Yeah, man, what was going through your mind?
I know I had chromes, and I was like, I'm 100% going to get top 2 here. No, I was confident, and it went my way.
I love it. Congratulations, guys. You have a great start to the competition. Let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and of course, Mini Minor, and shout outs to the players. That was just game number 1. Now, this looks a little deceiving, right? For a moment, we celebrated Cammy and Seti. We think, okay, they got the victory royale, big deal. Yeah. However, Acorn there, it's okay. They didn't get the victory royale, but that's not what they needed, right? They just needed to place high.
Yeah, of course. You know, Acorn, you can hear it out of Edgy right there. Best player in the world. Love that confidence coming out of the teammate. But again, you know, one of those solo clutches that we kind of saw was from Cool and Yumi. I think it was Cool specifically getting into that endgame, securing that 3rd place position. And we could saw at one point in time, he was like in that 1v2 situation in that.
Partidas hoje e mais 6
boot to close this one out. So not only are they placing high, but they're also making sure to capitalize on those E-wins as well. And it is everything when you're able to try and establish these early leads, because this is a very competitive lobby. And I think, if anything, game 1 is only amped me up even more to see what these players are going to do.
Yeah, the individual performances coming out, and that's what matters so much on these stages. You know, we saw last season on the NA East region, Commandment is the one that won it with his solo clutch. So every single solo performance matters tenfold.
That's right. I want to take a look at our standings once again. And again, don't freak out. This is just game number 1. This is our feeler game, right? From here, we make adjustments and we make the changes we need to succeed. Cammy and Seti, they did win game number 1. But with only 6 eliminations, they're currently sitting at the 44 points. As we kind of start to go top to bottom, you know, we did watch Queasy and Vino. They did try and take height. But I'm curious as to, like, what you feel kind of happened. How did that all unfold? The height take looked good, but something went wrong.
So we knew this was coming, right? We knew Queasy and Vino were going for the high ground, and they had it going into that first moving zone. And then all of a sudden, we were checking it out. You know, Runa and Pepper are all of a sudden on the higher ground, and Queasy and Vino are like, all right, fine, we'll give it up. And then like 5 seconds later, I look back up, and Queasy and Vino are back on height. So, you know, they had the strategies there. Ultimately, Cammy and Seti just found the best of them, though.
That's right. Really quickly, let's go on over to our friends Kelly and Adam, who are standing by on the stage.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Guys, are we having a good time? All right, we're looking good. Game 1 is done, and game 2 is imminent.
However, we need your help, everyone, because our battle bus is out of gas and we power it with hype. So in the count of 3, I'm going to need you to get as loud as you can possibly get.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Let us hear! Come on!
Get louder! We keep going!
Keep going! Keep going!
It's almost there!
As loud as you can! Come on! Keep going! Fantastic! You look beautiful out there! It's time for game number 2.
Now that's how you kick off a battle bus, Jacob. Whoa, the crowd is really coming together for that one.
Yep, and Acorn clutching it up by himself as a solo, Cool, and Yumi from NA West. But you got to give it up to EU, Cammy, and Seti taking that top spot, and they're really putting the lobby on notice. Hey, we came to play, we came to take over.
So much representation from all of the players showing up in that last game there. NA West, NA East, Asia, EU, of course. You saw what they were able to do there. And again, that is what makes this all worth it. That is why we tune in for these moments.
Yeah, but that was just game number 1. Sure. I'm pretty sure with game number 2 right around the corner, the nerves are beginning to settle. The players have figured out how the lobby is going to be. And one of the things I've noticed after that first game, everybody is stingy with Storm Surge damage.
That's right. But listen, the show must go on. Let's just go ahead and keep things rolling.
Thank you guys so much. We're trying to get our players back on that battle bus so we can start game number 2. Now that we have a moment here to just breathe, the biggest thing I think on a lot of these players' mind, as you even saw some of them talk about in their interviews, Storm Surge. This is something that a lot of these players, they try to overcome, and now they have to double adapt. Not just adapt to their own meta and the way they're used to playing Storm Surge, but how other duos ahead of them, next to them, behind them, may be doing the same thing.
Every single time in front of it that we have like a set lobby over the course of X amount of games, game one is always the most stacked. And we saw it right there. It was like the flip of a coin. All of a sudden, the lobby, the amount of players left alive just crashed instantly because so many of them needed to fight for it. But one thing that I did see in that early game right there, a lot of balloons were being used. A lot of the players poisoning themselves all the way up there in the sky, then using those hammer assault rifles primarily to get tags in the early game. And then anybody that wasn't really doing that, unfortunately, just had to force a fight later on in the game. Like, for example, we saw Epic Whale and Reek go down because of one of those fights.
Look, it might have been Cammy and Seti that actually closed out the lobby, but it was Muzz and Looter who got the action going for us because we did see a decent amount of hesitation. It's kind of expected, I think. Game number one here at the FNCS Invitational, nobody wants to be the first one out, but unfortunately, for Smite and Larson, that was the case because Looter and Muzz actually winning out the immediate trade, and this is one of the POIs that we touched on at the start because we knew that Grim Gables was going to be popping. We knew that Muzz and Looter have the experience to tango with the other regions.
You wanna know something? This is what I love because, you know, we're talking about how some of these all-spawn situations are gonna go down. And, you know, I was talking with some of the other analysts, and Taco included, and Muzz and Looter was like, you know, I think this might actually, you know, play into their favor being contested all spawn because, you know, Looter himself said NA East has been way harder than OCE. He thinks there's a lot more talent over here. And then Storm Surge was one of the things that he was most worried about. So the fact that they ended up being contested, and that game is a great example. They get that early damage done, those early eliminations, and they're set for the rest of the game. They don't have to worry about their biggest worry coming into the Invitational.
Another duo that had a tough time getting going, Mr. Savage. They took a fight that maybe didn't quite go the way it was anticipating. Let's take a look at some of the replays and kind of talk about what we're seeing.
That one was definitely a bit of a heartbreaking moment because when a duo that hasn't even naturally been practicing this all-spawn situation up until recently challenges you and beats you. iDrop said it himself in the pre-game interview. I've been dropping here uncontested for the past year. It's not going to change the outcome, and yet we're witnessing the downfall of iDrop and Mr. Savage.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to On1 right there because, you know, the discipline, right? Sometimes when you go to clear buildings, you're kind of just running down the staircase or running through corridors, and you're just like, I'll be fine, I don't hear him, I haven't seen him here. But no, he actually pre-builds off the wall, the floor, he catches Savage trying to go for a sneaky little shot, and Savage at that point is just kind of caught in this box, and On1 cleans it up after placing that wall to make sure Savage can't get any control over any of those builds. So really well played from On1 for sure.
And something that's also worth considering, I think, for Mr. Savage and iDrop now is you have to remember when you have so much information out there on how you like to drop, loot, and land this spot, like what we witnessed from this duo, I think that that is pertinent information because I would be very surprised if On1 and Vaca haven't been utilizing a lot of VOD review to their favor leading into this.
Yeah, I mean, iDrop himself said he's been laying here for 12 months, so there is a lot out there on it.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do we get the repeat of this again? Will we watch this happen again? Do we think they're going to change something up? Do they feel now like they have no choice? They have to try to take this fight.
You know, I think that, you know, the players, especially up there, they are pretty set on going for the fight. So I think we're just going to see a fight happen again. But, you know, game one jitters are kind of out of the way. If you get eliminated early in a game, you kind of can just sit there, right? You can mentally reset. You know, obviously some of it's going to start to wear down on your mental a little bit. But, you know, you can full reset, maybe come up with a new strategy with your duo, kind of talk to them in that meantime. You pretty much had that whole game to talk strategy and kind of, you know, mention what went wrong, you think.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world by any means because we are literally only one game through. We still have 5 left to go. There is ample opportunity here, not just for the players to have a chance to, I think, boost their placement points on the leaderboard, but also it's just the simple fact that they can make the tiny adjustments that they need to. As far as iDrop and Mr. Savage are concerned, now I think they're a lot more wary of the fact that On1 and Baca, they're definitely willing to take a super early engagement. They don't care about the fact that it's the first 3 zones. Both of these duos, I think, are going to continue trying to look to establish their surge management early on.
And I love the terminology used right there, more aware, right? Because, you know, again, On1 just recently decided to land here like 2 days ago. So it's like, whoa, for Mr. Savage and iDrop. We had no idea. There's no information because this duo hasn't really landed here before. But now, game one, the information is starting to reveal itself. On1 is obviously, you know, leaking some of those things just naturally as he plays through the games. And we know that Savage and iDrop are very well experienced, so they should be able to turn that into something positive.
Yeah, it's not kind of like the one beats all, right? There is going to be this back and forth that continues to develop. And it's kind of what we talked about like at the beginning of the show is that adaptability factor. How many duos could just say, okay, this went wrong, let's go ahead and change these things so that doesn't happen again, right? Fortnite is primarily a game of what you would call RNG, right? You landed a POI, what's there? Where are the chests? Where's the guns? Where's the builds? And for these duos, they're trying to limit as much of that as possible, right? They want to find that spot. Hey, I know there's a gun here every time. I know if I hit this building as I open this door, pick up this thing, I'll have 10 builds. That's a wall I can use to defend myself if I'm jumped, right? So I'm excited to see how in game 2, a lot of these duos look to say, what do we got to do differently?
Well, for Beppo and Runa, I was actually very happy to see that they were the ones that initially started off at that Lustrous Lagoon. And again, that was an uncontested draw spot for them. You're talking about loot, you're talking about resources, Zeke, and there is ample of it at Lustrous Lagoon. A lot of these players have even been talking about the fact that it's kind of crazy that they have gone this entire time leading up to the event without anyone wanting to establish an immediate contest at that POI. So I like the fact that they were able to hang in that top 10 leaderboard as well, really representing their region, I think excellently there, because the fact is there was a lot of traffic coming their way due to the way that the zones ended up pulling towards that north side. So the fact that they were able to not only stay in that surge management position despite being uncontested, but they also just made do with what they were given there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see that they actually also took the high ground from none other than Queasy and Vito in that endgame. Ultimately, yeah, they did end up losing it, but I want to see more of that, right? Just because you lost at just this one game, you may have a very good strategy that takes out, something that Queasy and Vino aren't used to, and that's kind of that multi-regional invitational that is just so good, and all the strategies start to come out and catch players by surprise.
You'll love to see it. This is just kind of our insights here from the desk, but we also have Mini Miner standing by to get his thoughts on that game.
Absolutely, Zeke. It's not just me, it's Takata alongside me as well. Now, we've been watching all of this action unfold behind the scenes. We've been able to see some extra POVs, Takata. It's been intense, right? We've seen some crazy plays.
Look, players from all around the world, it's what I love to see these players shine, right? Zagu and Mirim, they were fragging out, Mini. They got, what, almost 8 eliminations in that match? Even players from the West Coast, Cool and Yumi, they were also popping off in that late game. And what's going on with Seti and Cammy? Up in the clouds, right? We never seen them up there, right? Playing up top, it's something that you love to see in game 1 of an international event like this.
And this is what the invitation is all about, right? We have so many different players from so many different regions, bring different strategies, but it can all change. As we talked about earlier, things can change so quickly. Cammy and Seti on the high ground, what's going on? This is crazy, but of course, Cool and Yumi as well, you mentioned it, right? I had a few questions to ask about their surge. I actually spoke to them in person in the player area, and they said, we have all the answers, Minimana, don't worry, don't be concerned. And I was like, mate, you carry on. You do it, mate, if that's what they're gonna do, and they're pulling out all the stops today.
I mean, they proved it, right? The way they played that late game, they were ready to dominate. But I mean, Seti, Cammy up top, I think that was more of like a situational thing, right? We had Queasy Vino earlier up top on the high ground, but then Seti and Cammy saw the opportunity and they striked, right? I don't think it's going to be an every game type scenario for this duo. We know they like the consistency, so I wouldn't, be surprised if they switch it up a bit, but I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
I am very excited as well. I'm sure as are the devs. Let's throw it back to them to see what they think.
You got a good laugh out of our boy Vivid here. I'm down. I'm not opposed. Yeah, you chuckled. That was pretty good. Another duo I did want to take a moment to highlight on screen right now, Zagu and Mirim, coming out of Japan. These guys were just looking so good. 7 eliminations there in that game with a 41 total point. Now, this is just out of game 1. And I mean, consider, we kind of talked about it. They're contesting Commandment and Avery over in Rave Cave. And they were allowed to leave Rave Cave.
Yeah, 100%. I think that that's pretty much what we can expect, but something that I did not expect, and my eyebrows, they went up, right? I raised them. That stat sheet right there. They did 2,200 plus damage this game. That is incredible. You can see it right here. A lot of it coming from this end game, actually picking up a plethora of eliminations. Their box fighting skills seem to be catching a lot of these players off guard in the game. Woo, look at that.
Absolutely crispy and cooking inside of these boxes. It's looking like a full-on barbecue right now with Zagu and Mareem, the way that they were just lighting it up inside of that low-ground congestion. Not only that, but I just love seeing how poised they are after that finish. They have not lost sight by any means. They know exactly what's on the line here as far as regional representation is concerned, and you absolutely love to just see that energy kind of be reflected in their gameplay.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you mentioned energy. I've been seeing them walk around the player lounge, everything like that. The walkouts, they always seem so happy, right? They're so happy to be here, and they seem confident as well. There's never really like a, oh, we're worried to be here. No, they're just fully embracing it, and we can see it right there in game number 1. They came out on top pretty much.
when you have performances like that, I can imagine why they're so confident. Because again, I think a lot of duos may not have necessarily been anticipating some of this aggression that we are witnessing right now in Game 1 from the other international regions. But at the very least, I do expect a little bit of a bite back from NA East, West, and EU.
I think for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how many more duels try to go for height, right? For in this instance, Zagum Rim, they were just in that mid ground. They didn't even care about high ground. They're like, no, you guys battled out. We want more eliminations. We'll stay right here. Do you guys think that maybe more duels will look to just say like, look, our kind of strategy to win is that high ground. We got to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We saw a lot of teams that actually like to play the high ground. Unfortunately, not making it into that game. They went down a little bit early. Like, for example, Aqua and Reason, Jason and Chabix also went down. Another one, Alex and Bailey, we talked about them from OCE. They love to play the high ground, and they just, all three of them went down a little bit early, so it could change big time. You know, we also saw Kanata went down a little bit early. Macwood loves to play the high ground coming out of NA East. Pretty much the only thing that he strives for, but being left as a solo, he couldn't really do that this game.
But just look at some of these names that are located on the second page already for the leaderboard. You got Thomas HD and Trippard, Pink and Anas. Again, I think Vico and Brian have been really exciting to kind of follow along with, especially since they're relatively newly formed here for the FNCS Invitational. I don't think that is an easy feat by any means to have to quickly adapt to your partner.
100%. And listen, I can't believe it, actually, because Clix and Duke were actually popping off towards that end game, right? And you know, the crowd was going crazy. We on the desk were like, wow, they're really showing up right now. And you know, on that leaderboard, it's really showing as well, finding those eliminations on big name teams as well. They're coming into the Invitational with the experience, and it's showing.
How many of these duos are thinking themselves, game 2, I'm ready. I have that strategy locked in. I think I know what I need to do to get going because I want to make the crowd here in the Raleigh Convention Center just lose their mind when we're taking shots. Because, man, there was some eliminations happening, and I was just on my feet screaming with the crowd.
You know, straight up, ultimately, it's going to be based on an individual level, I think. You know, how good are you, and how good is your mental at taking something that could be negative and turning it into something positive? Because, you know, not everything went right for any duo of that game, so they have to think about those things and like, okay, what can we do? What have we scrimmed before that has kind of helped us throughout these situations? Just make those changes come in the game number 2. But there's also duos, plenty of them, especially the top 10 on the leaderboard, who, you know, found things that worked for them. So keep doing those things, but again, not everything went perfect, so keep that in mind.
But nerves aside, as the games go on, it's going to start feeling more and more natural, I think, for a lot of these players. You're going
100%.
to start being able to focus in a lot more on the actual gameplay itself, and I think that's where the audience just becomes a little bit of background noise until it comes down to those final moments. But something that I'm really curious to see is whether or not these players are actually going to showcase some of their flexibility or adaptability, because Murstache Malibuka, I think they're a great example of a duo where they can go a game or 2 or 3 without really being able to catch anything, and then they just turn up.
That's right. We've heard from us. We've heard from Mini Miner and Tokata. Let's throw it on over to casters to hear their thoughts on game number 1.
Thank you so much for that quick, of course, toss there so we can start getting into our perspective here. I mean, Jacob, let's talk about what we know just coming out of game 1.
I mean, what we know, NA West, Cool and Yumi showing up big. Not only getting that 3rd place finish, but you saw that 2v1 off the back of Cool. Another thing, Acorn, NA in general just kind of showing up. Obviously, EU won the game, but I think we need to start giving NA more credit.
Yeah, definitely have to give them that credit. They show up and then wait for them to win those early engagements. I mean, listen, we got to sit in the player lounge, quite literally stand over the shoulders of Anwan and Baka while they were practicing. They took on the likes. You know who they're training against?
Who are they training?
Reeds and Epic Whale. That's their training partners. And I don't know about you, but if you were following Twitter, I posted a little clip of Reed taking on Murstache and Malibuka. So it kind of all ties together if Murstache and Malibuka are known as some of the greats. And then Anwan and Baka can hold their toe-to-toe with someone like Reed. I mean, it all just starts to make sense.
You know what I'm loving out of all that, though? You talked about the 2 partners, right? Anwan and Baka, and who they're sparring against, Reed and Epic Whale. That's NA West. That's NA West.
the upsets, right? We saw a couple edge battles there. Bugha and Miro taken out so early. This is one of the things we didn't really get to talk about. You would think that a team like Bugha and Miro, who have drilled and trained their drop spot so perfectly, they almost have it conditioned, this should be another walk in the park situation for them. What do you think went wrong as they were rotating out? Because it seems like they face planted into Macwood and Kanata. That was the big resistance, and they were just taken out.
You know, without seeing too much of their POV, I can only go off a few educated guesses here, and just judging by 95 players being alive when Storm Surge hit, I think they were one of the few teams that were having problems dealing with that. And that's one of the things that I said in an interview before this event, that Storm Surge is going to be hard for these players to deal with, because the players that are above Storm Surge, they can hide in a box, they can focus on those rotations, but the ones that are below, they have to fight outside of Storm. They have to fight the first person they see in that first moment, because you can't continually falling down on that damage.
That's right. Well, listen, that's our perspectives here. We have so much more in store.
Thank you guys so much for those insights. We actually have a really cool moment here. The casters kind of talked about Bugha and Miro going down earlier. We had a listen-in moment. Let's take a look.
We need to find extra heals somehow. You should pop cabbage maybe for whites. I need to heal. Unless you throw me a mini now.
Yeah, come. I'll throw like right there.
Surge, yeah. I want that big ammo crate, but I know they're just gonna get above us.
I mean, I think you can go for it. There's a chest there as well. It's definitely worth it with our loot. It's just glid off the thing.
It is, yeah.
If we get surge here, we can get enough.
I mean, make sure this isn't baited, bro. It's not. Here, we can get stacked, bro. I'm chilling. If we get surge, we sit in zone, bro. We should look.
Yeah, like where though? We'd have to follow right side.
Yeah,
like,
we have to go right side. I'm just gonna go up. Nah, we should bump.
Alright.
You can already tell. Even Bugha and Miro are like, hey, we need Storm Surge. We need to make sure this is right. It is absolutely affecting many of these players. We will come back and talk about more of this in just a moment. First, I do want to throw it on over to the player area for a little special interview.
We have a very special interview, Zeke. I'm here with one of our alternate players, Frey. Now, Frey, you've been watching in the crowd, right? What's the energy like? How does it feel?
The crowd is amazing. I'm so happy that we have Leanza back. The crowd couldn't be crazier. It's so awesome to be here.
Yeah, we can hear them just there in the background as well. They're getting kind of crazy, right? So, of course, you're a professional player yourself. How would you prepare for an event like this? How do you think the players and what's been sort of going through their minds?
So I think bot viewing is extremely important. You need to know who's landing around you, what they do, what their tendencies are. And yeah, just bot view, fix your mistakes coming up to the event, and then just play your game.
Of course, you can give a big insight into the game as well. For a lot of these players, you can sort of, give your insight, maybe to talk to them as well. But we'll stop it right there. We'll throw it back to the desk for some more.
Thank you guys so much. Raleigh Convention Center, you guys ready? Because game number 2 is about to make its way here, so let's make some noise. It's game time. This is the FNCS Invitational 2022 coming at you guys live. Are you two ready?
Yes.
Yes. Beyond ready, beyond excited. I think that more than anything else, this game number 2 could really be a little bit of a breakaway moment here for some of these duos. Cammy and Shetty in particular, they are definitely looking for another highlight reel instance. And whether it comes from Victory Royale or just from being able to rack up those elims, I think that the Polish powerhouse is certainly still making it known that they are some of the best.
Champions are on the stage, right?
I was gonna
Game
say.
number 2 is, this is where you got to start picking it up. You got to start developing your strategies around the meta of the lobby. And, who better to do it than the 100 of the best players from around all of the world?
Look at them zeroing in right now, Vivid. They are so amped. They are focused. The tension is real.
The tension is beyond real, and not only that, but I kind of want to touch on Bugha and Miro. We saw that little listen-in instance between the two of them, and were it any other duo, I think there might be some room for concern, but Bugha and Miro, I think, are an exclusive case, because Miro specifically, this guy is a 5-time FNCS champion, and yet, out of all the FNCS finals that he has competed in, he has only ever collected 3 Victory Royales.
Wow.
So it is a primary example of the fact that high ground can win games, but low ground could possibly win championships. And that moment in game number 1, while it wasn't able to go in their favor because they were struggling with surge management along with some of the other duos, again, they're able to make it happen.
All right, we've broken it all down. We had game 1 wrapped up, it's gone. Game 2 is here, it's now, the battle bus is ready, the players are on board. Let us get this started. Here we have it. Thank you so much, Zeke. We get to start gearing up for this battle bus to take off now.
Yeah, this is finally setting in for a lot of these players on the stage. Game number 2 is starting right now, and hopefully all those nerves from the end of game number 1 have settled, because now when push comes to shove, some of these players that might be at the bottom of the leaderboard, Mr. Savage, iDrop, that went down early, they might have to start dealing with that storm surge early.
And that's right, we saw what happened in game 1. The real question is, how are you going to adjust coming into game 2? This battle bus is telling me that the Chrome Jam Junction is under fire very quickly. It's so close to the drop spawn, you can see already things kick off. This time, iDrop says, you know what? Let's put that weight, in my experience, on my back. Savage takes down Baka, and all of a sudden, it's a different tale to be told.
Happy birthday, Mr. Savage. First elimination here in game number 2, and that puts On1 on notice. You gotta have to watch out, because we're here to fight. That first one might have been a little lucky, but another one, this one, I feel like has to have a little bit more damage, because all 3 of these players, Monster, they were dealing with Storm Surge, and they were just on the cusp. Some were even below.
This is not the only contested drop spot. Don't forget, Tilted Towers has so much going down there as well. So between Cloudy Condos and Tilted Towers, these are the 2 most contested drop spots. And what I saw there is Acorn and Edgy in the feed find Noah Ryler early. So there are big fights unfolding already, just giving us a little sample of how these drops are playing out.
Yeah, you can kind of see everybody just on their drop spot, the ones that don't necessarily have the POI. It's about looting up, getting as much resources as possible, trying to get as many metal and brick as you can in terms. That way, when you make it towards the end game, that way you don't have to worry about it. But for these teams that are also on the outskirts and talk about looting up, you have to start thinking about Storm Surge. Your pathing is going to be so important, because we saw how many teams went down to the Surge itself.
Here is Poland's finest. Game 1 winners from Becoming Legends, Cetis and Cammy. This team here has placed top 10 in every finals they have ever competed with together. But wait a second, hold that thought. And Ass and Pink here on the other side of the Joneses. This is a fight that's being extended out. The last time we were here, Clicks found an elimination with Duke. They actually held it off. Remember when we talked to Reet and Epic Whale, they said, hey, you know what? I believe in the fighting power of NA on this one. They have full confidence that they can do it.
Yeah.
Pink and Anas have to jump back.
Yeah, and you got to think back to that NA East Finals where Clicks solo points after solo points, but as long as these 2 guys stay alive, they're going to be contenders for every single tournament they play in. Duke has FNCS champion in trios. Clicks is one of the best individual players on the planet.
We have a huge opportunity here for Duke and Clicks to continue to put up big numbers. We know they had an excellent kickoff to things here as they continue to find their strides, but things are going to slow down, and you know, you really genuinely expect this to happen, especially at a Fort Jonesies. This is not a POI big enough for 2.
Yep, you see Clicks just trying to gather the information. The longer this fight goes and the higher they build, if it comes to it. You got Jason Basil over on the side. Those are the third parties that we saw towards the early of last game. This is Nas Pink trying to get deep into the box. That Evo Chrome Burst AR. We saw how much damage it does to these builds, and it eats through in a second.
More importantly, if you can find a tags, just big. Like that, Pink and Anas already turning this story on its head here. That's bait there. He sees the shotgun. That moment, Duke does not let it drop. Now, mind you, Clicks has some of the greatest track record in history of taking on head-to-head battles like this. This is why he is so recognized as one of the greats of the space in these kind of moments.
This is where these guys, 66% of their overall victory royales do come from the low ground. The Pink and Anas, they're just trying to keep a little bit of elevation. They're not ultimate high ground, 3-4 boxes big. They're just trying to keep that advantageous position as long as they can. But this monster, this one's dragging out a little too long. Do you think there's going to come a point in time where they just kind of abandon and try to get to the zone?
Well, I hope it continues because the rest of the lobby is just taking their time. 49 duos are still alive here, and this is one of the only ones deciding to go toe-to-toe. Clicks, once again, gets tagged there. And again, let's talk about the bad blood developing between these two. Pink and Clicks were once upon a time almost duos, as Pink was so close to traveling to United States to play alongside them, but now they find each other on the other sides of the monitor here, going head-to-head. And I mean, looking at the HP so far, it's looking very good for Guilds, NS, and Tundra's Pink.
Yeah, and honestly, let's talk about this prolonged fight and what happens if they do actually split right now. They're not going to have a lot of time to go ahead and mat up, but a big shot coming out from Clicks. We know what happens when this man has his back against the wall. His bite is much louder than his bark.
This is where Duke does tend to shine right now. These real scrappy types of engagements. This man does not tend to miss a shot. As now, they're looking. They know the enemies felt that on the other side of the wall, but hey, the longer they stay here, the less the less odds they have to actually survive. The longer story is, of course, making it to endgame. Let's jump on over, though, to our favorites of Miro and Booga here. Head-to-head with Z Andy, Joe FN, Bevy in the distance as well. There's so much going on here.
Yeah, for them, we saw that replay of last game during the listen-in. They were just dealing with Storm Surge and not the best way. Even though they were about 50 above, that's not the position you want to be in. But you can see Booga and Mero have a 60-plus win rate when contested. So they just need to find their rhythm here on this international stage.
Talking about international stage, Alex and Bailey, they have taken this from the player lounge to the main stage. Game 2 now, the fight, the second time. The story won't be the same. It's Yusri who finds the trade there and now has to protect his teammate. A huge shot onto Bailey. It's not looking good for Oceania's champions here, but Bailey waits for the toe-to-toe. He gets the thirst, he needs the points. That's a kind of play you only see in person. A huge shot. Bailey says, respect me, Yusri, back up.
He has some heals to use, but does he have the time? Not finding a way to stabilize. Bailey's gonna get in, but only a sliver of HP, and that's why he's picking and choosing his fights right now. He's just throwing for piece control first, trying to heal up, getting as much shield as he can, but you can see he has no HP to regain, so that knock on the Jew is so important.
And he knows he cannot allow him to get the heal off here. You will not save your teammate if it's up to Bailey. Yusri may have the health advantage, but Yusri has his back against the wall right now. The defensive trade, a huge shot, and Bailey gets caught with his pickaxe out. Yusri clutches up, saves his teammate, and they are in game 2.
Sends him back to the lobby. But third place, NA West, Cool Yumi getting busy already. Elimination on the Wax. Now it's up to Rob Bob, trying to stay alive here, trying to get and find a position to where he can hide. You see it in the mini-map. He just got out, and I love that play coming out from some of these players, choosing not to be the hero, because you end up in the hero in the wrong position, you're end up going to be a 0.
Now, Robab doesn't have a lot of experience here. They've only made 2 finals together between Wax and Robot, but there's a huge development happening here. Let's watch this back one more time. Here's how it kicks off. Cool finds the huge tag. All of a sudden, the knock is there. And yes, there was a third party in the side. You get the reaction as well. You can see how fans are cheering in support of one another. But back into the action. Hellfire, Falconer, new duo, pairing up with one another.
They already took down King, so this has got to be Ed coming out from Brazil. EU, NA West, trying to take down the region, trying to bolster their points, because right now the only points they have is that elimination onto King. But with Storm now covering and moving over them, Ultimate Teams now in the distance as well, it's going to become more and more dangerous.
Falconer's one of the only competitors, one of the very few left in our scene that has been here since the World Cup. He placed 5th in duos way back when. Wait for him to step up to the challenge and take on this first FNCS Finals ever together alongside Hellfire there from Denmark. But on one Mbaka, did they get the save off?
No, I think On was there by himself. He's just trying to stay alive, and it does look like Larson and Smite might know he's there. And this is where On1 has to be very, very careful. Fighting in the storm with very little HP. Larson knocking on the door, trying to burst his way in. You see the bait and switch come through, trying to make sure that both of these players have enough HP to take a big shot from On1 and continue that bait and switch, but he is on the run.
What a tough story for On1 and Baka. Such a great and strong showing in game one. He loses his teammate to Mr. Savage out the gate, survives, saves them, but Smite and Larson, who are contested here by Looter and Muzz, are still in the zone, and they meet him, and that's how they get this first elim. So it's only a matter of time now as their clock rages on. Smite steps up, and there it is. The zone does the rest, and they will find their second elim now, wiping up one of the greats from NA West.
They got to go ahead and travel to zone, but back on board, Falconer and Hellfire, but let's just make it Hellfire because Ed was able to take down Falconer in a 1v2 situation. Now he's 1v1 versus EU. Brazil trying to stand up tall. Ed put the pressure onto those covers, but he knows when to pick and choose his fights. He hears the splashes coming out. He knows that's going on to Falconer. The shield keg as well. He's trying to stop as much of the heals from going through, but it does look like Hellfire is going to get 200 yet again.
Listen, Ed recently signed to Team Liquid, showing you guys why exactly he deserves to be here. He has had some of the most impressive rises in recent times on his region, but now he's looking to represent for Brazil. And of course for Argentina, his teammate King, who is already down. Hellfire manages to lose his teammate. The wall gets taken, and Hellfire has to react quickly, but look at that. He does not miss a beat. Ed finds the siphon, and now it's an even exchange.
Yep. Right now, the two launch pads on the Hellfire. He can abandon this fight at a moment's notice.
Here it
but
is.
Ed with no HP, it's all or nothing.
Here it
This is the moment you've been waiting for.
Here it is.
Coming through, and Ed 1v2s NA East.
Brazil and Argentina are probably standing on their feet right now. Ed touches up a 1v2.
Oh my gosh, and if somehow, some way, he found a way to get King's card, but they're on over to Chonker Speedway. The action will continue. Reason and Aqua going up against Hen and Bevy and Vortexers. They have a lot of practice going against each other on the EU region, so this is no strange fight to them.
What's scary about this is the fact that they've rotated out of the condo down to the territory of Booga and Miro at Chonker Speedway. And yes, they get met with this incredible duo, but it shows you that no one is safe. This entire area is such a deadly play zone, and now you have Reason with the scraps, with his back against the wall, below the Storm Surge, absolutely ready to commit to this battle.
Yep, Aqua and Reason again, 140 below the damage threshold. And you can see all the players at the top of the damage threshold, but this is again what is going to happen at Cloudy Condos. A triple contested spot, but nobody is fighting. That's forcing these players to rotate away to find some extra loot and find the damage. And 165 below, Monster, I would be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous.
Copenhagen Flames, Pablo and Swag on your screen right now, also below, but hey, a good little tag here of Elim for Swag right now, puts him in a nice position. They found a player out in the distance, Snacky and Fast have a window open there, focusing on the duo as well. So they're all looking to target Noah Riley and Bad Sniper. Remember, Noah Riley was eliminated very early to the hands of Edgy while they were landing, and he didn't even get to touch down before he was swatted out the sky.
And game number one winners, Cammy and Seti, they haven't even done much. They get the zone for now. They get the high ground, probably just trying to go for Surge. So that way when they are forced to rotate, they only have to worry about that. But we knew they were down onto Surge. Now the Peace Control is trying to come over. They're trying to break into the boxes. It's now or never because damage is being dished. A huge shot from Aqua's onto Bevy, who's forced back into a defensive position.
Well, here we go. It's now enough in 20 seconds left, but so the Surge gets active, and they have to turn up right now. This is game number 2. Aqua needs these points here. Bevy's manages to go ahead and chug splash his way down. He's back up to Vex HP. He's looking pretty solid, but Aqua not afraid by any means. Meanwhile, Reason finds a wall. That's an angle, but he doesn't like the defensive edit. That responds from Bevy and Vortexer. And now, here it is. Things are going to get dicey as the Storm Surge turns on.
Yeah, look at them. You can see 30 below. Even though they're continuously dropping, they're doing damage. Seti getting one on a Peppo, probably sending him back to the lobby as Scram goes down as well. Acorn found a way to get rebooted, but Deja Vu strikes. He goes down again to Epic Whale, who honestly is having a much better performance this go-around.
But back into the action here. Reason now down to no HP. Aqua is also on the defensive stance here. Down goes Reason. That's a huge shotgun shot from Vortexer from the side. If you blinked, you missed it, and now Aqua has all the pressure on his shoulders. He has to back up. But Vortexer playing smart, respecting the GOAT of EU. Aqua here, our World Cup duo champion, is now left as a solo. Clock's ticking here, the pressure comes in. Bevy's looking for any angle. These are all enemy walls here. One false move and it could be it, but the surge is gonna hurt Aqua. Again, he gets the heal off and no, he gets finished. Vortexer finds the second.
500 above the damage threshold. This is only their second FNCS playing together, and they're looking like they are longtime teammates already. As Joe and Z Andy, uncontested, over towards Synapse Station, looking to get some damage as well. Even though 79 is above the damage threshold, you know as well as I do, that is absolutely nothing.
Nixon and Arctor here. Oh, no, they're going to find a huge elimination here. Another surge fight that's going down. It's attracting the flies in the distance there. You see folks starting to look over. Arctor has a decision to make. Does he push in again? They barely have anything. They've used all their heals. One tag is all it's going to take for take them out. Oh, Grove claps back, though, and that's a huge punishment there. And with the downed body, he says, you know what? I'm going to full finish here. I'm back in this game. Arctor takes off running for the hills.
That was a much needed battle by Groves, and I like to play again. You cannot be a hero in these lobbies as Mustache. Looking like he's having a little bit of trouble here. 202 above the damage threshold. 2 eliminations already, so they finished this fight, but you can see the teams on the outskirts of Rocky Reels, they don't want to let this be an easy rotation to one of the deadliest teams in the lobby.
The launch pad's already down. Malibu and Mustache cap off HP and hit it. Off they go. It's Chicho and Trulix who are looking in. These guys have gone head-to-head so many times in the past, and you know there is all types of bad stories waiting to unfold in front of us. But Chicho and Trulix don't get the elim. They managed to hit the ground running. Malibu and Mustache are waiting here, though. Well, yeah, time to fight back.
Malibu just trying to break through. He talked about in some of those interviews playing a little bit more passive than what he's used to. 2 eliminations. I gotta think they're trying to pick and choose a lot of their battles, but the lobby is putting such a focus onto these 2, getting them to expend so many resources. Malabuka has just about 60 to 70 HP as well. Mustache is trying to do what he can to try to find a stabilization method here, but it's just happening from so many different players who have so many different angles.
One thing that is working, though, is the zone. It pulls pretty close to all the players nearby. Finally, things settle down. Case and Chapik's last game found the same duo on the edge, but let's jump on over to the west side. Let's get to the opposite side. It's Thomas HD and Tripburn. What a great standing so far here, looking pretty solid. They have Janice and Badil weakened nearby. Booga and Miro are also making it much further this game, looking like they've adjusted, learned from their last mistakes, but here we go, that familiar story, 3 above.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the circle is, the zone is literally in the center of the zone. So I don't think there's going to be too much of any slow side for a lot of these teams to try to travel to. With Miro taking a couple of shots, but the team that won off spawn trying to have a much better performance. Mr. Savage and Eyedropper under siege, under pressure. Mr. Savage is going to get dropped for now, trying to pass on the resources to Eyedrop because he knows he's going to have to deal with a lot.
Nore on his back here. Eyedrop has to step up. Savage is down. Can he do it? He's been in so many finals with Mr. Savage, his 3rd appearance now in a big setting like this, but of course, the first return to in-person. They're gonna allow, Marine might actually allow him to get the pickup. Whoa, that is a huge mistake there.
Yeah, a huge mistake, and honestly, these are one of those things that you take a picture, you record this moment right here. Mr. Savage went down. You give a player like that a second chance at life, they will make you regret it. As they're trying to launch pad away, trying to find some sort of safety. Sticking box to box, hip to hip, landing on a couple more resources as well. This is a perfect spot to land at for Eyedrop and Mr. Savage. That way they can replenish some of the lost resources.
Such a massive find right there. It was looking like it was all over for a moment. But there, they get a little lucky. Smite and Larson at 4 elims now. It seems like as all the action, as all the cooks jumped into the kitchen, they have managed to walk away with a successful meal or 2. They're looking pretty good.
4 elims, like you said. Clown Ref's guard, just a little bit above him. You just check a sneak peek at the leaderboard. Cammy and Seti still holding on to first place by 7 to Asia's Barim and Zagu. 151 above for the NA West. 3-time champions, Favs and Snacky, sitting in a good spot, trying to gather the information. But Badil and Janice are under pressure. With Badil down, 56 below the damage threshold. Shots from Thomas HD to take down another EU powerhouse.
And in the distance, Japan is just lurking nearby. Asia has performed so well. Remember, Mareem and Zagu are in 2nd place as the most recent FNCS champions of the Asia region. Easy and Vino, though, big story in front of them. This is a team that we have expected to come out so far ahead of the competition, as they have had one of the more dominating tracks leading into this, taking home a multitude of Elite Cup finals where the competition, as we know it, is extremely tough. Meanwhile, Smite and Larson, battle's breaking out above them. They get to steal the loot here. That's a great find.
Yeah, that's a huge find for them. You get to upgrade some of your inventory, get some more heals. The Chrome Splash probably going to be used a little bit later just to get that rotation to come through. For them, they found a huge amount of resources. That way they could try to make it towards the next end game. But you see Storm Surge just still affecting so many teams.
Tough spot for being there for Larson as he misses the heal. And Anas and Pink go down from the high ground. It's Vortex in hand. They are just turning this lobby upside down right now. Queasy and Vino are back at it again, though, in this endgame here, trying to find a position. Now, remember, what they did in the last game was exactly this. Half in, half out. They say, hey, we're going to play for high ground. Vortex says, all right, you can have it. Hen says, you can have it. I'm going to low.
Yep, I gotta be careful here. Queasy and Vino both know 6th moving zone, which is about to happen here shortly, is one of those zones to where, yeah, you might have the high ground now, but with the amount of launch pads going around, the amount of threats that are in this lobby, you might have to stagger your teammates one forward, one back, just to make sure nobody is able to sneak it away.
Oh, this is looking like a tough situation right now for our champions, Mareem and Zagu. Once again, leading into this game, 2nd place. No heals. Very, very peculiar spot to be in. The zone pulls far south as well. Now, they have some mats, but they will absolutely need a refresher right now. Maybe even a gifted launch pad from a team in the distance. All around them are so many healthy players. On the other side, Vino and Queasy starting to eye up the lobby, size up the rest of this game here. Booga finds Mareem in the feed. There it is. The full finish is going to start to come through. The first elim for Booga and Miro.
This is where I'm looking at the minimap right now, seeing where it's actually going to go. There's different elevations. I think whoever is able to grab a side of that mountain first will have the best chances to win this game overall, as they're still 500 above the damage threshold. Cammy, as soon as he lands, he's going to get back up to 200, along with Seti as well.
Kanata still alive in this game as well. Keep an eye out for him, but Seti and Cammy have to defend their lead right now. 3 elims, what a way to do it so far. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino are still on height. This is one of the toughest end zones as well. Flutter Barn has so much varying terrain. You have to be careful. There are indestructible, large stone monuments in between you and your rotate.
Kanata going down, leaving Macwood as a solo. They at least got 1 elimination, so they don't have to worry too much about damage in terms of Storm Surge. But Booga and Mero, as it does shut off, we saw they were well above it. So changing up their strategy, and it's paying off handedly.
The pacing is incredible right now. Only 19 duels remaining. Things have really taken a turn here for the worst for most. Reed's gonna get burned and turned back to the lobby there as he falls, but that's still well inside the top 20. Meanwhile, Vino on high ground, looking very comfortable. No resistance. Larson and Smite are making up for where they left off. They may have not earned a huge game 1, but a great game 2. And now Miro and Booga are fighting back.
Yeah, 2 of the big NA West powerhouses going down. They're trying to get another elimination, but Booga and Mero, huge shots gonna be fired, but Miro's getting tagged back up. He needs that siphon to go through, but it's still not gonna be enough. PH then does go down. Booga trying to be that IGL. He's trying to lead him to greener pastures, but he's running out of resources. Macwood falls. High ground though. Does Vino and Queasy still have that position onto the high ground? As Spartan Lawson, they're not ultimate low, but they found themselves that perfect middle layer.
And you'll notice Booga is now left by himself. KVR finds his teammate Smite and Larson on the ultimate low. Hen and Vortex front side firing back and on height. Vino and Queasy are looking like this is a fairy tale game for EU once again, but we'll see if NA can step up to the damage. Let's see it. Head is going to be punished and now hunted down. Smite doesn't find the full elim here, but my gosh, already at 6 eliminations. Meanwhile, we jump over. Sensen and Cole still alive here. This is where they do best. Like we said before, it's bread and butter. They know how to stick hit to hip. They have to now. Cole is hurt.
Multiple top placings out of this duo. Not wanting to fall short here today, but Cammy and Seti from high ground to low ground. Another end game is going to be achieved. True Lex gets dropped. Smite's going to go ahead and lend that helping hand. hand, trying to steal away all of that loot, but the zone is just immediately chunking him out. 4 HP and a dream for Smite.
And a huge end game right now in front of Smite here as top 5 unlocked before him. Cammy goes down, Seti goes down, and it is all his here. And now he fights back, but the zone does the rest. Great game there, but Vortex is now by himself. What can he do? Cole and Sentin now have the high ground. They have turned the story around.
I don't know how they stole it away, but Kitos is a solo as well. High ground versus low ground, but it's a 2v2. Scented and Cold versus Vortexers and Hen. This is going to come down to the wire monster, and this is going to come down to Scented and Cold when and where they drop down low.
Once again, we are looking at an NA versus EU finish. Cold is going to get big tag there by Vortex on the low ground. 7 elims, no builds. It's looking very, very tough, and it's the same story for Hen as well. It's all or nothing. Can they find something here? But Scented and Cold, although they have the height, they are also running extremely low on resources. But if there's a team that can do it, it is them.
Yeah, you see them trying to go back outside of zone, trying to find anything to work with in terms of Hen and Vortex. Scented and Cold, we talked about, it's up to them when and where they drop down low. The game is definitely in their hands. They just have to close it out. EU versus NA East. This one is just a prolonged long game, but the damage is in from Cold.
And this is what we talked about. That wall, there's nothing you can do. It's all or nothing. Down goes Cole. Sensit's hurt too, but they have the angle. They're going to wait this one out just for a little bit and allow the zone to do the rest. Cole finds the one, and Sensit finds the other. NA takes game number 2.
You look at that. The passion, the emotion coming out of Scented and Cold. A team from NA East. Honestly, I don't think they got the right respect coming into this event because of what happened to them last season.
That's right. Cold and Scented have been here before, and now they get a victory in person, on stage against some of the best we have ever seen. And what a way to do it. EU game 1, NA game 2. It looks like the stories are tied.
Right there was perfect because you heard me talking about wanting them to drop down low. I want to see what they're thinking, how they're feeling. Kelly, let us know.
I am joined here by Cold and Scented, and you guys, what an incredible run. You got to tell me, though, how did you take height?
So Queasy and Vino just dropped on our sidewalls, and we insta-edited and just shot them.
I mean, obviously a great strategy, right? But, I mean, that final moment there, how did you know how to take them down? Obviously, you guys were kind of in the high ground, low ground fight. What was the final moment like?
Honestly, Cold called to just drop above him and sit there. I don't know. He did most of it that game. He played really well. He's the GOAT.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. You both are the GOAT now. That is game 2 VR for you guys. Let's head on back to the desk.
As EU picks up the first game of the FNCS Invitational, NA strikes back and says, nah, not like this. Cold and Scented, really quickly, I do want to touch on this. At the start of the show, we talked about possibly taking your shoes off as a form of being comfortable. Taco, you're right.
It's a legitimate strategy, man. Anybody that has played competitive will tell you the same thing. It matters, but more importantly, what matters even more so is that jump in the leaderboard positionings that we are seeing happen now for Cold and Scented. A 41 placement jump. Granted, have to keep in mind that it's still a little bit of ways to go, but they are now breaking into that top 10.
Gosh, these leaderboards always seem to surprise me because even after this incredible game from Cold and Scented, they're still 34 points behind the leaders in Cammy and Seti, who, shout out to them for holding the lead. But this is just so good from Cold and Scented, and this is the moment that we missed right here. This is the one that Cold was talking about. Queasy and Vino actually make a play, and this is actually classic for them. I've seen them do this in Elite Cups where they try to quickly pinch a duo that is in these builds, and it usually works out very, very well. But Cold and Scented hold on very, very well, as Cold mentioned, making that instant edit, getting the shot in, and ultimately they realize Queasy and Vino were the ones on height, and let's go up and take it. And this right here, it's just all about riding the zone. Now you can see the zone pulling up there, going right through the mountain. Hen and Vortex just had no chance after that. Clean win from Scented and Cold, who, as you can see right there, what we're referring to, Scented, no shoes.
It makes all the difference, man.
It does, apparently, as proven by Scented. We do have Adam, who is standing by. He's hanging out with a player. Adam, who?
That's right, I'm hanging out with everyone right now, in particular Smite and Larson, everyone. Smite, that was an incredible display just then. We saw 7 eliminations, You clutched up, you had to. So how imperative is it in this situation, in this environment as well, that you have to try and gain as many points as possible, even when your teammate goes down?
It's really important. I mean, like, you need to get as many points as you can. Like, every point matters. Doesn't matter.
Now, you're being contested as well here, Larson. Muzz and Luta. They're looking like they're fighting each time. Are you guys up for this? How are you managing to deal with that when it comes at you?
We're down to fight every game, and I don't care, bro. I'll fight them every game.
You don't care, bro. They'll fight them every game. Give it up for Smite and Larson, everyone! Thanks, boys. And also over here, I'm delighted to be next to Peterbot and Jamper as well. Jamper! It's been I mean, what an experience being here in this situation, this environment. How are you guys dealing with the rest of the regions being here, competing with you in the same lobby?
Our original strategy hasn't been working, so we're gonna have to make changes into the next games. But it's very fun playing here. The crowd is amazing, and I'm happy to be here.
And there's still 10 games left, plenty of time to do that.
Yes.
Okay, you got this. You feeling confident? I'm feeling confident for you. The crowd are feeling confident too. Let's hear it from Peterbot and Jamper as we head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much for that insight coming out of the players. This is kind of what we've been talking about, right? The question has been, once all of these regions finally meet head-to-head on the island, what will happen? Will strategies hold? And the answer for some is no. Because who knew that having to adapt to a meta that is completely different than your own region that you've been playing for several FNCSs now is going to be very difficult.
But if it's anybody that has a strong head on their shoulders, it's going to be Jamper. He's been around for so long, and I love to hear him like, you know, listen, we did the same strategy in games 1 and not working. So let's just switch it up, and I love the fact that they are just able to kind of, you know, have that mentality, but then also have a backup strategy. That's what's really important.
But that's just part of what it means to be part of the 50 of the best duos competing here for the FNCS Invitational title. But not only that, while they might be working on some changes, Cammy and Seti are a duo where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have been maintaining this first place position throughout the first 2 games, and it's definitely a very strong performance here out of this Polish duo. More importantly, I think that Cammy and Seti have just been able to consistently stay working throughout this mid-low ground element, despite the fact that we've been seeing a lot of high ground takes and a lot of high ground play from the close of the lobby. I think that Seti and Kimmy did a great job just holding on to this underside congestion control.
You know, we talked about it after game 1. It's like, whoa, Kimmy and Seti are on high ground. This right here, this was more so their style, where it's just like, you know, we're paying attention to the high ground changes that are going on. And then all of a sudden, we load up the leaderboard, and it's like, okay, they had 44 points after game number 1, and now they're at 77. They just got 33 points that game. When did that happen? You know what I mean? Like, they love to play these games where they don't like to show up and show out. They just consistently get those points. Couple elims here and there. They're not popping off the elimination feed, but they're just so consistent. And those are the type of games that are scary because, you know, we saw a great performance out of Cold Incented, but still, even after game number 2, they're still like 30-odd points behind because Cammy and Seti are playing so well.
And it's the competitive experience, I think, that also helps them with understanding, hey, even if I've lost my duo partner in this moment, I can still hold on for moments longer. I think that that was a great display there, that closing kit there for Seti and Cammy. And I think that ultimately, they're going to probably just keep trying to stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, one point we tuned in, they were 500 above Surge. I don't know how that's humanly possible, but for Seti and Cammy, it's just another day at the office. Let's talk about Queasy and Vino there. They did get edited on, right? And listen, we have, as the viewing audience, we have the much larger perspective, right? For them, in this opportunity, this was the only chance they had, and we're going to start to kind of figure out what happened.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, you know, throughout these replays right here, we can maybe catch some insight into why they actually ended up dropping down, because it seemed like they were getting refreshes. I know they specifically got one right at the start of, you know, moving zone number 2. So it looked like they were chilling on mats. And again, right here, as you can see, Queasy actually only 2 builds up. So that was the call. Let's go try to get a refresh real quick. Unfortunately, Cold Incented, they're so good in box fight situations, especially Cold. You know, Incented picked him up just because he is such that well-rounded mechanical player. And Cold Incented, you know, one thing that I love about them is they're always on the same page. And it's always incredible to see. And right there was one of those situations, unfortunately. Going for those plays is what is going to make the difference on the international stage.
As far as the IGLing is concerned, Queasy seems relatively confident still in that decision. 2 times over now, we've seen this duo go for high ground by the time comes into play. And maybe third time's the charm here for this duo.
All in all, though, the high ground strategy is working, right? Second place right now, only 4 points behind first, so just keep doing their thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, especially looking at how many eliminations they had, man. 5 eliminations, 5 refreshes, and that wasn't enough to take them through that game. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Cold Incented back on them, 44.6 elimination, currently sitting in that #1 spot. Again, 2,800 damage dealt.
That's my favorite stat.
Game 1, we saw it was 2,200, and I thought that is an astronomical number.
Yeah.
Cold Incented said, hold on, 1 moment.
So we're going to see, hopefully we keep seeing those stat lines because as the day progresses, teams are going to get more and more aggressive, which means that they're going to aggressively go up, which means that teams are going to do more and more damage. So hopefully we'll see, maybe we'll break into the 3,000s for an individual team, but yeah, 2,800 damage, that is a lot.
But entering the halftime point, essentially, because heading into game number 3, if there were ever a time to look for a strategy, like what we heard from a couple of viewers earlier, I think that you are better than this is where you want to make your adjustments heading into game 3.
Find out. It is time to see who will rise, who will fall, and how they will adjust to these games. This is game number 3 of the FNCS Invitation. And just like that, we are already gearing up for the next round of action.
Game number 3 right around the corner, but 2 exciting games. Battle Bus is ready. Not long to wait because game number 3 starts now.
Now we're moving at my pace. Let's do this. Take a look at your screens. Take a look at these players. Someone here will walk away with it all.
$200,000 for first place. A trophy unlike ever before seen in Fortnite. And a chance to call yourself one of the best in the world of Fortnite, not just your region.
And it looks like we have a very similar buff to the last round. That means these northern contested teams are going to fight first. One of the biggest things we saw in the game was that early elimination onto Noah Riley. Edgy quite literally, took him out before he can even touch down. And then, of course, there's this battle here, a battle of who can get the best drop. And what a great way to kick things off.
They lose it in game 2, and this time around, they're not even contesting for a fight, but blinking, you might have missed it. A first elimination is going to be on to Looter, so Smite and Larson are finding ways to get things done again.
And A fires back first onto OCE here, and a great find, a great reward comes out of the very little time Larson and Smite had to loot up there. Take a look at these loadouts. It all comes together for them now. Sometimes it's all it takes, right? Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of luck. You get the right loot, you're able to take that fight, that fight nice and fast and clean it up.
You can see now the picking and choosing coming through. They're going to slow things down, try to loot up as much as possible, making their way in towards one of the only houses towards Grim Gables, and you can kind of see in the distance, Muzz is still floating around, and he's not trying to cause too much commotion and put the focus onto him. He's just trying to wait for Smite and Larson to leave so he can try to get that free reboot onto Looter.
All this pressure onto Muzz's shoulders now as he is trying to wriggle his way through this low ground here. He knows that material is going to be the key to allowing him to do something big here. Achieve the unthinkable, win a 1v2 against Smite and Larson, who built their entire reputation this last chapter off of these early game fights. Smite wants none of that. He walks to the wall. Muzz, you're great, but how good? And no, Smite and Larson come out on top. They clean things up for 2 games in a row now and earn themselves a little bit more.
And as soon as Mr. Savage gives up a little bit of the high ground on when Ibaka immediately trying to take it over, him and iDrop are separated just a little bit, and that could have been a perfect opportunity for them to strike, but everybody is just biding for time, biding for that perfect moment so that they can pounce. And this one that we talked about, you heard it from Mr. Savage, you heard it from iDrop. I've been landing here for a year straight. No one is going to scare me off.
Well, the real question is iDrop walling out right now? He's getting very close to Onwin and Ibaka. But no, now he decides, all right, I'll listen to you, Savage. I'll come on down, but you have to meet me down here as well. And they start to retreat here. And this might just end, but no, Ibaka steps up, but Savage is so quick. What a shot right there. And now he turns the tables around. iDrop
looking to meet them down here. A great free fire, but not enough to find a tag. And all of a sudden, now they reevaluate.
Yeah, I like the outside of the box thinking coming out for a couple of players in the game already, bringing out their protractors, trying to find that extra angle. And that's the thing, if you have all that confidence in your teammate as a solo, you'll allow them to kind of play with the angles, play with the high ground, and try to see what they can get. And they get 149 damage, disappearing off the back of On1. Another shot's gonna be fired. Hey, Rob goes down. It's a 1v1. Mr. Savage versus On1.
Savage wants none of it. He wants none of it. He finishes it up. And just like that, 2 games now, he's back in it. Meanwhile, Malibuk and Mustache, one of the greatest duos we expected to show up today, put on such a performance, have been met with so much resistance every single turn. There's a new great team waiting for them. This has been probably their least favorite duo to meet, though.
Yeah,
Chapix and Tayson.
It does look like they're fighting over the vault that is right below him. Doesn't want to let that one go easy. But you got to be careful because there's a third team landing towards Cloudy Condos, another team towards the north in the form of Kanata and Macwood that could be lending that helping hand, trying to get that Storm Surge damage for themselves and make your job that much harder for Malibuk and Mustache. It's all about trying to find the perfect angle, trying to find that information so they can try to catch a player off guard, because we already know they're one of the most aggressive teams in this lobby.
See it. They're waiting, trying to capitalize on any opportunity here. We all know what Tayson is capable of. One of the most winningest players in the European region. He has done it all. He has proven it all. All that's left is for him to show up in person and put the numbers up. But it's no easy task right now. Malibuk and Mustache are so good playing defensively right now. They're doing a great job, but Tayson is slowly, inch by inch, getting closer and closer.
He won't let that piece control go over. Tayson has tried a few times, but you try again. Eventually you'll find some success. They're able to take it just for a few seconds, but the longer you fight this far out of zone, it's gonna get more and more dangerous because we got
huge tag on Chapix here, nicely done. He's gonna open things up, allow him to get some more territory, and closer he walks, but Tayson fights back. The 4X FNCS champion is all of a sudden now with his back against the wall here. But no, he's hurt. Malibuk says, forget that. It takes him down, and now it's up to Mustache, and no, he finishes it off too. And Chapix is left running, trapped now, inside the box. Oxygen starting to run out. He fights back, but for how much longer? Chapix does so much damage. He loses the wall, and no more shield now, and it's all over. Chapix and Tayson fall.
And for Malibuk and Mustache, that is huge. Because not only does it get you elimination points, it gets you the Storm Surge, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game as Chimp and Scram trying to get things going for them. Chimp, one of the most consistent players in NA East. You got Hamsu and Vatch on the other side, also from NA East, so they have a lot of familiarity in terms of fighting against each other. Scram is going to be the odd man out, and you see him trying to find some separation because him and Chimp are not that close together. And all it takes is for both of them to kind of bum rush into one box and kind of end their run.
Now jumping over to the other side of the map, as we all know, this area, one of the most highly contested zones right now, Tilted Towers, at every single in-person event, has always been the home of fireworks. And Chicho and Trulix are looking to go ahead and see what they can spark up nearby, but that's not going to be anything. On the other side, NA West, Cool and Yumi. One of the few teams on NA West showing up in the top 10 so far.
Yeah, had a fantastic game, number 1, 3rd place. Cool got to be living on a prayer right now because for him, he 1v2'd. Unfortunately enough, he was unable to get Yumi up in that game. He had to finish it off as a solo. And for this duo, it's kind of slow and steady. They land out here towards the island, a little uncontested. They might have one team just a little bit south. For them, it's about getting the resources, looting up, and then they go on the top of the Mighty Monument to find their surge before they eventually try to rotate out.
Robob and Walks now, stepping up. They're chasing down Peppo here.
Runa's already gone, too.
And of course, Runa, yeah, way off in the distance
No,
here.
he's gone. He's out. He's watching.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be good. Bob forced to kind of in a defensive position. Walks trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Peppo doing all he can. One of the best in his region, but while it does look like it's going to be taken, walks with a huge shot. Runa and Peppo go down in 45th place.
Tough spot to be in for Runa and Peppo. One of the few representatives for the Asia region have now been taken out. Cold and Sensen on the other side after a hot win there are now positioned up dead center, and it seems like they have done enough. This villain story that we've seen unfold over the weekend, contested in the lead up. Malibu and Mercer are still problems on the horizon. Could it be, of course, Booga and Mira who were looking off and picked them off?
I knew they were going to go on top of the Mighty Monument to try to get the Storm Surge. But great minds think alike. Peterbot and Jamper from NA East beat them to it and took down one of the players from the NA West Championship duo. It's going to leave Cool by himself yet again, but how many 1v2s can you take?
This is Peterbot, though. Put some respect on his name, and he makes it look easy. And just like that, Jamper and Peterbot earn themselves a huge elimination onto a team inside the top 10. What an Elin.
And for them, you got to think Peterbot and Jamper don't have to worry about Storm Surge in the immediate future, but you know how active this lobby is. They got to start thinking about it later on in the game once they find that rotation.
Well, listen, we have Mini Miner here to update us on more action.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, this is a prime example as to how to finish a fight quickly, right? We know PH Scene and Ketos are fighting in the middle of the map. They need to finish this fight quickly, and look at that. Pinching from both angles, getting that Storm Surge done early, as well as bolstering their loot. Look out for this team for the rest of the game.
And that is such a huge set of elims there, because that's another team that is huge, like honestly showing up for the Brazilian region. PH and Ketos, man, wait for them to just really show out. You know, the discussion and lead up to this entire event was things are going to be easier. You know, let's not respect these guys. And now all of a sudden they're saying, hold up. No, hold my water. Hold my mini shield. Let me show you what I'm capable of. And I am so impressed by what we have seen so far.
And you're seeing a lot more activity in this game than the previous two, because they're starting to fill each other out. They're realizing how hard it is to get Storm Surge later on in the game, so they're trying to get it as early as possible, so that when they end up in those close zones, they're boxed up, they can pick and choose when they have to peek, instead of Storm Surge saying you have to go or you're going to go back to the lobby.
Video no stranger to victory royales, but falling very much short so far. You saw the standings there, 4 points separating first and second. Still a very much competitive competition, but EU has taken big strides to start leading the pack here. Pamsu and Fatch are solid, but let's get on over to Clix and Duke here. They've had such an uphill battle fighting their way out of the Joneses against Pink and Anas, and we've already seen it has not been easy for them.
35 below the damage threshold. For them, they have to worry about it, yes, but it's such a low number. They're just trying to get ahead of a lot of the rest of the teams, so that way they can easily try to look back. And the shot still coming in from the high ground. There goes Duke trying to poke a couple of shots. He finds some good damage, but takes some as well. Going to be above the damage threshold, so once again, they can find a way to kind of rotate forward. And I want to see them do that now, because history says when Clix and Duke fall behind the zone, they somehow find a way to kind of not have those good games.
I think the player base tends to forget, the scene tends to forget. Clix has also competed in the World Cup for solos and duos. This is where it all began for him so many years ago. And just look at the difference now. All grown up here at the international stage, still competing at the highest caliber. Remember Reem and Zagu, similar stories. They've been putting in work for a very long time, but look at this. Tough right now. This is the worst we've seen them.
Yeah, we're pretty active in game number 1. Trying to do it again in game number 2. Game number 3, 164 below the damage threshold. The lucky thing for them is not only are they right at the edge of zone, they have rotation right above them, they have elevation right above them, so they're going to be able to kind of lay their eyes on the land and try to find the shots. But Bevy and Vortex are under siege yet again. Luckily for them, they're 153 above the damage threshold, so they can pick and choose. Do we fight this here? Do we kind of wait a little bit longer? And it looks like they're just going to peek, try to get even more surge, and hunt down these teams as Vortex takes a huge amount of damage.
Vortex versus Vortexers for a second there. Don't be confused. Two very different duos.
Kanata and Macwood, though, are alive right now. We've seen them put up some exceptional performances today so far, especially in that game 1. They were the upset to Bugha and Miro. Game 2, not quite where they wanted to be, but this here is a chance at redemption. They find Robab and walk on the edge of zone. Malibuka from the Storm to the new safety of the zone. It's not looking good, though. He has lost his teammate.
Yeah, early games, they were below on damage, not getting too aggressive. And you see the Asian duo taking out Brazil as well. King went down, but that's Jason Basil above Malibuka. Do they know he's weak? That is the biggest thing, because if they know he's a solo and they know he has a total of 86 HP and shields, you know as well as I do, they're probably gonna go, but that's information that they lack.
Well, don't yell too loud. Let's go ahead and jump into Bad Sniper and Noah Riley right now. They're starting to eye up the competition on the other side of the wall as well. You can see they're just looking, but hey man, there's something about these extremely healthy builds. You know, no one really wants to fully commit a full mag inside. You have to start deciding for yourself. Are they in a world of trouble? Can I actually do it? And Bad Sniper says, instincts speak louder here. I want to step up. I want to take this fight right now.
He heard Fab's shield get cracked by Storm Surge, and he immediately looked that direction. Bad Sniper and Noah Riley coming out with a vengeance here in game number 3. Right around the corner, though, you got to watch out. Cammy and Seti is there, but back on board this fight where Malibuka is still alive by himself. Jason Basil, they're trying to attack right now, but Malibuka doing a good job. He's doing everything that he can. Pressure from so many angles. Is he going to be able to escape?
Let's see it go down. Jason Basil have an incredible win rate in these close game battles in the early zones, and look at that. All of a sudden now they add to it, padding the stat, making it look nice and solid. Clicks and Duke thought about it. They say, no, OCE boys, you got it. I'm getting out of here. And that is so much respect, because they are so far below the surge as well. They could have easily stood there and fight. They need it more than anyone.
And
as do, oh my gosh, our game leaders, Seti and Cammy, are actually below the surge. This is so bad for them.
They just need to be able to find a position front side of zone, but they think it's the less traveled, but there's so many teams in front of them. 3 directly on the right, 3 directly on the left.
No.
1 is behind them, and it's hot on their heels. That's Noah Riley, that's Bad Sniper. He was shot by Cammy, box to box, he's knocking on the door. He wants to finish this one off. Inside of Storm, nobody really having HP to kind of regenerate, and Cammy and
お願いします。おはようございます。今起きて1分ぐらい、マジか。みんなコメントと高評価ぜひぜひお願いします。全部のコメント読んで。
alongside Noah Riley as well. Way to do it there. Switzerland has to be happy, but let's jump on over to Rezon, who is of course representing for the EU side and Germany. But let's see it. Aqua looks for something. He's got Duke in his sights for Duke. Claps back and Aqua's hurt. He loses reason, but Aqua manages to find a 2-for-1 special and cleans things up.
Yeah, Duke was getting chunked out by the zone. He had 2 players hot on his heels. It's not the exact position you want to be in, but these guys can show up at any moment in any game. But for them, they're down 3.
And 1 shot, 2 Eagle Limbs, a very rare occurrence.
When you're that good, you're that good.
That is true. Here's an ass in pink. We already know. Now, their biggest problems are down. They're out. Kitos and PH Zin, here they are. Looking to continue to hold their position. They're 100 above the surge. They are just around that top 5 position leading into game 3. What is almost the halfway mark of the competition. And Brazil could not be prouder to have them representing here.
You see, jumping on board, Bob Kebab is already down. He is out. Chimp's gonna be able to get 2 more points in the elimination for himself, including Storm Surge as walks. He has no shield. He has no HP to regenerate. Just 50 HP total left to his name. And those 2 launch pads. But that's also what worries me, is those 2 launch pads, because he has a far rotation to go, and he's going to have to probably use both of them with short pads in order to get there.
That's right. He's looking to go ahead and make that move. There's nothing in front of him. Meanwhile, Miro and Bugha, decisions for them as well. How do they want to move out? They hear the launch pad go off. They say, hey, let's save ours. Come up here. Let's go ahead and recycle that. Can they find it? There it is. They do get it. And they go in the opposite direction. That is the difference in strategy. Miro and Bugha go right. Closest way of least resistance directly to the zone. Wax stood far left.
And that probably would have been the saving grace, because he ran into Aqua and Reason, who immediately took him down. His threats is going to fall as well. Pablo gets taken down to Brazil's Kitos. Alex going ahead and taking down TSM Reed. So much action going down around the lobby as Booga and Mero trying to find that sweet spot. Because you know as well as I do, as long as they make it to end zone, those eliminations will naturally present itself.
This is a team that has struggled in the early instances of the chapter this season, but they have managed to find their way into such a great position. But now, let's jump on over to some of the GOATs. Vino and Queasy, 2 Elans already poising themselves up for an excellent game here. Near max material, so they have to be coming just off of a fresh refresh right there. Quite literally bounce them back in the game. And man, you don't see this very often where it's your drop spot where you start off and the zone just lands directly on top of you. So they are being served up.
Yep. And right now, for end zone like this, when it is on your drop spot, you already know how to traverse every piece of terrain that is around as Kito's still trying to do wonders. Not a lot of HP on PHN, so these guys down on damage in terms of Storm Surge have to figure out what they're going to do, because if they wait too much longer, they will be down. They will be out.
Well,
here it is. Luckily for them, the
まずね、
threshold is met.
今クイージーたちを応援してて、クイージーザゴミニムとルナペポ応援してるんだけど、めっちゃ上位なんよ、ザゴさんとかクイージーとか。クイージーはまあ、そりゃあれだけ優勝候補だから。ほら、ミニムとさん、ザゴ。
Everything to play for right now, but jumping over to Zagu and Mareem, they're still alive right now. Some of Japan's best are here.
Trippin and Thomas HD, one of EU's best as well. And honestly, one of the fan favorites to take it off. 296 above the damage threshold. Joe and Z Andy right in front of him. Piece control is going to be important towards this end game, because you go into the wrong box at the wrong time, they're going to take you out, and they're just trying to gather that information. They know they don't have far to go as the shot's going to be fired and landed onto Hen, who's dropped down to about 50 HP. And with that, you see other teams taking notice, and they're also putting that pressure on.
Trippin has full trust in his teammates, but their Elim gets sniped up right there. Is Zagu and Mareem, who are just coming out and literally reaping the benefits, taking all the spoils. Edgy and Acorn have high ground right now. What in the world? An excellent game. 1 second place finish, leading into game 3 in such dominant position right now.
Yeah, and I was one of those people last season saying Edgy can do it on NAEs, try to be the 2 region champion. What would you call that here? Would he be the 7 region champion, 8 region champion if he wins this?
I mean, at this point, he's looking to break that second place curse too. He wants to make sure he gets one for Queasy and Vino. Caught lacking. Don't forget, they were the most stacked duo in this lobby. This is their home position, the drop spot of Shiny Sound. And now, all of that luck and hard work, preparation out the window.
One from Asia, one from EU. They actually got an elimination each on the team as Scented and Cold trying to get to that front side of zone. They have that victory royale in the last game. 32 above the damage threshold. Luckily for them, not too many players have to go down before they go ahead and have to not worry about it. Is Aqua, Reason, not too much to worry about in terms of Storm Surge, but they have to find that sweet spot in zone. They're going to use the launch pad to get there.
When you see Reason and Aqua looking up, you know there's only one thing in front of them. How can we take this high ground? Tripper, no, has a problem in front of him. He gets punished. He backs up. Great defensive maneuvers right now. Okay, and Thomas takes the lead. He says, hey, you go ahead, pause down, heal. I'll continue to tarp out. We have the zone right here. See Andy and Joe, even with a messed up finger, Joe is not going to allow him to stop playing for the big positions right now. And he's got this high ground. It doesn't even look like it's been affecting him at all. Yeah. Look at this. 3 Elans.
Goes through the loadouts. He had all the maps to hold on to that high ground with 7 moving zone, even if it's contested. Reason A and Aqua trying to fight for it, but they're going to get stuffed. They're going to get shut down for now, and you can see the pressure from Joe and Z Andy. They're looking towards the backside of zone, and they're putting shots on players who are suffering the Storm Surge.
Oh, he goes for the low pad. Aqua wants to get down to the low ground here. No reason to play for the builds. He doesn't have enough to make it. Is Reason behind him is the real question. Meanwhile, another endgame for Kitos and PHN. They have 4 Elans representing for Brazil right now, and they are almost inching their way to the top 10 right now, but Cold and Scented are right in front of them. This is where they do the most work. This is where they play best.
Yeah, they're just recycling a lot of those builds towards the low ground. Trippin trying to take that cheeky shot to the backside of zone. Elevation up. Thomas HD probably leading the charge, making sure that these guys are on the same page through and through. Booga backside his own. 2 men miss. He's just trying to go ahead and stagger himself out. And he found an elimination on the Jew. More HP for him. And look at the resources he found.
And it's huge right now. He's managing to fight his way through. He finds another one there in the zone. A huge tag is going to keep him alive right now. And look at him start to sprint here. But no, he's hunted down and taken out back by Thomas HD. And all of a sudden now Thomas has all the extra refreshes here. But he's starting to run out. Is he going to go for low ground? Or is he going to continue to hold out here? Reason has a decision to make as well. Off to the side he goes. This player's in front. Cold is down. We saw that exchange. It's a big one.
Yep, he's just trying to stay alive. Reason's doing a good job staying ahead of zone. And now he just has to man-minute stuff to find a way to stabilize. It's Thomas HD. He's trying to stagger himself towards the backside of zone. Running out of ticks onto that man-minute. A huge shot's going to be fired. Thomas HD is trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Zagu from Asia strikes again.
It's just not enough. Zagu says, I am here to play and put some respect on us. Sentin is going to fall to EU Scram. And again, Zagu is now by himself. Chrome Splash comes out. He finds his teammate. Does he get the save? Now this is what you want to see. A big save here in the ultimate low could change the entire story.
This could be huge for Asia. This could be huge for Zagu and Miram. But Joe and Ziani, they have the high ground.
Oh no.
He wasn't able to get the revive off. This is going to be huge. He's the only solo left in the world of duos.
Oh no, but he knows that's enemy build. He goes up, the side jump. He has enough. He takes high ground, but no. Ziani's here to back up. He goes for the falling shot, doesn't quite find it. Chimp and Scram, Heal this going down, and they are having an opportunity here, but no. Chimp does not take advantage. He is now by himself. He has lost his teammate. Can he find a steal of points here? He's looking for it. Zagu jumps to the ultimate low. Chimp's trying to time his exit, and he gets caught out, and down he goes. Z, Andy, and Joe now have 8 eliminations and a win set up potentially in front of them.
Yeah, 2v1 situation. EU versus Asia, and for Zagu, this man has the world on his shoulders. Just a sliver of HP, a little bit of shield, and it's not going to be enough. Joe and Z, Andy take game number 3.
EU claps back once again and takes game 3 with the big win finish there. But what a performance for Zagu and Marine to show up. That is an incredible way for them to go ahead and make a statement today.
Yeah, incredible indeed, because it's all about consistency, not necessarily getting a victory royale in every single game. If they can keep this up at this pace, it'll do wonders. But for EU, Joe and Z, Andy, they take the game and they have all the momentum now.
And this is what I love about in-person events, because they get to take that walk straight to center stage, and we actually get to hear from the competitor.
次の試合始まるまで一回ポートナーしよう。リッチェンチャットできたらめっちゃコメントしてくれると嬉しい。 けよ、てめえ。爪立てな、カス。マジ痛いんだけど。マジでもう最悪。どんだけ傷だらけ。ごめん。一瞬ごめん。りっちゃんマジでごめん。できたらコメ活の方よろしくお願いします、りっちゃんさん。ちょっとモデモデの仕事、あとモデモデの仕事ちょっとやってもらっていいですか。固定コメントの方のモデモデの仕事の方ちょっとお願いいたします。ザコさん同一時マジでマジっすか。やば。日本最強じゃねえか。マジでやばくねマジで。でも僕ちょっとね、クイージーさんの方をちょっと応援していきたいな、僕は。ちょっとクイージー推しなんで。推しっすよ、マジクイージー。ザコさんも推したけどね。俺がさ、推してた2人がさ、1位ってすごいな。ルナベボちょっと泣いちゃうね。ルナベボ頑張ってほしいな。でもラスダヤさんありがとね。ありがとう情報。今頃リッチンが固定コメントを書いてくれてる地域だ。でどんどんコメントしていただけると嬉しいです。ラスダヤさんのコメント全部読むようにするんで、だからどんどんお願いします。かわいそう。これでいい。これでいい。これで OK。お前みんなコメントマジ頼むよ。みんなコメン活どんどんしてくれよ。誰やねんマジで。なんで俺のとこ入ってくんのこういう人。なんで俺のとこワンボックス入ってくんの。意味わからん。本当に意味わからんないけど。なんでこの人に俺がやられるん。どこに負ける要素があるんこの人に。わからん。ゲーム4まだかな。1日目の半分が終わりました。今世界大会4分の1終わったところでザゴさんが1と幸先めっちゃいいっすね。ここからどのように伸ばしていくのか面白くなっていきますね。 次の試合が始まるかな、もう少しで。多分もう少しで始まると思うけど。よいしょ。皆さん、誰が勝つと思いますか？予想コメントお待ちしております。ちなみに僕は、今1位のベノさんとクイージーさんです。マジキモいと思う、こういうやつ。何がしたいの？こういうことしてるの。マジで何 光で落下してマジで
In this most recent game, they're getting to the late game, and not only that, they're getting in with a good amount of elims. If they keep up this consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if they maintain that spot in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the latter there you mentioned, PhD and Ketos, those guys are doing really, really good at getting that early aggression off spawn. They're getting their Storm Surge out of the way because, of course, they're landing at a central POI, that sort of red bridge just to the left of that sort of mid-map area. They're doing a really, really good job at getting the Surge. Of course, we had a few questions about that. Maybe there could be third parties coming in, of course, with there being such a central location, but they're answering all of the questions. And oh boy, are they fighting with some prowess. They're fighting with some aggression, and it's good to see. They're not nervous.
Yeah, Storm Surge, we saw it very prevalent in Game 1, right? A lot of these teams coming out and saying, this is a massive issue, and already within 2 games, we're seeing some of this being corrected. What might be a couple of the changes? Like, obviously, a lot of people kind of what we've hinted at is they're just getting aggressive, man. They're just saying, look, if you want to fight at my POI, let's do this. Let's go.
Look, speaking about a change, I want to see what Queasy and Vino do after this halftime, right? They've had 3 games. The first 2 went really well, and then this last one, they ended up getting eliminated a little early. I believe it was Queasy that was the last one standing. Vino got knocked down, and then he went for the revive and got taken out as well. So it might have just been, you know, a little mistake that happens. Mistakes always happen, but it's all about overcoming that, you know, leaving it behind you, adapting, and playing better in the upcoming matches. So I'm curious to see what they change.
Yeah, and of course they've had that break now, right? We don't usually have this in traditional tournaments. We don't usually have this half-time break in between 3 and or the first 3 games, the latter 3 games. So this is something that I'm excited to see. Who's made the most of this time? Who's been really looking at their gameplay? Who's been analyzing? How can we solve the problems that we've had? And it's going to be up to the teams that have used that time most effectively. I think they're going to be the ones that have come out on top.
And I hope some of them have even taken this time and just said, like, let's just calm our nerves down. Like, as incredible it is to have an audience just lose their mind when elimination goes out or if victory all happens, we just need to contain ourselves. Even if something goes wrong, we're eliminated off spawn, it's not the end of the world. Just calm the nerves. Right, these are 100 of the best duos that all 7 regions have, right? So if they lose an off-spawn fight, it doesn't mean they're a bad duo. Doesn't mean they're not capable of winning the competition. They just had one off-spawn bad fight, and they need to correct it.
Right, I mean, if you're gonna have a bad on-spawn fight, or even a bad match, the best time to have that bad match is right before the break, right? Because you have the time to stay calm, stay collected, refresh your mind, get a bit of water, get hydrated, get some food in you, and continue playing.
Of course, and things can change so quickly as well. We saw a very, very north zone in that previous game, all the way up to Shiny Sound. It wasn't necessarily the zone that we would have expected a team that landed all the way on the south, Joe and Ziandi, to do well in. But it just shows things can change, and it's about the teams that are most adaptable to those changes that are going to be able to find the success. I'm impressed so far with all these high ground plays because a lot of these teams, they are high ground teams, particularly on some of the regions that we haven't talked about so much. Those guys, they know how to play height, so nobody's safe.
That's right, man. All these duos are back at it. Just look as we've kind of taken moments to just visit with each duo. You can tell the focus is there. A lot of them are ready to get back at it. What are you guys hoping to see changes for these next 3 games?
Look, we've seen a lot of victory royales come from the clouds, right? From up above. I want to see people down in the dirt, fighting back and showing what they're made of, right? Getting those elims on the teams up above and, you know, getting a VR from it.
You know who I think can do that? Ami and Seti, right? We saw it in game number 1. They won on high ground, right? Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo. We're usually seeing them playing their materials, riding just on that edge of surge and just trying to keep their materials going throughout that end game with some refreshes, but they play very, very calmly, if you like, which is something that could be really, really useful for them. I was thinking, like, you know, they won game 1. Of all the teams that you want to win game 1, for the other players, you don't want it to be Kami and Seti because they can play so consistently, and I'm expecting to see more of that from them. Hopefully this halftime break, let's give them some time just to chill. It's like, hang on a sec, we won game 1 on height. Like, what's this? This is so alien to us.
I think what's interesting too is I've seen a couple duos now. It's like, hey, you look over, they got like 5 elims, but they still don't have what it takes, right? They're out of ammo. They have no heals. They have no builds. Why is that? If we're capable of finding 5 eliminations on a stage like this at calibers like this, what are we lacking?
There's so many types of engagements that you can encounter during a match, right? It could be early game engagements that staggered out and lasted a long time. We have Murstache and Malibuka going against Tayson and Chapix. I mean, those 2 duos alone are literally titans of their own region, and having them go head-to-head, those engagements can last a little while, and if it takes a long time to finish an engagement, you lose a lot of materials, you lose resources, you lose shields, and even if you end up coming out on top from that engagement, you've already used everything, and it's difficult to come back from that.
And of course, I mean, look at the lobby, right? Let's just take a look at it because everyone in this lobby is incredible. They're not going up against the likes of me and you. They're going up against some solid players, and they're proving.
Yeah, I'm a walking 50 shield refresh. Don't even worry about me.
I can back.
We do have Adam and Kelly standing by. Friends, over to you.
Thank you so much, Desk, and thank you guys for hanging out with us. We wanted to make sure that our players had a break between games 3 and 4, get some food, get some drinks, and now they are ready to go.
All right, we have got ourselves a game 4 imminently, but we need the entire world right now to hear us, North Carolina. Let us hear you make some noise! Let them hear you in Japan, in Greenland, let them hear you in Mars! We are here!
We are ready, everyone. Let's go to game number 4.
Start game 4.
Now that's what we like to see. Let's go ahead and just pick things up and get right to it. Game 4 is underway. The players are already landed off the battle bus. If you were walking around, take a seat because it's time to get into the action.
And it's already looking like Kanata trying to get busy. Taking down Vortexers for the first elimination of the game. Ascented trying to put shots on into the distance. It does look like Cole got a knock onto Pars. The angles and the pressure is already coming out. These guys have been battling all weekend long for that contested drop spot in the middle islands. And with Pars dropping, Raze has the world of pressure on his shoulder in this game.
It's so crazy because we didn't think they were going to be able to do it. Get past this, what feels like crazy hurdle. Being contested on an in-person event should honestly cross you out of the equation here, but not for these competitors. They don't let that little inconvenience stop them. If anything, they weaponize it. They've turned it into surge tag. They've turned it into great standings.
even Sagu and Marine here from Team Alba representing for their entire region at the Rave Cave.
Yep, this is huge. You got Thomas, HD, and Tripperin, Commandment, and Avery all landing towards the Rave Cave. Luckily enough, this is one of the biggest POIs with a ton of loot to go around. And you're kind of seeing not too many early game fights going down over there. As Kitos and PH Zin trying to have that early game that they want, because for them, they've been doing so consistent lately out of this drop spot. Not too much contesting going by. And for their Storm Surge, they have so many players around them so they can gather it.
Now what's crazy is that the story of Brazil is W key, but not for them. They've made all their points through placement. They actually have some of the lowest eliminations overall. When you stand them against the others inside the top 5, they're actually at the lower spectrum. But Vico and Marine here starting to get into some dangerous territory. You can see the reality tree is no free position by any means. You have Retake and crew up above, Z, Andy, and Joe, who have just taken home a huge moment and win for themselves, are now poised up at the Synapse Station just south of Booga and Miro.
Yeah, and right now, even though they have uncontested drop, it almost makes me wonder with the zone kind of being towards the northeast portion. I was going to say exactly this, what Grim Gable looks like for Larson and Smite, who actually did win that off-spawn exchange last game against Buzz and Looter, trying to have that repeat success here in this game. But right now, they're just kind of taking their time. They're high up on the mountain, so they got to be careful for those third-party attempts to come through.
Now, Muzz and Looter are playing potentially spoiler here outside the Grim Gables, because we have this Larson and Smite duo who have fought their way on up to 7th. And again, Elims are the name of the game for Larson and Smite, but this is where they have built their reputation, fighting in the early game, managing to get so much experience being contested season after season. It started way back north where Vino and Queasy are, but hold up, Larson finds one, the trade is good, and Smite gets the other, and down goes OCE, Muzz, and Looter.
That was a fantastic play by Larson, reading him like a book. He turned the page and got an elimination as Mr. Savage strikes again. Onward goes down. Baka has to go ahead and figure out what to do next as iDrop's trying to get those angles. Right now, they're just trying to alleviate the pressure, but the Brazilian duo that you're talking about, King and Mr. Savage, they're looming in the distance, waiting for that perfect moment to strike.
And that's right. This is such a huge opportunity. Now, remember, they land just west of the Chrome Jam Junction. For them to come in, sweep things up, could change the story around. There it is. They open up with a couple tags, but iDrop gets to the loot first. He's got the refresh. He's got a little more material, and you have to assume King and Ed are just a little bit more positioned and ready for this, but a good defense, a good bluff is all you need here to back them off, and it is going to be enough. King and Ed don't get to show us what they're made of in a clean 2v2.
Another team's kind of floating in towards Chrome Jam. That is the Asian powerhouse. But over here, towards the islands, towards Mighty Monument, you have the FNCS, NA West champions, trying to have that repeat performance in game number 1. That's Basil, that's Chase, that are under pressure. High ground is seemingly right now cemented to the PSG TNA duo.
Now Yumi is very solid. Cool's gonna find Jason the feed there. It's up to Basil by himself. Basil has no teammate to work with here, and he is trapped inside this stone build here. This is a very tough tower to play out of. Awkward positions to build, and the terrain gets extremely weird. He does drop a few layers, but there's only 2 exits, and one of them's cut off by tons of enemy territory. So look at this. He goes out the back with the windows there, and that is that game knowledge kicking in there. Yumi and Core looking so solid. This is what they do on a day-to-day basis, isn't it, Jacob?
Yep, this is exactly what they came to do here with that stunning performance last season. Even though it was a 2-day competition, they ran away with it on day 1, and when push came to shove, they held on to it in day 2 to take home that crown. But you can kind of see the Brazilian duo slowing things down just a little bit. They thought it was going to be an easy third party on a Mr. Savage and Baka and On1, but it wasn't as easy as we thought.
Definitely, and of course, plenty of highlights as well. Let's get caught up with how this unplayed and unfolded. So On1 just gets snuck up on there. You saw all the chrome builds. He says, no, I'm not going through that. We're going to go and take the easy path here.
But that's exactly what iDrop was kind of talking about. He said, I've been dropping here for 12 months.
Right.
I'm ready to fight. I'm not splitting loot. I came to take what's mine. And he does it game after game after game. If they can keep up this type of consistency, mix that with an opportunity to take the end game, this is a recipe for a duo that can catch fire at any moment. Because you got to remember, one of the last in-person events that we had, not the last one, but one of the last, Mr. Savage took it out on top. You had Bizzle in second, and the placement's down far after.
That's right, but look at this. Seti and Cammy going to the old trusty right on top of this air blimp. This is what you expect. This is a huge double-edged sword here where you expose yourself, but you just open up the entire terrain before you. As we jump on over to Kitos and PH in here, looking absolutely phenomenal. They have more eliminations against players inside the top 10 than any other duo, just showing us exactly what they are capable and made of.
This is literally the story of them on their region as well. They consistently take out teams at the top, and that is perfect preparation for a lobby like this, because you got to think the Brazil region, they're fighters. They love to fight, and right now they're playing against the best, and it's working out.
Let's talk a little bit about this zone for a second here. For the first time now, we see a little northern pull off to the east, so we get another kind of shake-up. So the last time we went to Shiny, it didn't quite work out for Vino and Queasy, but what we did see was that they were so just suited for a big game. And now that we know that, it should be the same story. But let's get on over to Lustrous Lagoon here. It's crazy to me how Runa and Peppo have demanded so much respect from this entire regional competition that no one has decided to contest them here at the Lagoon. We've known in seasons past, this is a hot spot.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing. They know exactly what happens to any team in Lustrous Lagoon if they have it uncontested. You take too long to loot, these other team on the outskirts will begin to climb up onto that mountain and put the shots down. They met Chimp and Scram there. They don't want to let anything go easy in a lobby like this, but Chimp, you can kind of see him crouching down, biding his time, trying to minimize the audio that he does give out, reuniting with Scram, trying to get that elevation in, but no opportunity is going to be given up by Runa and Peppo.
Love the focus that we're seeing from Chimp right now as he is starting to line up Runa and Peppo here. Not afraid of taking a fight, but also playing extremely smart. He does have the slight disadvantage, but Runa swings the thing around there. He says, hold up. Might just go up for high ground. Meanwhile, Queasy looking for tags here in the distance. So there is all types of battles starting to shape up and potentially heat out right now. And remember, this is all in loom of potential storm surge, right?
Scram, Chimp, still in that high ground fight. The thing is, they're in zone. Every team that landed south is going to come here on this side. This is going to be the most congested side of the map monster. They have to be careful. They got to start looking to end this fight quick, whether it's taking the actual fight or just trying to disengage.
Saku doesn't stop, though. He finds Falconer in the feed there while this fight is raging on here. Chimp still looking around, just saying, hey, Scram, I trust you. Do your thing. Take that toe-to-toe. Keep them busy. Meanwhile, Chimp's like, I'll look for tags in the distance, make sure no one sneaks up. The confidence to trust in Scram to play by himself here.
Zagu, the team from Asia. You see Hellfire and Falconer in the distance. The shots just coming in. You can see how he went down. He had no choice but to go forward. Storm was going to eat him alive. And I think that's still Queasy and Vino on top of the blimp, lending that helping hand inadvertently.
And then they just W key straight across as well. They're like, you're not going to get that save whether you want to or not. We're here to fight, and we're going to make sure we solidify the elim. That will effectively allow them to take first place, breaking the tie. Now, Vino and Queasy, of course, are just behind them, and this is going to become a matter of who can survive the longest and play the best, of course. So this is still a moment, and ooh, big decision to make. Chrome Splash to launch pad. It looks like they drop him.
What are you choosing? I like the Chrome Splashes personally.
I'm trusting in their gut. It doesn't matter what I want. They got the launch pad. I want the launch pad too.
Go ahead. Actually does give you options. Short pad. You can do the high pad. You can go ahead and try to take high ground if you're able to hold on it towards the end game. And this is going to be the first instance of Storm Surge in game number 4 that we're going to see. All day long, we've seen teams not necessarily manage it the best, and that being the sole focus of why they get down. But game number 3, Victory Royale winners, Joe and Ziandy, 58 below the damage threshold and continuously falling.
Now, they did win a game, but that's not enough to stay in. You have to continue to perform. And maybe, just maybe, that long-awaited break has allowed other teams to figure it out.
hit that drawing board. They're slowly slipping down now. 91 below here, but the longer they wait, the more likely enemies are to set up. So they have to get going. Off to the air vent they go. Can they get there in time? He misses it just slightly, but Joe fights back. And he doesn't miss. How quick was the setup there? Nicely done. That little bit of defense is something, sometimes all you need to go in and buy you some time.
But they're still 46 below the damage threshold. They have a lot more room to cover as well, but luckily for them, they have the Chili Chug Splashes. They have the Mighty Monument.
Oh,
as Vico has an elimination onto Miriam. Can he be able to clean that one up and get the spoils after that falls all together? Moraine and Vico really trying to show up this game, and you talked about it during that break about how stacked that top of the leaderboard actually is.
And it looks like they were waiting around just a little too long. They try to bait out the vault, and instead they get punished. And now Zagu is by himself. The shield bubble is going to buy him some time, but it's only a matter of time. If he stays there, yes, they're just going to 2v1 him. He goes up for high ground, and he's trying to get on out of here. Vico and Moraine decide better. They say, all right, I'm okay with that. With Swag and Pablo here, let's just get to the new storm. Let's get safe, and that's what they do first. But it is not looking good for our first place team now.
Yeah, so many teams just barely on the threshold, either above or below, as Runa and Peppo trying to keep things going. They are 244 below the damage threshold, going up against Pete and Anas, who've also had their own struggles when it comes to Storm Surge. This could be a good fight for both of them. A huge shot coming out of Peppo. Beacon and Nas, they have their backs up against the wall, trying to get out alive, but the backfire comes through. Vidil gets an elimination as well. Everybody in this fight is under siege. Pink, with his back up against the wall, takes them both down.
And EU takes down Asia in a 2v2 head-to-head with no interference in the distance. Chapix cleans things up onto Z, Andy, and Joe are game 3 winners. And now Chapix and Tayson continue to play upset. Let's just take a look at the highlight. How did it all go down? He walks up. Man, this is why Chapix is so good. This is what he did in the World Cup. This is what he's doing here now. And ooh, you can see the pain. That was a tough one.
Yeah, that's definitely tough here. But luckily for them, they did get that victory royale. They're at the top side of the leaderboard. One bad game does not decide your future. As Queasy and Vino under siege yet again. Just a sliver of HP. Storm Surge doing its wonders, but they have 10 splashes. But Vino has to try to get him out. That means Queasy has to alleviate some of the pressure with the builds. But shots coming in from the distance. Luckily for them, it's another team that is struggling to surge, so they're not the sole focus of the lobby just yet.
Now this is insane. First place has already lost a teammate. Now Vino and Queasy were in second. Just points behind are so hurt here, and the surge is continuing. They will have to take this fight. That's not an easy duo, and that one isn't either. This is looking very, very tough now for Queasy and Vino.
As Merrim gets knocked down again to Edgy. They're just going through it this game. We talk about consistency being the key. 44 below the damage threshold. Commandment and Avery become the targets to Queasy and Vino, but how long can they last? Just only a few ticks away. The short pad coming through. They get the damage, but is it going to be enough to go above the damage threshold? Yo, it is not, but it is finally at the tail end. Barely going to be enough. Launchpad going out. They're going to live Monster to fight another day.
How did Queasy survive that with 1 HP? And now he gets to fight back just a little bit here. Can he find anything? Was there something left behind? They should know better. This is their landing spot. This is their home territory. And they're just going to go ahead and look for scraps now. And just like that, they knew what they left behind, and they are going to be back in this game in no time.
Some of the biggest brains in Fortnite to kind of remember something like that. That is outside of the box thinking, but the Storm Surge has not left them just yet. 49 still below the damage threshold. Commandment and Avery, I don't know how they made it out alive either, but they're still doing a good job this time around. 187 above the damage threshold. Let's see what they can do when it's not going to be a worry.
Let's not forget, these are our previous NA East champions, but hold up. Vino says we need some elims, but no, he gets taken out, and Queasy, it's up to him, and he falls too. And all of a sudden, Vino and Queasy are down, and Zagu is there to play the mess here. He is putting his own teammates into the battle. He is not giving up, and this is an opportunity now. Look at Zagu's HP. He is so hurt.
よし、フォートナイトやるか、とりあえず。とりあえずフォーテンでやろう。さあね。よし。なんもなかったことにしてフォーテンでやるか。よし。オッケーオッケーオッケー。なんもなかったことにしよう。 にそんなね、なんもなかったから。ウィース、こんにちは、どうもこんにちは、ハルポッチ。 今日4時から起きてるんですよ。ちょっとどんどんコメントしてくれると嬉しい。モチベの方がね、ちょっとやばい。モチベちょっとやばいね。当たらねえことあるかよ。今4試合目が終わりました。次5試合目です。すげえそれな。ザゴーたちがワンチャン優勝。マジでわからん。マジでやばい。マジでやばい。ここで詰めてくんのバケモン。で毎回こいつ俺のごめんなさい。泣きそう。泣いた。もう今ので泣いたわ。全部飛んでった。もうやだ。なんかやばない。もうこいつなんで毎回俺んとこ来るかな。キモいんよな。最近寒いとか。 やばいってほらこいつやんまたほら言ったらずっと狙ってくるんよこいつやばいやばくないマジこいつ頭おかしいやつだと思うんだよねマジで終わってる終わってるって
in case Storm Surge does become a problem. As Commandment and Avery over still towards Rave Cave. They have Launchpad to use. They have enough rotation. So they're going to be one of the last teams to leave the spot altogether.
And again, just excellent. Commandment and Avery coming off a Victory Royale, zone pulling their way. This is a perfect recipe to take that momentum and bring it on home. So we are watching several teams now literally catch a little bit of that favor in the feed. Hellfire finds Booga, and down he goes. Trouble in Chonkers down south. That's that late zone rotate, and that is what happens when the zone pulls far north. You could do your little dead side western rotates, but at the end of the day, there are players waiting there too. It's just textbook reads.
Oh, I saw in the feed there just a few seconds ago, Queasy and Vino, they were able to get a knock onto, I think it was Miram or Zagu there for a moment. Are they going to be able to kind of run up and clean it up? I think they got the elimination altogether.
Now keep in mind, Marine coming into that last game, they were in first and second tied leading, and they had fallen to fifth. So this is a huge opportunity here.
That's where you take it into your own hands, take full control of that one. And you can see he was just out of position. You cannot be out of position in a lobby like this. That is what it's going to be a decision you regret for the rest of your life. But Miram, we see Zagu pick up a ton of points as a solo last game. Now it's Marin's turn to return the favor.
And you see what he does here. He recognizes, hey, wait a second.
That's scary.
Vito and Queasy might know I am the solo. I think I've been outed. Let me defend myself to the west and put all of my focus on Vito and Queasy so they do not sneak up. Excellent plays right there. Just smart play. We're seeing what Asia is capable of. Meanwhile, Seti, Cammy, inside the Storm. This is their home territory. Dead center, more or less on the split. And now they get to hit that rotate.
PH Zin and Kitos from Brazil. We talked about them, 186 below the damage threshold, but they're a team that can pop off at a moment's notice. They have the most eliminations on players in the top 10 on 6. Look at that stat, flies up right when I'm going to read it right there. But the 189 below the damage threshold, that is so concerning for me, but it looks like Minton and Arthur are closing the distance. They might be below as well. This is between two teams, two powerhouses trying to land big shots. BH Sin loses his teammate, 2v1 situation. Arthur and Nixon trying to get into the box.
This is the first time we see PH Zin lose his teammate this early in the game. This is a huge development for him. And notice the problem is he didn't quite get to the zone early enough. And Z, Andy, and Joe capitalize on that solo opportunity. And PH Zin falls. And now they have a chance to fall down the standings here quite substantially. This is really beginning to open up and become much more interesting. And let's not forget, 5th place again is Mareem, left by himself as well. So this is the second game now too where the Japan duo is struggling here.
Yeah, and you can see outside of zone, 270 above damage threshold. And this is exactly the plays that you have to make, especially on a team that's looming into the distance. Basil in a 1v2 situation, he tries to peek and take a shot. But 2 prime shotguns are better than 1. They take him down in a blink of an eye. Baka trying to carry that momentum from the early game, but only 62 above the damage threshold. That's something that is looming in the back of their mind, and they haven't even left Chrome Jam Junction all game long.
That is true. And they have King and Ed, some of the regional dangerous fighters right there. We saw what Ed can do. He took out 2 of EU's finest by himself inside the Storm while being pressured. Snacky returns a huge favor onto Duke there, so down he goes as Clicks managed to find a trade too. So for them, it's still a tough situation, an even worse story unfolding here as Merstash and Malibuke are being lobby focused by Clicks on the rotate now. So all around, tough spot to be in here. Merstash barely holds on and survives in, so no knock there. That could be the difference maker.
Thomas got 2. On the Hen and Vortex, not just 1. You see Fabs trying to reunite with Snacky. Malibuke and Merstash also in the distance. For them, that shield keg was absolutely needed, especially since they're only 67 above the damage threshold.
Oh, but I was just going to say, soon we might have to turn our focus to Peppo and Runa. They find Clicks right above Snacky and through. Cammy and Seti put the shield bubble on the boat, and they are gone with a clean rotate right up the river. That is just a 500 head play. Look at the play right here. We absolutely love to see these crazy strategies play out, and there's a reason they are up at the top.
This is just outside of the box thinking at its finest. That is the freest rotation I think we'll see all weekend long. and they're only 85 below the damage threshold. That's not much at all.
No, they're below. They don't have heals. This is a very tough spot to be in for Cammy and Seti, as they have a true chance to once again break away with a big lead here, but they are, you know, fighting with one hand tied behind their back.
Peterbot, shields get dropped. Clown finally goes down. Huge siphon for Peterbot, as this, like I just said, his shield just got dropped. Now you're looking at a short pad from Revsguard, trying to make it into zone. As soon as Peterbot hears that, he might try to recycle it, but nobody wants to leave this one just yet. 195 above. Peterbot ready for any challenge. Revsguard goes up and over around each other, and it does look like this might be the moment. They got blessed, now they're going to try and disengage.
Now, when it comes down to N8 East players that know how to fight, Peterbot is one of the few that represent by doing the work, not the talking. He is one of our most leading elimination leaders on the NA East region in general. So for Revsguard to make the rotate out is an excellent decision there, but he is met with Pamsu and Fatch firing directly inside. But we jump on over to Cammy and Seti. The story continues here. They need a tag. They need more than that. Kanata opens the box. They look to fire back. Nothing comes out of it. And now they say, hey, we got to get to these boxes. Maybe it's more important. Maybe it'll be easier to box fight. But Cammy falls to Bad Sniper. And it's up to Seti to do it all. Can he get pretty much a full elim worth of damage here? Oh, no.
I didn't mean to curse him. Luckily for him, no more. He instantly goes down. I was going to talk about the launch pads. The push came to shove. But now Joe and Zian, he found 2 more launch pads. And so much room to work with as Malibuka and Mustache. 2 eliminations. No shield to work with. I'd say not much, but none at all to work with, as Fast gets one on the swag as well. Malibuka and Mustache, they are in the most congested side of the map right now. They're going to need everything they got to try to stay alive, other than that launch pad. But with no shields on Mustache, that could be a risky play.
And what's crazy, remember, Cammy and Seti falling. They were in first place, 11-point lead over Trippert and Thomas. Third place of PA Jin and Kitos. We already talked about them just being completely devastated there. And here's the updated standing. Thomas, HD, and Trippert have a chance to catch up. Smite and Larson, Vino and Queasy as well. This is such a competitive FNCS Invitational. If we've ever seen one, especially after just 4 games, and now the 5th is unfolding before our eyes.
Top of the leaderboard, stacked like pancakes in a Waffle House right now. As Thomas and Trippert, 2 eliminations at the edge of zone. And right now, there's so many teams on the outskirts. They can continue to peek and just put so much pressure on the lobby before they figure out what's next. The choices are definitely there. You see Acorn and Edgy, they're sitting clean. They found themselves a nice spot. Belusi and Hydro as well. Not too many teams on this side of the map, and this is what we would call the slower side, to where you don't have too much to worry about, especially if you're Acorn and Edgy, and you're 676 above the damage threshold. That allows you that flexibility, that allows you options to pick and choose. Do you want to go ahead and put pressure on another team? Do you want to rotate around the map? The choice is now theirs. But a team that might not have those same choices as Malibuka and Mustache, they're only 105 above. We talked about the lack of resources that they have. So they're going to have to figure out something here. And you know as well as I do, they're going to have to look for a siphon. They're going to have to look for a refresh. They're going to have to look for a team to catch off guard and really pounce on them.
Let's see if they can do just that. 87 damage. It's good, but it's not good enough. Potentially here, 6 players are the difference between this surge continuing to stay online and turning off. Here it is, 3 seconds before the reveal. They're going to take the fight against Alex and Bailey. Alex and Bailey are multi-FNCS champions of the OC region. Mustache and Malibuka looking to step up to this huge challenge here. Gotta be careful though, this is what they love to do! And a great tag here. This is why Mustache and Malibuka are some of the best. The Chrome Shield comes down though, and that'll buy them some time.
And right now, Storm Surge ticking out a lot of these teams. If you get your shields cracked, they will hear it and they will go. As Malibuka or Mustache, they know the position that they're in. It's all or nothing because you can't make it too much farther with the resources that you have. Alex goes down, or takes down Threat. Mustache and Malibuka, they're going to be the ones that get all the loot because of it. As Baka and Almond trying to stay alive, they're trying to protect what's theirs.
And they do just that. They get a little bit for their efforts, not much, but they are alive, and they've done some damage. They've defended the territory, and everyone backs up. Let's take a wider look here. Fadil has to give up the high ground. Everyone's making a rotate. Thomas, HD, and Trippert still a launch pad in the bag as they get to half the nap out. This is excellent. Such an excellent position to be in. Switches over to hard material, and they fortify up and branch out. What? And a play here just to even play for territory to open up the domain right now.
Malibu and Mustache met their demise. Both King and Hellfire get an elimination each, taking out one of EU's exciting teams is Queasy and Vino. Another exciting team coming in with all the momentum in the world, winning an EU Elite Cup, winning the NA East Elite Cup Finals back-to-back in the same day. If that's not what you call preparation, I don't know what is.
And they're showing us why they're up at the top right now. And they are taking advantage.
Nice Venom.
The west zone is excellent for a team like Vino and Queasy. They find Anas down low. That's going to be their 4th elim. Pink does not stand a chance if they decide to focus together, but it's more important for them to maintain the position right now. And this zone's going far. It's going to cut back towards Acorn and Edgy side. Scented and Cold have more of a dominant rotate here, and this is all shaping out to be a great game.
Look at that mountain. They got to go down the hill and then back up the hill. This is literally going to be a roller coaster ride of an end game. And if you don't have a launch pad, if you don't have chrome splashes, I wish you best of luck.
Well, we do know if you do, Cold and Scented go ahead and put the chrome splashes to the use here, to the test, and they jump right over that bush and into it. It's going to be a great spot. Meanwhile, everyone else takes to the high ground. Peppo finds an elim, and Yumi is going to fall there too. He is the victim of the loot that we are watching get sniped up by Larson and Smite here.
You know, they called it though. They called it's going to start at the drop spot of Grim Gables. They take out Muzz and Looter, and they keep things going. Repscar peaks at the right time. Finds the shots on the cool. Another elimination going over. This could be a moment for him to remember for the rest of his days if he can continue to clutch up big like that as Joe and Z-Andy trying to be the first team on the day to win 2 victory royales.
And Smite and Larson are still in the game as well. Vino and Queasy have the high ground. Queasy manages to crank his way on up, and that is what you call a well-executed launch pad play there to keep them in the run here, but there's still more points that they have to close out. Here goes Smite. He's going to go for the pad play. Z-Andy and Joe get to the front side of zone now. They rotate their way on out as well, and this is coming back off, way off the height. This is such a tough and just honestly difficult zone to play.
The Epic Games Fortnite roller coaster continues yet again. Down the mountain, up the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a loop-de-loop come through as Repguard's trying to catch one off guard, but it's he who gets caught off guard by Z-Andy.
And just like that, he is down and out. Trippin and Thomas HD, we get to get a little temperature check with them. They are on the mid-ground, right above Scented and Cold. Smite loses Larson on the rotate, and he is now left by himself. Just places away from 10th here. Can he hold on? Peppo does enough, but not enough to beat Vortexter. Here's Onwin and Baka. They have made such an excellent use of surviving their drop spot. Joe finds Noah. Down he goes, and Joe's hurt. 20 HP. This is not looking good.
Quick moving, quick thinking, trying to get out, but he gets caught at the tail end as Queasy and Vino. Zone after zone after zone. No matter where this roller coaster went, they stayed on top. Baka loses Onwin, but he takes down Fast. Back up against the wall. He gets 2. Baka gets 2. 7 eliminations for the NA West
duo. And he has shown you how good he is and why he deserves to be here. Even when he is counted out, he is showing up. But hold up. Scented, Cold now, back in the mix here. They already have done one, but can they get another? But Grolls and Rifty are showing they finally have an end game, and they are making big do with it. There's a 3rd elim. 30 points already earned in this round. Baka fights back, but Colt and Scented get to get all that sweet loot.
Yep, towards the low ground, along with Thomas HD and Tripprim. This one is going to get messy for everybody that's stuck down low. But for Vino and Queasy, they have the elevation. They have a huge advantage. Plenty of mats to work with. That's a recipe for success. But it's up to Cold and Scented and a few other teams to try to take down the high ground team.
And don't forget, Trippert and Thomas, who had a 10-point lead, is still here as well. Thomas HD wants more, though. Down goes Grolls, and they are closing the gap. But he loses his teammate. He's going to fall. Top 3 now. Scented is still in the mix here, in the conversation, but no build. Big shot comes in from up top. And all of a sudden now, it is looking so dicey. Queasy is just waiting.
Waiting for that perfect opportunity. They have the high ground. They drop down low. The game is theirs after they take down Bevy. That is game number 5, sealed up by Vino and Queasy.
And the biggest game we've seen so far in terms of elims, coupled with a victory royale. for Vino and Queasy. Now think back to that interview when they sat there, Vino very nonchalantly, hands behind his back. He said, "We are the best, undoubtedly."
As EU takes yet another game. Honestly, this was the hottest team coming in to the FNCS Invitational. NA East, EU wins. And in that reign as well, they won about like 5 games in a row, I think. That's impressive.
That is right. Vino and Queasy are coming off some of the hottest streaks we have ever seen, and they managed to maintain that momentum. Let's just go ahead and tune in and see what's going on in their minds.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with your Game 5 winners, Queasy and Vino! Queasy, fantastic work there. Eliminations, an extraordinary end to game number 5.
すげえな。クイージーたち勝ったぞ。降りちゃうね。いいね。はい、無理しない。分かったね。無理しちゃダメだぞ、お前。本当にもう。 戦闘中に通話かける。
ごめん。
見てみ。
この雨、まだ
ラストマッチ始まってない。
ああ、絶対観戦かなと思ってさ、朝ごはん用意してきた。で、飴舐めよる今。もらった。俺が世界大会に解説。
黙れよ、しゃべんなゴミ。なんでチャミンは配信中ってしてた？
知らんかった。俺送ったよ。さっきまで配信しとったの知ってる。おはようって。おはようじゃあねーと送った。
そうなんだ。ルクルにんだよ。
消されとるわ。
なんで？俺
消されとるわ。
俺おはようは消してないよ、マジで。じゃあねだけ送られたからさ、なんだこいつって思った。死ねよ、マジで。終わってるわ、お前。最悪やん。って思った。
おはようって送って、この後、何も音なかったっけ？なんか言うかなと思って、何も音ないけん、もういいやと思って、じゃあねと送った。
ひど。
モデレーターちょうだいや。
やだ。
なんで？
だってお前全然配信来ないもん。
通知オンやで。
でも来ないやん。トーマス HD が落ちてください。トーマス HD 落ちてください。
日本人おる。
トーマス HD。
日本人は順位以内入ったん。
いや、さっきまでザゴが入ってたけど、ザゴ見る。今14位。一回1位だった。
ミリムって人がさ、めっちゃ可愛いで有名になって。
そうだよ。
なんか
可愛いで有名ってか、もともと有名だけど。
ほら、その後に可愛い可愛い言われるって。
お前より
どういう意味？俺男なんですけど。
お前と比べて。
そんな当たり前や。
そのバケモンを見るような目は。俺バケモンやからか。
2点こいつ。2位か。
Look, but if he's able to keep getting second places and it's able to get them that trophy, I think it's okay, right? As long as you're able to consistently get those points, make your way up the leaderboard, it's what you want to see.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Y'all need to make some noise because this is the last game here of the day. This is game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Let's run it one more time. Here we go. Game number 6 is just moments away and we get to close out this crazy day one.
Yeah, and you're already seeing from game number 1 all the way till here, it is action-packed, and that action continues to improve, and it continues to get better each and every game that we watch.
That's right, and listen, Fortnite is at its best when we get to see everyone go head-to-head from all of our favorite regions, but listen up. There is only one more round in front of us, which means there's no time to lose out now if you want to be set up for day 2.
Yeah, and honestly, if you didn't necessarily have the best day, don't worry, because game number 6 is about to start. And if you are at the bottom half of that leaderboard, it's not always how you finish. Or it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And a lot of these teams, they can finish strong.
Well, listen up. Let's give it up one more time for Game 6 here for our players as we start to load onto this battle bus. Here we go.
Here we go. ひど。ひどくね。Here we go って言っただけやん。
That's when we saw a lot
俺の
of action.
俺の存在がうるさいって言ってんのと同じやん。
Wasn't necessarily in the fight. They got the surge.
誰やねん通話しようって言ってきたやつ。
ごめんなさい。
As things start to
別にしたくないならいいよ。
and we settle in. Looks like we're gonna have to gear up this battle bus one more good time, and it
明
wouldn't
日
be
4時に起きて一緒に見ない？
just give you a little bit
見ない。
more
無理。
airtime of some of our
あ、うわ、無理。
カス。
while we were at it. So give us a moment here. Take a look at the focus of our players. Jacob, we have ourselves still one more game left today.
Yeah, and just take note, that victory royale there from Queasy was his 8th straight finals with a
今配信見えるけん。ハル
That
ポッチ。
is impressive. That
め
means
ちゃくちゃ
Queasy
遅延あ
and
るやん。
VRs go together in finals like peanut butter and jelly. Spaghetti
頭
and
悪い
meatballs.
ね、
They
君
are
は。
a duo, so you better watch
応
out
答もしてくるわ。
Not only that,
なんて？
応答もするわ。
は？世界大会見ようよ。
that top 10. I saw 3 NAE's teams on that top 10 leaderboard. But not only that,
ザゴミリも勝ってマジで勝て。
teams showing up. So there really has been some crazy performances and put-ups, but let's go to send on over
ここでびっくりしたら結構上がるやん。
Let's just continue to gear this thing. Thank you guys so much. Sorry about that. We're making sure all of our players are on that battle bus and ready to go. We cannot miss anyone on this pivotal game here in game number 6, the last one on the day. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the FNCS Invitational. You've missed a lot, but hey, we're happy you're here now. And there's a lot to talk about, starting with Queasy and Vino. These guys have been absolutely running the EU region as of late. And now, after winning that last game, 11 eliminations, they are sitting pretty in first place.
I mean, they were the first duo to break the double-digit elim record at this tournament, right? Previously being 8 eliminations, but now 11 for this duo. I mean, they're playing very well.
Vino. Queasy and Vino, incredible. Well, let's talk about Vino, right?
Yes.
How good is this guy, right? We got 17 eliminations on the day today. That is the most of any individual player, and consistently, FNCS final after FNCS final, this guy is doing the most damage in the lobby. He is an incredible fragger. We can see it. 5,932 damage dealt. That's a lot of damage that he's outputting, and he's really helping. We saw it in that previous game. We saw the refreshes. He's helping them out so much, and when you have a high ground playstyle like they do, he's really putting on a shift.
Yeah, and we've watched a lot of the moments, right, where, again, it's like Vino just says, oh, Queasy, you need me to go eliminate a threat? Yeah, man, I'm down. Like, let me just hop down there, get a bunch of refreshes, and bring all the stuff back, and then we're ready to go again. But I think Vino has actually shown quite a bit of, he's evolved as a player, right? When Vino first hit the scene, he was just this like aggressive player. He's like, I want to W key every single person in my face. But now he understands, like, okay, this may not be the moment, but when that moment arrives, I promise you I will be knocking on your wall.
Look, not only having the strong mechanics, but also that strong mentality, it's what you need to be a professional player. But I want to see if any of these other duos are going to be able to contest the high ground as much as they have been doing, especially in days with more time to adapt, right? We have duos like Alex and Bailey coming from OCE. I mean, at one point, I believe they had On Height in their name, right? Because of how much they like going for the high ground. So I'd like to see some going for the clouds and seeing what they can really do.
But we mentioned it, right? Vino, his progression of play, I think his overall playstyle has developed so much, but it's also, he's got so much of a smarter player, right? He used to have his name as Tundra IGL. So he's not necessarily taking on the IGL role in this duo, but he has the brain to take it on.
俺が応援している人がベノって人とウィッケシージャーの話が今でクイズちょっと待ってトイレ行ってくる
If there was a sniper in the game, you might as well just rename that sniper to Thomas HD Sniper, because this guy does not miss, and if there's a sniper in his hands, he will find every single angle, even if it's a pixel on the screen, you're gonna take max damage.
And it shows. He has the most damage dealt out of any player here today, and if there were snipers in competitive currently, I'm sure he'd not only have the most damage, but also the most elims with those headshot snipes. We'd like to see him yet.
Yeah, it's interesting, because of course, Thomas HD is widely regarded as the best sniper, and we got a chance to talk to him. Me and Vivid, we were behind the scenes, and we spoke to him. We were like, Thomas, are you sad about the removal of snipers? You think that it's bad, but he was like, no, I love it. I think it's great. So he's adapting his playstyle. Not only is he incredibly good with snipers, also when they're not in the game, it enables them to get so many more surge tags. Of course, you can overpeak. You don't have to worry about getting that 200 damage to the head because you can overpeak, and you can see it right now. They're getting the surge tags early on. They're getting the mid-game rotations perfectly on point, and they're playing the mid-ground layers as well. They just bounce off each other so well.
And I'm curious to see what they're thinking about now, right? Being in that top 3 spot with just Queasy and Vino right above them, right? It's all about figuring out what they can do to overcome their opponents, right? The consistency they need tomorrow to get the trophy. What will they change? What can they do? Or maybe they'll just, keep playing the same, hope they make less mistakes, and that's all they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know Thomas HD is kind of one of those players that says, like, I have to be the best. And if I'm not the best, I will continue to grind. Insane. I mean, we've watched him shut down Malabuka, right? When he's in situations where he's by himself, he still finds points. He finds high placement. So it's cool to see these guys finally come together. They've been doing for like 3 seasons, 4 seasons since the beginning. I don't even know at this point.
I mean, that's another interesting fact to bring up, right? There's a lot of duos here that have been competing together. They're like brothers, right? They're like companions. And then we have other newly formed duos, right? King and Ed, first tournament competing together. And they kind of have that synergy disadvantage, right? That some of these other duos might have.
Yeah, it's definitely true, but it's not showing, of course. We can see them popping off every single time, particularly that Ed 1v2 clutch that we saw earlier on. I know the guys at the back there really liked that one. They were cheering a lot for that.
That's right, my friends. We're drawing ever closer. We're just counting heads, making sure everyone's on that bus, because once again, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to make sure everyone is here, ready to go. You can see it on their screens. They're getting prepared. And I just got to say, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with this amazing crowd here at the Raleigh Convention Center. You guys are just losing your minds, and that's what I love to see. That's right. We have 1 game left to go. And guess what? I'm getting word. It is that time. Game number 6 of the FNCS Invitational starts right now. Let's do it one more time here in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational. Jacob, we get to close out day 1 soon.
And this is going to be a huge closeout event. 5 games, 5 different Victory Royale teams coming out on top, just going to show that it's honestly anyone's game at this point.
That's right, and we've seen so much new attempts and ways for this to all play out. We gave the players time to go ahead and think about how they want to strategize, but here it is. Let's see if it was all worth it. Game 6 in front of us.
来たよっていうのはバス出発したよ。6試合目来ました。
まあ、梅食べてます。リラックスして。
で、始まってまいりました。最後の試合です。
これ初手からやられたらするんかな。
6試合やるのに、5時間かかってます。どういうことですか？4時から起きて5時間経ってやっと6試合終わった。
フリックスってあの人、
はい、
なんかめっちゃ編集早い人やね、昔やったら。昔めっちゃ。
そうじゃないの？だって海外プレイヤーでここに出てる人。
うん。みんな何をツイッター開いたの
？You know what I mean? If you go ahead and take that fight and it doesn't go well for either one of you, that's kind of throwing away that game. So they want to split the loot and try to get more on their path to the center of the zone. But just like very many games before, we're going to have a little bit of a northern zone, which looks like it bode well for Queasy and Vino yet again.
Can you believe Smite and Larson are in 3rd place being contested at the Grim Gables?
配信に俺の声入ってないよね。
は？なんで？
俺の声入ってないよね。
なんで？入ってるよ。
入ったの？あ、そうなの？
ダメ？
いや別にどっちか聞いて。
いや反対にだよ。入ってないとおかしいやろ。なんでお前の声だけ入らない？
今日マニック言ってるよ。俺マニックこれ自分で使ってるやつならワンチャンバンドルやし。ピンできるんじゃね？決定。バンドル購入して。獲得して購入キャンセル。
of the mud here, officially breaking
何か返品されんかったわ。
with those two
かせ。
elims right there. That's a big point swing for them. It's going to mean all the difference. What's wild about these two-day formats is anything can happen right now. We have seen teams just in this bubble area range jump all the way back up. You have to stay consistent. Larson might get defended off of their drop effectively. They're pushed out by Muzz and Looter. So that fight will continue. We jump on over to Savage and iDrop versus Bakken on one.
Not that 50-50 we saw before. This one's going to be a little bit prolonged, and I think that kind of sits a little bit better for iDrop and Mr. Savage, simply because iDrop knows this POI like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to get the loot. He knows where a lot of the chests are. He knows every single thing, and he also knows any pathing in order to disengage in a lot of these fights, but it does look like the TSM duo, Epic Well, strikes first, taking down Scented.
That's a big elimination right there as well. As
ルナペポ死んでね。
NAE's teams inside of that top 10, and for them to fall to the hands of Epic Whale just around the tilted towers is definitely not a part of the plan.
あ、ルナペポ死んだわ。あ、ミリム倒してる。ミリム、マジ頑張れミリム。ナイスだご。やってるやってる。ガチ頑張ってくれ。マジで頼むから。左上に書いてある方がキルしてる。
あ、また倒したいない。
右にいるやつがキルされたやつ。
うん。
俺とお前遅延あるからね、ちなみに5秒くらい。
うん。
俺がだから5秒前に言ってたらあれ連続キルしてるわけじゃないからね。
うん。
ミリムザゴガチ神最強や。
よい。
アジアの誇りよ。
音が口についた。けんさ、ティッシュで拭いたら唇にあれがついた。
顔が
ティッシュや。
顔についたん顔が。
どういうこと？
あるやん、顔が顔につくこと。
それって
あるよねってこと。あるよねってこと。
In the mix here, actually, Savage is on the run right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be able to get out alive, but do On One and Baka want to chase him. There's so many other teams in the mix as well, including Brazil's very own King and Ed, where they're at.
12時までね。
They want to start getting aggressive. They want to take the game into
ずっ
their
と
own
さ、
hands. Ed and King here.
妖怪ウォッチしてた。
よかったね。
面白かったわ。
クイジーたちマジ勝て。マジここで落ちたらぶっ飛ばすからな。ごめんなさい。
ルーリル？
はい？
あ、なんでもない。
って言ったお前。頭悪い。
ごめんやけどさ、わからんねん、フォートナイト。初めて見る人ばっか。ミリムって人とザコーって人も今日初めて見た。
マジか。
うん。
バカだな。ごめんなさ
い。全然いいよ。
ラペポ死んだ。うわうわうわ。なんで
見て配信見るわ。なんか
マジかよ、お前マジかよ。ミスターサブレッジも死んだろし。ミスターサブレッジ、ブルブルブルブル。ベノクイドゥオ頑張って。明日も愛、明日なんかない。
They decide, hey, let's stick around, let's fight Muzz and Looter. Ooh, a big 86 on Looter as he tries to go on up. Smite was waiting with the side angle there. Larson now has just enough time to get back with Smite. They're going to be trading minis here. As you saw, Larson's inventory was definitely short. Here it is, that little exchange, the material count too.
And honestly, if you're Smite and Larson though, winning every single one of these fights except for game number
こ
one.
れラオソンっていう人はリザートの顔に似てるんだよ。
To try to change up their plan while you have a hot Larson and Smite
そうなの？
on their heels as
今
Zagu
観
is
戦
going
にいた人。
one-on-one with Hellfire.
え、なんで？
This is for a
顔に似てる
huge
似てないリザートの
because
顔。
right now they sit just a little bit down low on the leaderboard more than they would
あー、ミリオン落ちてる。やばい。お前頼む。ここで死んだら終わりだよ、お前。マジで。あー、終わった気がする、これ。違うやつ来てる。
A day of performance and end games for Zagu and Marine. This is where he does best. Put him in a one-on-one, put him in a head-to-head, and look at how quick he is able to capitalize. No, shots come in from the distance. It's not
撃ってくんなよ、マジで。頼む。うざいうざいうざい。ほんまうざい。何このクソみたいなやつ。絶対さ、絶対改善やん。きしょ。ザゴなんでケグやんないのお前。ケグやれよお前。ケグやって。頼むから。頼むからケグをやってくれ。頼むマジで。ケグやってくれ。もう最悪だよマジ。なんなんこの。なんなんこいつブスやしさ。このクソブス。もううざいマジなんの。マジかよ。
That's how quickly things can change. Yeah, Hen was already down. Now they're just trying to find a second half of that duo. Joe and Z-Andy, one of 5 teams to get the VR on the day. But Vico somehow took down Avery. They were waiting.
今の言い方がアジアイコール弱いになってしまう。
言ってないよ俺そんなこと。
Joe and Z-Andy, they don't want to let this team out of their sight. They have at least one elimination against players from 6 different regions.
マジベノとクイージーにかける。マジ頼むあいつら。 ベノクイ。
俺、あれしてくる、歯磨きしてくる。歯磨きして、牛乳の手持ってくる。普通はかけとくけん。じゃあ。
You can see it kind of coming into effect here as the loadout's very much not quite where you want it to be.
And that's Acorn and Edgy sitting on top of the blimp, being that nuisance as Golden sent it. They have to rotate right back in the way they came from. See if it's gonna make it happen. They're actually taking some elevation right now. This could be huge. Oh.
Very interesting for them to go up to high ground here. This is such a risk, right? But of course, we never really know. They want some of that loot. Look at that. They get to the vault. They steal some leftover loot. That's going to be a huge situation here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Looter. You get to see a replay here. Remember, this is up against Smite and Larson, and Muzz turns this around. Third place, Smite and Larson now effectively.
ナイスクイージー。いやー、ニートでも7ポイント差か。トーマス HD、まあ、やられてくれよ、トーマス。トーマス。あ、トーマス1人。トーマス1人。よし、よし、よし、頑張れ、頑張れ。トーマス、トーマス、トーマス。へい、トーマス、負けろ。へい。1人じゃねえやん。誰。なんでこいつ単体行動して。うざいて。もうやばいで、なんでこいつら。やばすぎこいつら。なんだこいつら。なんだこのガキども。
Their focus where they don't have to go ahead and hunt the damage. They can go ahead and do exactly what they want when they want.
Let's take a look at Yumi and Cool here on the move. Some of our greats from NA West right now, they have really represented today.
They did.
They have found their moments.
I'm proud.
They've caught their highlights.
Panda's probably proud of the crowd too.
Oh yeah.
Golden Sentin now changing their rotation yet again. Don't want to go to Acorn and Edgy anymore. They got the heals that they wanted out of the vault, and now they're trying to find another way around. And for them, they need scraps. They are in shambles right now, and there's another team right in front of them. They spotted them out, and that would have been a great sneak attempt coming out from Sentin and Cold, but now they have to think about it.
トーマスどっか行け。あーくそトーマスね、マジトーマスうざい。何あの野郎。おいトーマス。マジおもんないってトーマス。トーマス。
Now, mind you, NA's third place Larson and Smite are down. Cold and Sensor were in 5th coming into this, and it's looking very, very grim now.
Yep, the only other NA East team in there is going to be Acorn and Edgy, who came into this game in 8th place, but in the distance. Scented sees Fabs and Snack. He sees Joe and Z Andy trying to get his Storm Surge damage up while being in the storm without any heals, but luckily enough, his escape plan, you can already see it, it is going to be that launch pad.
He's playing a very dangerous game here. He's already been tagged for whites there. There it is, he doubles back now, protects himself as well. There's a med kit.
Okay.
He knew that.
Try to get Sented's card, likely.
There it is. Okay. Time to med off. He will have enough time. Will he play for the reboot is the true question. We'll find out soon. On the other side, Zeet and KBR are still alive right now. 39 above. They're looking pretty solid. Seti finds Jamper in the feed. Peterbot goes down too. So that's had to be an Eastern edge zone rotate that just did not go their way.
Yeah, that south side of the zone right now is just going to become so congested. You're going to have to figure out another way to try to rotate around as Chicho's trying to find some damage. Barely gets above the damage threshold. Gets a knock on the Rapid in the distance as well. And you see some other shots coming through. They know that that player is under pressure. Now the lobby is now taking hands to try to take him out altogether. Bevies is now joining the fray along with Vortex as well. Andalix has his back up against the wall, trying to survive. And Alex and Bailey are also rotating in. It's going to be such a hard way for him to try to survive.
This is such a tough spot to be in right now as it's all going down. Our 10th plate PH Zen looks like he falls in the feed there too. It's looking extremely desperate now for Brazil right now in this last game. Here's Booga on the other side of Anas and Pink's wall. They're going to heal up. Eyes on Mirror and Booga, but no, they want to get out of here. This is a little too dicey for them now. Lopez going to get them right to the safe zone. Pretty decent. It's a great spot to be in right now. They're okay on the surge, but they could use a refresher here. Plenty of options up to be served as well. Hellfire looks like he found Avery. Hellfire was a solo in the zone. Way north as Commandment and Avery were pointing inwards. And look, Avery fully finished there. The surge possibly finishing the deal.
Yeah, that's not good. You can kind of see why they rotated out of Rave Cave, trying to third party some of those fights, but they ended up getting snuck on, which probably turned their entire story around as Booga and Miro trying to get in towards the zone. Focus on the
Booga goodbye. Booga bye bye. Booga 今までありがとう。Booga 終わったね。GG タラララタタタ。終わってないんだけどこいつら。
Usually when that happens, it's all over. But luckily, the teams decided not. It's the last game. I can't burn all my resources if I cannot pick up the loot. So everyone slows down for Taste and Chapix. They are very much comfortable right now. No pressure on them, but there's a lot of players in this vicinity here. Movement, little scarce.
Now the Macwood over there. Pars and Rays surviving as well. Cammy and Seti trying to take that top spot back. You hear the analysts, they're having great games, and then they're kind of having a little slip-ups here and there. But luckily for them, this is day number 1. As long as you keep it competitive, you'll be in the mix. And look at our top 4. Top 4 is all EU right now, Monster.
That is right. 21 points for Cammy and Seti to catch up to Vino and Queasy. But that top 3 is just European territory right now. Vino, Queasy, Thomas, Tripper, and of course Cammy and Seti all fighting for that top 3 currently. It's what you expect. We've seen a lot of our community folk really put those 3 up in the standings and wait for them not to let down the fans, right?
I think Malibuca Mustache might be low on Storm Surge. Yet again, being one of the 3 teams over towards Cloudy Condos. Nobody really going at it off of spawn, but a team that doesn't have much to worry about. You saw them high at the top of the blip. Acorn and Edgy, almost 500 above. They're just picking and choosing their battles, trying to figure out what the right play is going to be.
And it does make you wonder, although Malibuca and Mustache are contested, being below the surges means that, hey, that first game was a wake-up call. We can't just go battle. Aqua and crew will just come in third party. But look at this. Fatch finds Malibuca there. That's a huge one. And now we get to see Ed and FaZe King's perspective here. King from Argentina, Ed from Brazil. Right here, right now. 2 elims already potentially going head-to-head against On1 in Baka. The young duos from NA West. No, the peak, the punishment. Down goes Baka.
Is this going to be able to get it, though? Doesn't
He
look
will.
like in the mini-map that they're going over. So, yeah, you are correct. He is going to get a second chance at life as On1 is placed in the top 10 in every FNCS final he has played in. Trying to put NA West on his back along with Yumi and Cool, Babs and Snacky. So many top competitors in this tournament still, and this is only day number 1.
Canvas and Vidil, 120 below, make it 60 now. They do need a little bit more damage. It's going to continue to fluctuate. Vigo finds Baka, down goes on 1 as well. Vigo just cleans that up. Meanwhile, Kanata and Macwood, they started off so hot, and now all of a sudden they are in a world of trouble here, surrounded by some of Europe's most dangerous here on this south side of the zone. But hey, they have time, they have plenty to work with here. It shouldn't get too sketchy just yet. If they can keep a low profile for a while, they'll survive to the next moving zone or the half in, half out reveal. Here's a look at 3rd, 4th, 5th. 6th and 7th are down, 5th is down.
Hey, that's a blessing for some and a curse for others. For the teams from 8th and below, this is their chance to really close the gap in the final game.
That's all of NA East out in Game 6.
That hurts just a little bit. Just a little bit, but still got Acorn and Edgy still alive. Catching one on to Joe. Janice is going to be left as a solo. As Video does get knocked in that moment. That's Taze and that's Chapix that are hot on the heels. But pressure is coming from all sides for a lot of these teams. And even Macwood and Kanata are trying to put some shots on to Tayson and Chapix. You see Janice trying to break through. He is that solo that we were looking at. Video finally goes down. Janice still knocking on the door. Storm Surge taking him down, but Tayson gets the last laugh.
And in the end, it's going to mean 4 eliminations for Tayson and Chapix. They absolutely needed it. They were
ベノとクイージーして行かせて。セッティと神。セッティ神はいいから出てこなくて。出てこなくていいっすよ、ちょっと。来ないでもらって。
Just right there, you're going to be in a sound and strong position for Edgy and Acorn to be some of the last to jump on over. And we said we want to see Epic Whale and Reed. They're just above sitting down, so this might be their game. But first, Vino and Queasy have to show us why
ベノクイージー、着地めっちゃある、めちゃくちゃいい。クイージーいいね。
Easy shots, you're just like serving it up on a silver platter for a team that has been playing this good, but only 7 damage below the threshold.
And let me tell you something, this is
nice,
not bad for a team that
どんどん
lands north
やばい、クイージー、ストームサージ、サージやばい、サージやばい。
It makes a
サージ、
big
サージ。
difference when you are already positioned there and this comes your way. Now they just have to worry about
やばくね、
damage
ちょっ
management and
と。ア
closing
リー
out
とエ
this
ピッ
last
ク
game
フォ
up.
エを。
You can see Tripper and Thomas HD are there as well. They have that same story. They are very much close by. Here's our high ground
と
king.
りあえずトーマスさんが。
The
トーマス
success,
トーマ
and
ス
of course, Reed, a
トーマス
multi-FNCS
どっか行って
winner himself.
頼むガチでガチトーマスどっか行ってトーマス一回落ちてくれマジで頼む
This is what he does best is take those fights, but no, plays a little smarter. He has to play for the end game.
And I saw Pink and Anas go down to Pars. He's finally starting to heat up. Tayson gets another one. Kanata as well. Refguard as a solo stole Hideaway from the TSM duo. That is absolutely insane right now. But you got to take note of where
トーマスマジお前やられてくれ頼むからマジ頼むやられようとりあえずやられてくれ頼むで勝ってくれ君は勝ってくださいナイスうまいナイス ベノも頑張れいや上変なやついるなファルコン
Looking down here, enjoying the view, but 130 damage is what he needs. He gets 4 tags, that's great, but not enough. Here comes the big drop, and he hits it. Okay, he stays in the game.
Almost seeing his life flash before his eyes, just a few centimeters in the wrong direction. He goes down, he goes out. But Queasy and Vino are trying to go up. They're trying to take the game by storm.
Get a high ground.
They got the high ground for now.
But it's not for free.
ハイグラ頼むハイグラいけナイスハイグラ勝つ最強ナイスハイグラマジナイスマジナイスマジナイスマジナイスマジナイス頼む ナイスすぎる
But now, back into the heat of things. SETI
Cammy, 2 Elims, another end game. And their biggest threat, Tripper and Thomas HG is alive. Acorn and Edgy, NA East's last hope potentially in this lobby still.
ナイスベノクイージー。トーマス一回頼む。トーマスが一回死んでくれるととても嬉しいんだけど。
And put themselves outward so they can continue that damage. Seats a solo stuck in the outside of zone. 4 floppers to work with. The Siphon comes through onto Ed. This is an opportunity for him to pick out placement points while being outside of the zone.
Not only that, Clicks is still alive too, but here's Tayson. Tayson's gonna fall inside the
Tayson,
storm now.
goodbye.
Acorn and Edgy making their way out the outskirts here. Look at the clean rotate here from Acorn. He is just exceptional. But we get to jump into Duke. 200 HP. Now down to 72. Make it less than that. It's not looking good. From 0 to hero, he's trying to claw his way into this. They find a player on the edge. No Elim there. Duke has to fight back, and down he goes. And it is all
Okay, nice. Ben no easy. Nice. Nice. I gotta keep it.
Who is setting up for a back-to-back?
Back-to-back, that is going to leave them with all the confidence in the world to end day 1 and go into day 2.
いやー、トーマス、マジでトーマス頼む。トーマス死んでくれ。もう死ぬんだ、一回マジで。
A huge amount of damage. He drops him down as well, but goes down altogether. Valiant effort by Pico.
It is a worst-case scenario for Thomas HD because his biggest threat is on high ground, but Reet is fighting back. Reet takes down Queasy on height. He is turning this around and trying to turn this into potentially a solo game. Meanwhile, Thomas finds
あー、クイーディだ、死んでるやん。
and Reet falls there in the end.
あ、ベノ、ナイスベノ、おベノ、頑張って、おベノ、マジベノってるベノ。トーマスは一回グッバイして、ナイストーマス、レッツゴー。セッティもグッバイ。は？なんで？は？セッティ？お前セッティ？おい、セッティ？待った。セッティ、一回考えよう。
ダビクロイした。
いやー、これどうなんだろう。あー、頼む、マジ1位。これどうなんだろう。
That is huge for them because they're not like a lot of these other teams who are consistently fighting to get to the top of the leaderboard. They play their play style through and through from the drop spot all the way to the end game. They're one of the few teams, time and time again, that has their own spot. They call it the Cammy split, and it works out every single.
And now they get to take that victory lap to center stage, where they will be greeted by Adam Savage for a quick update. And Adam, please tell me how they do it.
Right now, they're looking mighty fine. Give it up for Cammy and City! GG's, boys! 2 victory royales out of 6 games. A FNCS Invitational. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
It's really amazing. Talk us through. You saw there that we had Queasy and Vino on the high ground. We saw Queasy went down. Vino was solo.
ベノクイマジナイス。マジでベノしてるわ。ベノってたわ、マジ最後のベノはもうマジベノ。いやー、トーマス HD。あー、マジ危ねえ。ベノ最強。ナイスベノ。
We died 2 games to Surge.
これはベノの勝利。
We planned everything differently, but it didn't went as we planned it.
We just adapted. I think we just adapted well, and going into tomorrow, we're gonna be more confident and more prepared. So yeah.
Talking of preparation for tomorrow, what do you do now? Do you go back and review VODs? Do you kind of work on strategy, or do you relax?
I think relax and VOD review.
Tomorrow, a big day, 6 more games. Could Cammy and Seti go all the way and win FNCS Invitational?
Of course.
Of course they could. Give it up for Cammy and Seti! Your game 6 winners! Let's go back to Zeke and the gang. Jinquin.
I made this joke. Game 1 of the FNCS Invitational. Cammy and Seti are living their life on repeat right now. They've done this dance before, right? This happened at DreamHack. They win game 1, they win game 6, they stay on top. For Cammy and Seti, all of EU right now is thinking this is it. We are the best.
Look, EU is on top right now, but Cammy and Seti, they're gonna have a stressful night. It ended on a high note, it started on a high note, but with the history of Cammy and Seti, having 2 back-to-back good days is a curse that we haven't seen too often. So I'd be really happy to see them continue this momentum forward from this last match into day 2.
Yeah, and Seti said it himself, right? They're really, really adaptable. They're adapting very, very well, and that's what I like to see from this team. What I've noticed about the way that they play and the way that they sort of carry themselves, they don't get down after a bad game. You know, we saw, as they said, 2 bad games. Surge wasn't quite looking too good for them, but look at that. They come back. They make the changes that are required to bring them up in the leaderboard, and you can see it's working out.
Yeah, right now they're holding, right? They're not in that first place spot, and of course, as they talked about, they were eliminated 2 games to Surge, right? And they identified those issues, and now we see the correction in game 6, a Victor Royale, right? So to your point, Okada, tomorrow they come back stronger. We can see them win it all.
Look, the tricky part is they did adapt very quickly and effectively in that last match. They had a difficult mid section of the tournament, but the thing is now overnight, those duos that didn't have the best day 1 will also change. They'll also adapt.
True.
And maybe the adaptation that Cammy and Seti had for this last match won't be valid in day 2.
We will find out. Right now, we have Kelly standing by with the duo in first place. Kelly, take it away.
Everyone, I am joined by Vino and Queasy, our first place team out of day 1. All right, so this is a stat that was happening, I think even before game 6 was going on, but you had the most solo eliminations with 17 elims. I'm sure that is even more now. How do you do it?
I'm the best player in the world.
I love it. I love the confidence. But how do you know when to go for the elimination and when to like step back?
It's nice having a balance. It's good having a balance. We have chugs, so a lot of the time when we're playing high ground, I can drop back and look for kills, especially when I have the Ranger shotgun because of the range on it. And that's when you can at least get a lot more kills. And I used the Ranger shotgun really well the other game. I got a kill on the Asia team, Zagu, I think, and that led us to winning that game.
I mean, obviously, it's not just winning you the game, but it's also winning you the whole tournament right now. Queasy, after that VR in Game 5, to almost do it again in Game 6 as well. I mean, obviously, you're going into day 2 pretty confident.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the lobby is not that hard. I feel like we should have been way better than we are right now. We had, like, a hard choke in Game 4 and 5, I think. Or no,
Wait, you got the VR in Game 5.
3 and 4. But yeah, other than that, feeling confident going tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, you guys are doing something right. You're in first place right now. Good luck in day 2, and thank you for joining me here for an interview. And we're going to head back on to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And this is just, like, I talked about this earlier on in the day. Vino is a player who is constantly evolving. I just want to kind of consider how this could have gone differently, right, for Cammy and Seti. It was a 1v2 against Vino. Spoiler, and eliminated Queasy. In the another universe I talked about earlier on in the show, you know what I'm talking about.
開き直したらいいだけや。なんで来るん勝手に。こんな。来るな。来るな。殴るよ。
Look, we could have seen the back-to-back victory royale. Vino and Queasy, right? They had it all lined up. But I'm also, I mean, happy to see what we saw, right? When Cammy and Seti got the VR, it was the first VR from down in the ground, right? On the low ground. They managed to secure it. All the victory royales came from that high ground up above. So it was great to see a little change up. But that change up was because Queasy ended up going down and Vino was left in the 1v2.
Yeah, we saw it, right? We saw Queasy going down, but of course it opened the floodgates for the players down below to really just rack up eliminations, rack up the placements as well. And there was a few moments here I thought, well, you know what? We talked so highly of Vino, and you could tell by the interview, he's oozing with confidence. I could feel it from over here. He could clutch this, right? He could clutch this 1v2. Couldn't quite work out for him, though, although we've seen it do him so many times.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Seti and Cammy. They are phenomenal players, and they deserve that victory royale in that moment. I just want to see some good Fortnite, man. And in this alternate universe, we got to see a 2v2 against two of the greatest in the world. Now, I do want to take a moment. I'm getting word that none other than Adam Savage is sitting by with one of our duos currently in the top 10. It is Smite and Larson.
That is right. Thank you very much, Zeke. Smite and Larson, everybody! Bear in mind, Smite and Larson are an average size. I'm just an anomaly. I am massive. Guys, it's been an amazing day. 7th after the first 6 games. You must be feeling great. Was there a target prior to this after day 1 that you aimed for, and did you exceed expectations?
Well, we tried to end around 150. We didn't really reach that, but off spawn, we did way better than we thought we would, and it was amazing.
Talking about off spawn as well, obviously Muzzin Looter, Grim Gables, going head to head. Larson, how many of the 6 battles did you guys win?
We won 4 out of 6, but it should have been better. It should have been 6-0, but it's all good.
We saw your reaction as well. We loved seeing your reaction to some of the moments. You look like you're enjoying yourself and getting quite passive-aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, I had to let them know that they're trash, and we're beating them every game tomorrow.
Okay, I like the fighting talk here as well. Smite, going into this evening as well, how do you guys prepare for day 2 tomorrow? Do you go and relax, or is it back to grinding this evening?
We're gonna go over VOD, see what we did wrong, and fix it for tomorrow, and we're gonna hopefully win every game.
Okay, everybody, Smite and Larson, thank you so much. Let's head to my man Vivid on the main stage.
Here we go. We've had plenty of opportunities to talk about the teams in top 3, Queasy and Vito included, and of course Cami and Seti. But Thomas, HD, and Trippin sneaking into that 2nd place position here. And, you know, I want to check in, see how they were doing all spawn. Obviously, they are landed over at Rave Cave alongside Commandment and Avery. How are they getting out of this so unscathed, right? Every single game, you can see here, it's kind of this race to this balloon and mountain position over here. And this game, Thomas, HD, and Trippin win that race. They instantly poise up on top of this balloon and on top of this mountain. And basically what this allows them to do is sit here for pretty much the rest of the game, and this is where they get a lot of their storm surge from, but it also allows them to control pretty much this entire side of the map. Since they are so high up on that higher ground, they can just fire down shots on anybody that decides to rotate through. So as you can see here, look at the map. There is not a single soul around them, and that's really, really good coming into the rotations that are going to happen for the end game. And then the balloon is awesome, right? Because it does provide you with that immense high ground, but then they can also just use it for those rotations that I was just mentioning. Of course, that is not possible if they aren't allowed to control that much of an area. So well done for them. Coming into day number 2, I want to see more of that out of them. Now, Adam tosses to me. I'm going to toss it right back to him.
Thank you very much, my man. I'm with right now Thomas and Trippin. Great that we talked earlier on at the beginning of the show about this being potentially 3rd time lucky for you guys, and so far 2nd place, Thomas, after day 1. Surely you guys are thrilled.
Yeah, I'm proud of Trippin and me. Like, we played a lot of really good today, and yeah, and hopefully we can do like even better tomorrow to take the win.
Absolutely. How do you improve on tomorrow? Was there anything today in your game that you thought could use improvement, or did you feel it went pretty solidly?
Our late games could have gone better. Like, we could have more kills. We had like 3 or 4 kills every game, I think. We, like, I don't know. I feel like we played pretty average today, like, from what we can play. So hopefully we pop off tomorrow again.
Absolutely. We saw as well in that game 6, you managed to get high ground quite early. You managed to get storm surge tags as well. How important are those tags in situations like that, where you can kind of maintain and hold fort up high?
We didn't really play high ground today. Like, the surge tags are of course important. That's why he has me. Yeah.
Dare I say it, I'm going to ask you guys, do you think potentially you could be the favourites? You could win FNCS Invitational tomorrow. In 2nd, Trippin, it's looking pretty good.
Maybe, we'll see.
Maybe we'll see. Guys, give it up for Trippin and Thomas HD! Love to see it. Let's head back to the desk. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much. That's crazy. Adam did an interview with Smite Larson and said he was the anomaly. I guess there was 3 anomalies there. I'll see myself out. Don't worry about that. MDF, Jacob, before we say goodbye, we want to get your thoughts on the day.
It has been a great day indeed. Listen, I enjoyed every single moment of this awesome competition. I've been entertained through and through, from games 1 to game 6. It honestly exceeded my expectations.
And you know what? The player that stood out the most to me, the duo that stood out the most to me. To us, for sure. It has to be Mareem and Zagu, representing for the Asia region, the Japanese powerhouse, the champions of the Asia region. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and honestly, could you even believe that this is their second FNCS finals together. They played together last season. They took home the Axe of Champions, and they're looking to do it here yet again. But no story would not come without its ups and downs. They had a good start to the day, not necessarily the best start in the end, but they're still exceeding my expectations. And
よっしゃよっしゃねえねえねえねえねえねえねえねえねえねえねえねえよっしゃ俺さ、ある配信者に、優勝者が、1日目優勝者が誰になるかっていうのを予測してたんよ。それ当たったから、俺、バンドルギフトしてもらった。抽選会で。よっしゃ、マジ嬉しい。
もう来たん届いた。
マジ嬉しい、やばい。めちゃくちゃ嬉しいんだけど。よっしゃ、よっしゃ、マジ嬉しい。よっしゃ。
ビクトリーロイヤル、ハイグラウンドを取ってビクトリーロイヤルを4回したんで勝てました。はい。
We were able to do that because we were able to capture the high ground about 4 times, and that's why we were able to win it.
High ground always wins games, and I do want to ask, obviously the Invitational is a very big deal. What has your preparation and practice been like?
この大会はもう本当に貴重な機会で、どのような練習をしてきたのかっていうのが聞きたいんです。
アジアとアジアサーバーとそのレベルが違うのでリプレイとか見ながら。
Zago, Marim, I really appreciate it. And obviously, you guys started the day off.
You want me to translate that?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, yeah, there's quite a big level difference in terms of the players on the Asian server. So we just tried to, reevaluate how we performed by revisiting the replays over and over again.
And obviously, you're going to be revisiting those replays today. What are you going to be doing to
ちょっと待ってて。
prepare for tomorrow?
まあ今日のリプレイも見て明日までの、準備は何をすると思いますか？
そうですね。ダメだったところを改善して明日もっといいプレーできるように。
投げポン投げポン投げポン投げポン。
待って。
やばい、マジで嬉しい。やばい、ガチ神。よっしゃ。やべえ、ほんと嬉しい。マジで嬉しい。
何が？
さ、前いた人いたじゃん、A ファーストの人。あれで、俺、今日のさ、世界大会で、誰が勝つかと、あと、アジア選手で誰が一番、なんていうの好成績を残すかっていう抽選みたいなやつで、当たって、で、バンドルギフトしてもらった。FNCS バンドル。マジ嬉しい。やばい。
いや、V バックスあるからいいやん。
お前は金あるからいいやん。
ないよ。
あるよ。
ないっていうか、課金できないんだ。
だって俺だってもうこれ以上課金できないもん。お前、俺、
僕の V バックス見てもこれ以上課金できない。
配信やめた方がいいですか、アニモさん、じゃあ。
いや、配信やりましょう、ぜひ。配信やりながらアリーナトリを回すっていう。
ああ。
投げ
僕昨日コミュニティで参加型って言っちゃったよ。
うん、そうなんやね。
じゃあクリエイティブで。
じゃあクリエイティブやりまくるか、今日。
いい。
だって。
まあ嫌だとは言わんけど、ティーゼットゾーンウォーズでいいなら。
とりあえず 1v1。
なんで
だって 1v1 やって書いちゃったよ。だってまだ世界大会終わらないと思ってたもん。
お願い。
どうするんですか？
じゃあクリエイティブにする？
うん、クリエイティブにいいんじゃね？
もやしさんとちょっとね、まだ 1v1 しないといけないか
ああ、なるほど。
あ、
言
今日
ってたね
でいいですか？
そうやね、じゃあ俺もやるわ、それ。
今やるんですか？
間違えた、これじゃなくて、これだ。よいしょ。パブリックにしたら大変なことになるな。待って、一回再起動してきていい？俺。ちょっと待ってね。いや、マジ嬉しい。やべえ。最高や。あいつギフト配りまくってやる、マジで。2300ビバックスをくれるなんて。
やばいな。
何何をあんた。
来週さ、
ああ。
予定空いてる？
開こうと思えば開かすけど開かさん。
じゃあ最初は。
来週も再来週も開こうと思えば開くけど、ようによる。なんで？
普通に行きたいから。
例のとこ？
いろんな意味で行きたいから。
例のとこ？お前がディ
名前出しちゃ
スコードで前言って
ってよくね
たとこでしょ？ディスコードで前言ってたとこ？
うん。
ああ。まじゃったりお腹治りね。
待って。まだハルポッチやってたん？
待ってって言われたもん嫌だ。
待って。ね
はい
え。やってると思わなかったんやけど、まだ。
なんで？違う、再
もう
起動するって言った
一回止めてるかと思った。
再起動するって言ったよ。
やばい、危な。あとだったら名前とかいろいろ出すとこだったんやけど。
じゃあ、今から一回撮影するから一回待ってて。
ギフト来てるやん。
はい、というわけで今回は、ちょっとね、前の抽選会で当たって、A ファーストオフィシャルさんからギフトをいただきました。ありがとうございます。今回いただいたのがこちらのね、バンドルなんですけど、もうとっても前から本当ずっと欲しかったやつなんで、本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。OK 入れて。はい、というわけで今回は、ちょっとね、
待って、マジでやらかした。
いや、マジ嬉しい。バンドルは最強やって。マジ最高すぎるバンドル。
僕さ、その人のやつ、一回見てたのになんでだよ。
だからお前もコメント1個すればワンチャンゲットできてたよ。赤い、2つでクイジーが優勝するアジアで一番好成績を残すのはザゴーミリムってコメントしたら絶対もらえた。 3人だったから
え、
あと1人空いてたよ、枠が。
え
そしたら2300もらえちゃった。
やばすぎやろ、マジでも
うれぴよ。あ、
う。じゃあ
うれぴよ。
始めるよ。
ちょっと待って、待って。うれぴよぴよしてる。
3、
はい、いいよ。
2、
いいよ、つったやろ。
あてあてあてて。1、せーのでポン。
どうも皆さん、こんにちは。ハルポッチと、
なりなりポンポンと、
も
ハル
やし
ポッ
で、
チです。え
え、
いや、え
あ、待って。
だから。
待って。ハルポッチのこれ URL 貼らないとダメ？
貼らないの？貼ってくれないの？貼って。
めっちゃ文字数オーバーしてる。
ねえ、貼ってよ。貼ってよ。
待って、今頑張ってる。
頑張って。かっこハート。よっしゃ、マジ最高。マジ最高。いいな、いいでしょう。おはよう、おはよう。
ちょっと待って、やばい、マジで。
うれぴよすぎてやばい。
いや、待って、ハルチ。
もやち。
あ、もやちでいいやん、も
やばすぎやろ。なんかめっちゃ招待来るんだけど。
なんかバグってる。
だってめっちゃ文字数オーバーする。ちょっと待って。
やばい、URL 貼れなーい。ちょっと待ってください。一回配信やめよう。いや、俺の貼らなくていいっすよ。一回配信やめました。
オッケー。
オッケーです。
重い、めっちゃ。
あ、マジ嬉しい、やべえ。てか、なんで投げポンお前コメントしんかった？
めんどかった。
ああ、そのめんどいがあれなのに。めちゃくちゃ。
だってそんなことやってると思わなかったもん。
固定コメントにめちゃくちゃ書いてあったよ。
言ってる
おーい。まあ、どうも言ったしか言いようがない。
待って。
お前テストいつって言ったっけ？
水木。水木。
やばくね？
もうちょっと、今日の午前中だけやるの。チャスニャンさん、おはようございます。初見でいらっしゃい。
今の時間やっといたら
サザエさん、
めちゃくちゃ。
初見でした。はい、初見でしたね。だってさ、まあいいや。リッチン、ハロー、楽天、トラベル。なんで？あ、待って。そうや。だって今一瞬広告入ったんだって。やばい。
おい、固定コメントにしなよ。
チャスニャンさん、チャンネル登録しました。ありがとうございます。
めっちゃ来るやん。
いや、楽天流れちゃったわ。なんかごめん。でも面白ければなんとかなるみたいなとこね。
なんか俺、マリモさんとやる約束してたんですいません。
オッケーっす。
昨日からしててました。文字忘れてました。すいません、本当に。
オッケーっす。
オッケーす。
ハルチじゃあアリーナもやるの？
なんでも。アリーナやろうじゃ。
ちょっとぐらい待てー。待って、やばい。
マジやばい、もう。バンドルはえぐい。
バンドルはずるい。電話来て大丈夫。
パイナップル、パイナップル。やばいね、これは。
なんか、ハルポッチっていう人から聞けたから。
誰やねん、ハルポッチ。フェイバリット。フェイバリット。
みんな、見てる方、今ね、高評価よろしく。
何
なんかさ、僕、裏画面でどっか流れてない
流れてないやろ。
これだ、流れてんの。11参加希望 OK、参加希望 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 OK。
参加型。
不参加希望 OK。
バンドル。
参加希望はいらないよ。ね、今、高評価押せね。押してね。押さないとダメだよ、本当に。僕が途中で泣いちゃうから。
投げちゃん。
はい、投げちゃうんだよ。
投げちゃん。
すいません。
何
警察の方っすか。ちょっとここになんかハルポッチっていう人ちょっと、
なんすか
ちょっと捕まえてきてもらっていいですか。
じゃあ捕まえてどうするんですか。
あ、お願いします。ありがとうございます。
捕まえてどうするんですか。
はい、じゃあ皆さんね、楽しくね、やっていきましょうね。
もう無視されたもう大っ嫌い。一番大っ嫌い。この世界で一番大っ嫌い。マジでキモい。大大大大大大大大大大大大大大大大。てか、リッチに招待しなくていいの？
I don't know。招待します。
俺がもう先に招待してあいてよ。
こんにちは、レイちゃん。
はい、というわけで、トゥーデッドゾーンモードに変えましょう。
だから、ちょっとさ、とりあえず、
やなのに、マジで。いいやん、ティルデッドで。
アップだから、
やだやだ、マジやだ、マジやだ、マジやだ、マジやだ。絶対タイマーするとお前。
ティルデッドやんないとは言ってないで。
じゃあ、お前と喧嘩になるもん、タイマーやると、お前とやると。嫌ないよ。お前とタイマーやりたくね。俺圧勝しちゃうし。
はい、他にね、誰か参加希望したい方いたら参加お願いします。
俺がお前とやったら圧勝しちゃうから。
圧勝してないやろ。
お前が。
うおー
嘘だよ。バ
最近ね、めっちゃ悲しいこと言っていい？
いいよ。
再生が死んでる。
死んでもなくね。
いや、マジで死んでる。
今、
2日間で1万いってない。
はい、すごいです。はい、すごいです。とてもすごいと思います。はははは。
なんかこれ、海外サバになってってどうだった？海外サバなってない？あ、待って。あ、やばい。待って、僕今優先じゃない。ちょっと待って。嫌い。僕今無線だわ。やばい。てか3人で結構そのことやる。やばい、めっちゃ重い。無線って感じする。
ちなみに今回、投げポン？
はい。
今回ね、なんとザゴーさんたち2試合目、3試合目終わった時に、同率1位だったんですよ。
え？
なんと、クイージータッチ。
ガチで？
そうですよ。 で
ビクロイしたの？
ビクロイはしたいんですけど、一桁順位保ってて。でも、
うん
後の3試合が、ちょっと全部20位以降っていう、そういう悲しい結果に見える。
それで今18位とか20位ぐらいなのね。
そうそうそう。
やば。これでも結構久しぶりなんだよ、フォトナ。
久しぶりの方ができるくね、
なんかね、やばい。やめて。ね、誰はぁ、めっちゃバカだなって思います。ちょっと優先にしてきます。今ね、優先にしたんですけど、なんかピングがね、まだ40ピングなんで、はい。僕今安定40ピング。やばい。
どうまーい。
この状態で勝てるわけないや。ガチの安定40。ガチでやばい。待って、これ僕の、僕落ちたわ。インターネット落ちました。ということで、ハルポさん。もう一回準備 OK お願いします。
待って。この試合はやるの？
皆さん今見てる方はね、固定コメントの方を、よく読んでごめんなさい。ちょっと待って。めっちゃ固定コメント変えていくわ、今から。もやしさんの URL 今いらないやんと。
僕ら繋がっているらだよ。君の顔も一緒に殴ろう。そして君の顔叩いてまふふむふふふふふふふふふふ。はい。何よ。なんだこの変人みたいな、そういう顔しないで。え？
何？
だから。なんか。顔がなんか。なんでさ。
100本！
はい、そうだね。
何が？
はい。
何が？
アンパンマン。
何？
君の顔ちょうだい。
いや、知らん。
なんで
これ例の人やシナモロールの方。例の人ではねえや。ハルポッチ。そういう意味じゃない。そういう意味じゃないよ。なんかもう今日ね、朝からなんかだるいんですよね。 本気ざまし。ポンポン。ねえ、ハルポン
何ポン
そろそろアリーナやんない？誰も来ないよ。
いいよ、アリーナやるか。しゃあなし。
じゃああと3回やるか。うわっと終わった。
俺お前がいない間に対面強化したんすよ。
逆に勉強強化してるから。
まあもともと頭悪いから。
そういうこと言わないで。
ねえ。
何？
シナモンロールって誰？
言わない。
ガチ誰？
学校の人。
やばいって言ってる。
リア友にバレてんの？
言ってることやばいってなるよ。
友じゃないかも。
投げポン？
はい？
コメント見ろよ、お前。
いや、それはマジ違うよ。だってその人の本名知らないよ。
そうでしょ、だって。だって、そうやん、もう。
ガチでちゃうにその人。
そうやって絶対。
ガチで違う。なんで？適当に言っただけやろ。
適当にそんなこと言うか。
なんでマジで。
適当にそんなこと言うかよ。
いやマジで僕じゃない、それは。
投げポンさすがにおごってあげるよね、価値は。さすがにね、そんな配信者だから。そんくらいおごってくれるよね、まさかだって。
おごったよ、しっかり。
うまっ、おい、やばおリーチュン、最強や。
マジでハルチ違うよ、これは。
うわ、お前。投げポン。
ハルチマジで違う、これは。
投げポン弱い。
この人に言ったことないもん。
黙っとけ、お前の友達全員に俺の情報広がってんだよ、お前のせいで。
いや、知らんわ。
知らん
一人しか言ってないよ。
一人しか言ってないじゃなくて、なんで一人に言ったその人。
リッチュン。
リッチュン、なんでリッチュンに言っただって。リッチュン、今は仲良くなってるからいいけどさ、なんでそうやって毎回さ。
だから仲良くなってからやで。
別に言わんくてよくね、そんなリアルな話なんて。意味わからん。そうやってさ、もういいや、俺は友達でもなんかこの子でもいいよ。
いや、僕そんな簡単に倒させない。なんか後ろからも来たんやけど大丈夫かな、今。
お前が雑魚いだけ。
ありがとう。
褒めてない。
褒めてくれてありがとう。テストってだるい。ハルポッチテストいつ？
俺テスト3回しかないんですよ。
1学期あたり1回？
まだ1回しかやってないっすよ。
は？3回しかないの？
2 回だった気がする。
なんかさ、あれなかったっけ？なんか、1月ぐらいにさ、なんか、あるやん。
何が？
バカでかいよ。バカでかい。まあそこまで詳しいことは言わないけどさ、一応。やばい、今ある。
お前俺のこと狙ってくるとか。
なんでだよ。大統領。なんか下にやばい車おる。
吉祥お前やってること毎回俺のところ角待ちしてんじゃねえよお前。マジキモいこのクソ配信者。
いやお前が来てんで。詰めようと思ってないよ。
が詰めようとないだ。
だったらじゃあ僕変なとこ行くよ、さよなら。悪いね。
まだリッチョン行く。行けリッチョン、行けリッチョン。頑張れ頑張れ。
悪いね。
ナイス、レッツゴー。俺ら最強。
やばい、それ。
俺ら最強。最強だ。
上から撃つな、そんな。
俺ら最強だ。
多分リッチョン持ってない。
だだだだだだだだだだ
僕マジでフリーク買ってこよう。
何それ？
え？知らないの？
知らなくて悪いです。
スティックにつけるやつだよ。
はい、すごいですね。とてもすごいですね。ああ、それは。
お前早くパッとやれや、ほら。
黙ったけ。あれ、売っとく。
は？
ん
1000円返してください。嘘です。
いやだね。
まあちょっと
お前ファザー？
オッケーす。ちょっと来週。
一緒に行くからさ、マックのシャカチキ買って。マックドは食べんから、シャカチキ食いたい。
来週か最初はちょっと高橋さんと2人で行ってくるね。
美味しいじゃん、シャカチキ。一緒に食べよう、一緒に食べよう。ドライブする。だからもうなんねもう、なんで意味わからん。なんでよ、シャカチキに罪はない。だからシャカチキを食べに行く。意味がわからん。はこれカスポーン。
ガチでなんかバグってんやけど、どういうこと？どういうことです。
皆さん、投げポンのね、低評価とチャンネ
あれ、今
ル登録
ロビーにいる？
チャンネル登録解除よろしくお願いいたします。だってお前3回やったら戻るっつったやん。
あれもう3回終わった？まだ2回じゃね
？3回終わってる、さっきの試合も含めて。
よし。まだ2だと思ってた。
バカだね。
ガチでもうそんな経ったん？ガチじゃん。よーし。ってことありがね、今から参加型やっていきますよ。参加してい方は参加希望コメントと参加希望コメントをお願いします。春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ、春ポチポチポチ。残り11人となりました。残り11人です。2500まで。ということで、ちょっとスライド変更していきます。変更しました。わーいわーい。わーいわーい。これさ、どっちがいいかな。これを、これをこっちに下げて、これ間違えた。あれ あれこれを下に下げて、これを上にするか、どっちがいい？いや、やっぱこれ下やろ。こうで、こうじゃない？どっちの方がいい？でも、こうにしかいかない。なんかね、本当にテストっていうテストがあるんで、もやぽっちハルポッチ
何
本当に言った？
何が
例のやつ。
何が
本当に言った？
?LINE のやつでしょ？
は？
何？
例のコントローラー。
どういうこと？
だからコントローラー売ったの？
売るわけないよ。お前との YouTube の塊だろ。やっぱ売るわ。
あ、高橋さん。ごめん、ちょっと来週とかね、ちょっと一回、なんか、ハルポッチ行けなくなっちゃったみたいだから、二人で行こっか。
オッケー。
オッケーオッケー、ありがと
オッケーオッケー、わかった。
う。高橋さんとはもう約束済みだから。
いいやん。遊んできな。
そこにハルポッチが来るか来ないかだったのに。
なんて？誘われてなかったら行かないやろ。アホかお前。
いや、僕さっき誘ったけど、なんかコントローラー売ったとか言うんでって。
言ってないやんだから、売ってないって言ってたよ
売るって言ったやんよ。
お前耳ついてる。
売るんだったら行かないわ。
耳ついてる？
ハルコハさん、初見で初見さんいらっしゃい。
よかったら、ハルポッチで検索してチャンネル登録よろしくお願いいたします。
それ僕の言
ハル
うこと
ポ
はやめて。
ッチで検索よろしくよろしくチャンネル登録よろしく。
聞いとる？
ハルポッチで検索。何？
それ僕が言うことなんよ。
言えよ、じゃ
ですね。今、なるまいです。
早く言え。
今ね、ハルポッチさんと、参加型をね、やっております。参加方法は、コメント欄に書いてあるので、コメント欄の固定コメントの方に書いてあるので、そちらをよく読んでから参加お願いします。
こちらの URL をポチッと押してチャンネル登録
ありがとう、リッチュン。もうリッチュン。もうちょっと。僕、リッチュンのことちょっと明日、教室まで行くわ。
I love リッチュン。
もうプライムショットランの金くれるのはね、ちょっともうにゃにゃにゃにゃって感じね。
よかったらね。
ちょっと明日。
もういいよ、喋りなよ。なんで俺が、もう。いいよ、喋りな。先
待って、リッチン来いよ、明日。
いい、喋って。喋るよ。いいね。よかったら固定コメントのね、チャンネル登録よろしくお願いします。投げポンって人ね、今ね、配信やってるんで、絶対にお願いしますっていうか、俺固定コメントに貼ってなかったら誰かモデレーター貼って。
固定コメントにしっかり書いてあるから、参加方法のところに。2人の。
誰がモデレーター、ちょっと投げポンのチャンネル貼った固定コメント書ける誰か書けるかな。
いや、僕固定コメントあるよ。あれなんか固定コメントされてなくね？
いや、嘘。お前学校？俺休日。
ある。明日5時間の日だけどさ。一発もない日だけどさ。
圧倒的権力者。何？
だるいね。また勉強しないといけない。だるいんやけ 僕マジでテストの点数ひどいの知ってるみんな。多分ね、この辺にいる中で、いや、多分ね、この中の視
この人成
聴者の中
績悪いっすよ、ちゃうに。本当に投げっぽは成績悪いっす。
めっちゃこと言わないで。
なんで成績いいけど、お前のが。
社会の宿題59ページうざい。ごめん。59ページって言われても何があるのかわかんない。まず、どの教科書かわかんない。
ほぼ答え見てるらしいっす。
あ
これがひよちゃんクオリティ。
ひよひよクオリティ。
何言ってんのお前頭悪い。
じゃあ、ひよひよじゃなくて、ピヨピヨ。これさ、スライディングしながら行ったらめっちゃ高く飛べる感じのやつもしかして。そんなことない。そんなことなさそうです。まあ、タイヤと同じような感じかなと思った僕はバカでした。マジで高い。高っ。これマジでめっちゃ高く飛べるよ、スライディング。
どういうこと？
だからこうやって、ダッシュして、スライディングってやれば。
やば。高っ。って同じじゃねえか、お
前。同じじゃねえよ、多分。
同じだよ、これ。
じゃあ比較してみよう、比較。
はい、ここ。はい、早く来て。早く来て、お前。
そこに敵いるもん。
同じじゃねえか、お前。
あとこ一緒。よっしゃ、行く。なんでもない。やだ、なんでそこにいるのキモい。みたいな。今回全部食べちゃう。どこにいるの敵。待って、リッチンが。リッチンはダメだ。待って、リッチンどこにいるの。おお。
助けて、ちょっと。頼む。
僕たちも
100
戦ってるから。
入れてる、100入れてる。めっちゃ来たろ、めっちゃ来たろ。早く来て、早く来て。言ったやん、だから。言ったやん。言ったやん。
お二人いる。来たら。
俺言ったやん。
ラスト。これ下空いてる。空いてた。危な。
すぐ書き入れてくる人ってなんなんやろね。何がしたいんやろ、書き入れ。
気持ちわからなくはない。
いや、わからん、マジで。戦ってる最中に階級よりも書き入れを優先する気持ちがわかんねえ。
ポイント、闇か。待って、一瞬で取られるやん。やめて、変態。やばい。
チャグ、お前。めっちゃ
チャグ。
エディットミスりすぎ、お前。
もう僕3日ぶりぐらいだから。
いや、編集ってなんか、久しぶりの方ができるね。
そんなこと。ねえ、マジで取らないで。
なんか嫌な予感してきた。さっきのところのブッシュってミニポットろ。それ遅い。やばい、それやばいよ。
入った。
言ったやん。やばいってそれ。
相手の HP5 なんかい。やったね。マジで参加する人いない。ちょっと待って。朝早いとこんなにないんすか？マジですか？てってってんてってってんてってってんてってってんてってってんてってってんてってってんてってってんてってってん。
うるさい。ちょっとマジうるさい。
僕の最近の、手の温め方がこちら。はい、こちらがね、僕の最近の手の温め方なんで、覚えといてください。やる曲はですね、こちらなんですよね。年内5000はね、マジ、僕今めっちゃ手が冷たいんで、やばい、もう、待って、フォトの画面してない。はい。こんにちは。マジで2年内5000はね、ごめん、きつい。いけたらガチでやばい。僕さ、今年はちょっと年越しやろうかなって思ってるですね。
配信
うん。
さすがにやばくねさすがにやめた方がいいって、それは。
なんで
もう依存症。
僕結構やる人やで。
もう依存症。
いや、普通にやんなかったとしても、普通にその時間まで起きてる。
どういうこと普通に家族と過ごすくね、普通は。
いや
俺そのくらい紅白とか見ねえよ。なんでお前ずっと PC の前に座ってる？年越しくらいは別にあれじゃね。
でも、毎年やる派の人なんで。
キモいってマジで。マジ希少まあ依存症やからしゃあないか。
なんか普通に毎年やってるんやな、同じように。
もう終わっとる。
いや、普通に学校の友達とも毎年やってる。
だから配信するのはちょっとやばい人やねって言ってる。
わかんない。
やばい人よ、普通に。マジでやばい人。
毎年多分ね、2時ぐらいまで起きてるからね。年越しは。待って、そこにできるの？待って。なんでそこにいるの？変態。キモい。今のはね、どうやっても勝てないっす。反方向から来ないでください。ガチでやばい。反方向で V されたら無理です。萎えたんで、なんだっけ。こちらでもやっていきますか。ゆっくり。
どちら？ 俺やめていいかな。俺やめよう。もしやめようかな、俺も。一人やる気ないやつおる。
これ一種のゴースティング対策だから。あ、ポン。マジ、年内5000いったらやばいよ、このペースで。目標3000にしときゃよかったって思って。目標3000にしちゃダメ、ちょっと現実みたい。
もう、なんか、
年内3000にしよう、さすがに。さすがにやばい。あ、待って待って。やばい。ちょっと待って。いや、僕ちょっといろいろ設定値ってたの。危ないわ。待って、そこできるやん。ちょっとエグやっちゃうね、ごめんけど。
マジでちょっと待って。それやばい。
近くに敵いる。
ああ、それできたら一緒にやりたかった。
いや、まだ間に合う。
そこ
に敵いるよ、
俺資材ないってだから。できたらこっちでやってほしかった。
ちょ、待って。大丈夫それ。
大丈夫じゃないって。どうやって
階段。
あ、そういうことあ、そうっす。
待って、できる。
19。
あ、消えた。あ、待って、これスナイパーやん。お、110。お、110。ナイスだわ。
ちょっと待って、頼む。これだけはマジで。うわー、俺資材ないんだよ。チャグスプちょうだい。おい、チャグスプ。おい。
いいよ、いいよ。はい。
あざっす。
僕、キルが欲しかっただけだから。
僕が取ったんですけど。
僕取ってるよ、1キル。
そうだよ。
今日はね、再生時間500時間目指してやりましょう。
いけるかね。
いけるよ。ははは。
ナイス。
余裕だよ。
笑うな。
ハルポッチは1000いけるもん。
人の不幸は密の味。
ハルポッチは1000いけるもんね。
うるせえ、黙った。
4日間やれば収益ができちゃうんだよね、ハルポッチ。
マジ心の中でクソうざいって思うんだよ。
いや、僕も自分で言っててなんかもうやだ。
もうこいつぶっ飛ばしたい。もうなんだ。みんなこいつぶっ飛ばしていいっすかね。
でも収益化したらさ、もっとさ、ギフト企画とかたくさんできるんやけどね。
君には一生できなさそう。
は
なんて
バナナがバナナ
チャグだ。
わーお。チリチャグ ちょっともう一つモニター欲しいわ、コメント読む用の。もう一つぐらい欲しいよ。ってことで、そこら辺に売ってる6000円ぐらいの超安いやつ買ってこようか。
それがいいと思います。
別にコメント返信用だし。毎回スマホ見るのだるい。おちじちゃんがゲットできた？
待って。
おいしいおちじちゃんがゲットましたか？このスキンの顔ってすごいよね。これさ、どうにか顔見せれん、近く。こうすればいける。
I say come here!
やば。
それやるなら壁とか全部やれよ。どうせなら。
わかった。頑張るわ。
頑張れよ。応援してねえから。
待って、待って、リッチ。殴って殴りまくり。やっぱ通常って公開だからさ、ちょっと重いんだよね。今のうちにコメント返信。やばい、普通に見つか。ひよこさつまめおにぎりで思い出したけど、俺が帰ってから塾につまめおにぎり一口で食べる化け物いた。マジやばくねそれ。なんでできないの？なんでできないの？なんでできないの？なんでできないの？もうゆっくりやろ。
ゆっくりマリサだぜ。
ゆっくりゲームだぞ。
喋んなお前。
なんでできないの？もうちょっとやだ。ちょっと待って、他のとこやる。
お前がバカだから。
この編集方法やった。
お前がバカだから。お前がバカだから。
やばい、もう。うわ、コメント返信めっちゃできるよ。ねえ、リッチも手伝って。めっちゃさ、リッチマジでそれさ。おい、お前一番やっちゃダメなことやった。編集取られた。リッチ何やってんの？これで取られたらマジないそう。いや、一瞬取られたんやけどさ。よし、あと3つよ。寝た？
お前リッチャンだるいそれ。リッチャンだるくねそれ普通に。
いやめっちゃ成功しそうやった。
普通に思んない。それは思んないです。ちょっと。
いや、めっちゃ成功しそうだった。
俺そのために死ぬかもしれない勝負してるんだ、俺。
そうだべ。マジミスった。ガチでやばくない？鉄がなくなりました。レンガに変更します。何やってんの、ハルチ。
なんでよ、だからチャグスプないと、チャグスプとかあんまないやん、俺。めちゃくちゃあったわ、ごめん。助けて。
もう一回これ屋根やるの？
いいよ。
何このなんかアンチが耐久風。チャグやって、チャグやって。頑張ってんな、こっちは。
せやな。
だんだん軽くなってきた。
すごいな、お前な。
なんでできないの？
ね、前先般かますって、お前。
終わった。終わった。もうこれちょっとやめよう、やめよう、そろそろね。ねえねえねえ、やめろ。
全部壊したった。
やべ。いや、回復あるんやけどさ。一回包帯を。ハルチ包帯あげるよ。
やだ、俺、回復普通にある。
なんでだよ。
先行っとるよ、俺死ぬから。先がね死ぬ、これだ。
普通にやってること頭いかれてんやん。
っていうことは頭いかれてる。
よくわかんない。
ほんとだよ、意味わかんねえ。お投げ投げ明日遊ばない
いいよ。
オッケ
ー。明日じゃ学校休むね。
オッケー、言ったな、お前。
だるい、やめて。
言ったな、お前。言ったよな。おい、言ったよな。
テストもやばいんだから、そろそろ。
テストなんかどうでもいい。
今日お昼何食べようかな。僕今食べ物に
お昼はシャカチキがいいな。
僕も食べたいな。
僕も食べたいな。まだ。思ってた。
そういえばさ、これってさ、包帯巻きながらさ、移動できるっけ？待って、アンチやばい、終わった。こうしていけば、こうやってね、包帯をね、巻きながらね、行くことができるんですよ。さて、間に合え
ようになったらね、まずは君をぶん
参加型で遊ぶ
殴るよ。
ねえ、腕。
喋んなよ。黙れ黙れ黙れ黙れ。
誰ですか？ハルチ。
はい？
は？誰ですか？そうですか？ローマンスの。
旅して幸せの夢きっと出る投げポン歌うと曲が汚れる。やめて。
ありがとう。
褒めてない。
よーし。
褒めたつもりないんだけど。
俺ミスト450ある。やば。でも余裕じゃねそんなんいらん。僕、ハルポッチより早く行けないもん。死ぬ。てかなんかアンチ入ったところでなんか戦ってるのあれ見える？
見えるよ。
あれ撃つなって。
1点。
バレるやん。
ここにいるよ。
もう行ったるわ。ボートで全員倒す。
待って、俺も行く。待って、少し待って。俺も行く。
早く。はい、ブーン。
じゃあブッシュ
ブッシュ美味しそう。あ、チャグ。ミソ。いけ。
こっちある。はい。これやばい。
あ、はい。
これはやばい。
それは周り？
ナイスー、レッツゴー。
やばい。めっちゃ人数いる。
やばい。ストームは聞いてない。マジ聞いてない。待って。
危ない。入った。やばい。やめて。でも、資材ない。やばい、ストーム酔い。死んじゃう。あ、痛い。
じゃあな、お前。俺はお前を裏切るぜ。
出ました。
メディケが美味しいな。
一人は回ったよ。
アリーナポイント高い。俺全然アリーナやってないけどね。ここ4週間くらいアリーナやってる。
しかも
3週間くらいかわかんない。
こいつやれる。危な。はいや、僕なんてもう資材ない。
待って、そこ開けないで。そこ広げちゃダメ。
足が切れた。
ガチダメ。何やってんの？
資材ゼロ。
早く。マジだ。カバー。はい、ミニポ飲め。おい、ミニポ飲め、お前。ミニポ飲めっつってんだろ。
待って。張り替えられたら即終了、フォートナイト。あ、終わった。
ね、マジ助けて。本当に。
後ろ開けた。
はい、早く、ミニポ飲んで。早く。
やばいって。
待って。なんでお前かかってないの？もういいや。
かかってる。もう全員やるぞ。オ
ッケー、やり？レッツゴー。何してんだお前。やば。チーターいる。マジ助けて。本当に助けて。本当に助けて。チーター。俺の顔もチーターみたいにごめんなさい。なんでもないです。
チーターみたいな、お前は。
喋んな。やばい。ちょっと待って、やばい。それ聞いてないです。
70。待って、めっちゃロやった。
レッツゴー、ナイス。
なんかあんな遊んでたのに勝てそうなんだけど。ここでリッチュン選手がですが、僕はね、綺麗にしか目がない。やばい。60でーす。やりましょうでーす。危ない。待って。やばい。ハイグラ強っ。で、100? 16? 3 enemy, 3 enemy. 100?
投げポンが死ぬのをここで見てよ。
なんでワンボックスに2人いるんだよ、お前はよ。どっから来たんよ。マジどっから入ってきた？今一人しかいなかったって、あそこ。お、なんかラッカで一人やった、僕。どうくない？いや、まだそいつラストじゃないよ。ナイス。残りですね。2v3 ですね。頑張ってください。いや、この敵だったらいけるくね、多分。
Looks like a 初心者 enemy because it is very good. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
なんかいけそう、この敵。
最後。
まだ3人いるよ。
真剣にやるか。あ、やばい。
多分、りっちゃんが1人やってくれて、で、ハルポッチが2人やって。
いや、俺が3人やる。
3人やってみろや。りっちゃん、キル取れ。はい。リッチャンが1キル取っていきました。
アリーナってレベル低い。
GG です。
なんてアリーナってレベル低いんだろう。やっぱ弱い人が多いな。
GG。
うるさい。レッツゴー。
もうね、全然キルしてないよ、多分。
ははは。
って。
何？
なんか今日平均視聴えぐいんだけど。
なんだった？
見て。
やだ。自分の声で言って。はってしゃあないな。何？どれ？普通じゃね別に。
マジで？
普通やろ、それ。
僕いつも8分ぐらいなんだけど。僕はね、こういう、待ち時間を有効活用する人なんで。
ちょっとうるさいっす。黙ってもらっていいですか？
はい、有効活用の時間終わりよ。ちなみにこれ、ゴースティング対策にもなってるんで。
だから
たまにはレイプ行きたい。
だからなんだよ。だからなんだよ。投げち
だから
投げち
はい。
大嫌い。世界で世界で一番大嫌い。
No,ラッカダメージ。
Fuck you, very fuck you, very fuck! うわ
いや、日本語じゃなくね、お前。英語じゃなくね、それ、ベリーファッキー。とてもはっきり。まあ、そのぐらいやばかったということでよろしい？
言ってんの
まあ今のちょっと面白かったから切り抜けしとくね、後で。
いいよ。好きにしよう。
今のショート動画やわ。
はい、好きにしてください。でもね、マジ
だってハルポッチの
早くやってね。なんでそっちから言ってよ。いや、こいつとぼけやがって。ファッキューってしねえでもないよ、別に。
すごく違う。ファッキューってとても、いや、ちょっとなんか言いたくないわ。それであの人もね、今からね、3秒クッキングしていきたいと思います。いや、嘘。めっちゃ時間かかる。あ、検知立たない。ここ
はい、終わりです。はい、終わりです。はい、終わりです。はい、終わりです。はい、終わりです。はい、終わりです。はい、今どうだ決めて。リブートいって。頼む、投げポン、マジリブート、はやばい。
お前だけは許さん。来ないで。
負けろ、お前。負けろ。
イ
エーイ
なんで今どこ行ったの？
レッツファッキングゴー。
待って。今どこから来たのね。待ってよ
絶対リブートした方がよかったやん。判断ミス。
ということで、リッチェンさんリブートお願いします。
判断ミスすぎて草。超えて森。超えてパンダくん。Your face looks like panda。
今コメントしてくれた方にギフト企画のチャンスを与えます。
はい、こいつ言ってることは嘘です。こいつ全員
嘘です。ごめんなさい。これは嘘です。これは冗談です。嘘だから言う。
こいつね、現実では太ってます。
はい。
はいじゃなくて。
と言っても今は平均体重です。
それはないよ。
本当です。
だとしてもルックス。
あれ、中学生平均体重ってやってみよ
う。もう身長低いやん。何も言い返せなくなった投げポン選手。
だって今見てる。おお、13歳の平均体重っていい？
はい。
13歳は 49.2 キロ。ほら、平均体重より軽いよ。
こいつら気色ね、マジで。クソ気性やん。
僕今平均体重よりは軽い。聞いてる？
何？
あ？
投げ。何？
だってさ、49.2 って言ったやん。
はい。
その人の身長160センチ。でも、12歳ってところに、152.8 センチで、44.2 キロってなってるんですよ。
だからなんすか。
だから僕と同じぐらいなんですよ。
でもルックス。
僕身長151ぐらいじゃない？
ちっちゃちっちゃちっちゃちっちゃ。ちっちゃちっちゃ。
ちっちゃいからなんなの？
ちっちゃいなって。
そういうこと言わないじ
うん、面白い。
ゃん。標準体重の求め方ってなったわ。よし、今から計算してみます。今回に150センチっていう体でやっていきます。なんか頭おかしいね。標準体重の求め方ってやつで150センチの体重やったら 49.3 ってなってたんやけど。そんな人僕よりも太ってるわね、ダメない。
リッチェン太ってない。
どこ行くの？
リッチェン太ってないもん。リッチェン太ってない。
リッチェン痩せてる。
リッチェン痩せてるもん。俺だけこんなことはことだけど、君のことはことないもん。被害妄想が激しい。
激しい闇。
黙っとき。お前、ワンピース、ニューワールドみたいな顔してない。
ニューワールド。
喋んな。
ててててててて、
新時代はこの未来じゃねえよ、バカ。お前何
世
言ってんの？
界中全部変えてしまえば。変えてしまえ。一人やり？
なんもすごくない。投げポンをディスローの
一人目やり？
ナイス。
やばい、死んじゃう。
負けろ。くそ、負けろ。頼む、負けろ。
オッケー、3人目？
くそ。
てか、なんでハルチそっち行ってんの？
違うの？全然違うかって言ってる場所。
ちょっと違うならまだわかるけど。
ハッシュタグ。
レンジャーショットガンの強さ見せたいとか言いたいけどさ。待って。普通に死ぬ。
ハッシュタグちょっと違うとは。
あ、終わった。
ハッシュタグ投げポン頭
終わった
悪いね。
100？ 資材ゼロ？
俺まだ行ってないよ。
身長150の平均体重ね、46個とかってなってたよ、さっき。計算のやつだと 49. 点なんとかで、書いてあるやつだと、待って、これアキさんやん。左下見て、ハルチ。
ガチやん。お前らアキさんより弱いってことや。
あったんやん。ハルポッチもやられに来なさい。でもアキさんやばいからね。いろんな意味で。あれアキさんじゃね？
は？今当たったくね？普通に。
当たってたと思うんやけど。偏差がやばい。ちょっとアキさんやりって。今ダウンめっちゃしてるからよくいける。そいつや、多分。いや、そいつはちゃうか。でもそいつじゃね？スキン。 そこら辺の人だと思う。それじゃね、絶対。あの黒いスキン、そうやん。あのブラックスキン 99% そうで。そのスキン多分、そう。いっぱい来た。ナイス。うわ、その、キャットウーマン絶対そう。それ絶対そう。誰だった？
違うじゃねえか、お前。ぶっ飛ばす。
あれ？
全然違えじゃねえか、お前。
でもなんか A プロさん、A プロ？
投げポン勘違い打つ。投げポン勘違い打つ。
じゃあさっきあきさんだったよ、絶対。
投げポン勘違い。投げポン勘違い打つ。
あきさんもやられてるってことはもうこれもう一回同じマッチになるんじゃない？
いや、かぶせない。わざと
かぶせる。じゃあもう一回あそこ行こうぜ。
しゃあなしやな。しゃあ
もう行
なしやな。
くしかないやろ。
我に
俺一順倒したってやっぱり。
感謝しろ、私。
俺は僕死にました。
私に感謝しろ。
これまた同じマッチになりそうじゃない？
だるいってまあいいけど。
勘違いじゃないじゃん、りっちゃん、やっぱ。
あんまり同じ街入りたくないんだよ。入りたくないんだよ。
あ、これマジで同じマッチ入ったかも、やばい。ごめんね、スキン違ってね。ごめん。ごめん。僕の見間違いだよ。あちさんがいること自体は知ってるよ。俺は好きに対して、そういうことね。レムさんさっき倒されたわ。初見さんからわかんない。待って。
よかったらね、固定コメントのチャンネルも来て。
よ
かったら固定コメントのチャンネルも来てくれると嬉しいです。
ハルチ聞いてる？さっきかぶせるって言ったばっかやん。
なんだよ、別にかぶせなくてよくねえな。かぶせたらどっちかがなんかあれみたいにチーミングとかそういう気になるやん。かぶせたくないんやって。ってことでよかったら固定コメントのチャンネル登録と高評価お願いいたします。
もしかしたら逆に
よかったらチャンネル登録と高評価よかったらチャンネル登録よかったらチャンネル登録
逆にあちさんと
よかったらチャンネル登録よかった。
何そのボット。
ひどくね、ボットって言われた俺。
いや、それしか言わんよ。
俺人権ねえのか。俺ってボットみたいな存在な。
ボットっていう人権がある。
人権じゃないそれ。
じゃあ、なんだろう。左下でアキさんがキルしてるかを見ていきましょう。
マジ意味わかんない。どういうことマジこういう人って。こいつって何がしたいのこれで。もう、ね。もう意味わかんない。
任しとけって。
黙っとけ。おはようございます。
多分ね、また同じマッチになる。オリッチ大丈夫？
最低、助けなかった。最低、最低。ゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミゴミ。
あ
うわ、最低。マジ最低。うわ、クソ野郎。うわ、最低だわ。マジ最低。終わってる。
これでアツさんも同タイミングでやられてたらいいね。
うわ、終わってるわ。なんかもうマジ最悪が。こいつ助けに来なかった。邪魔者やるもの全って消してか逃げ止めた目をそうしようぜミュージック
ミュージック
君が起こすマジック
待って、あと9人だよ、あと9人。あと9人、あと9人。
何が
2500まで。
皆さんよかったらハルポッチのチャンネル登録よろしくお願いします。固定コメントに貼ってあるのでよかったら遊びに来てください。もういいんだもん。くまモン。
てかてかたんたんたん。
投げポンの動画パクるか。
何この Q&A。これマジ何あなたは僕への。ちょっと一回適当にやってみよう。なんか新しいコメント欄できた。何これ。何これ。やめよう。そうやったらこっちの方がいいよ。待って、これ、これアチさんとか言わない、
はい、違います。勘違いおつ。
じゃあ今の何G? もしかして。
違うよ。普通にお前のスキンのこと叩いてるだけやろ。
これで G だったらちょっと面白いねは
はい、トーナメント残り34人です。
はい。
やっぱり投げポンさんバカですね。
いや、他の人がゴースティング普通に来てるかも。
待機場で戦うくらい誰でもいるやろ。お前が持ってない俺のこのスキンで来たらさっき2人に殴られたよ。お前が持ってないこのスキンで。お前が持ってないこのスキンで。
こんな敵と被る。ほら、来たもん。誰これ。ほら、来たもん。ちゃんと待って、これ誰教えて。僕の視聴者だったら、めちゃくちゃなんか回転。
待って、まだ倒さないで、絶対に。
僕の視聴者だったら回転して。これ絶対そうやろ。はい、ちょっと待って、
一回待って。
ほら、回転してる。やばい。
なんでやめて。は何やってんのお前。ちょっと待って。
ここで、
ちょっと待って。ねやめて。はお前何やってんのマジでね。
これだから匿名。
投げポン誰よお前マジで。
ちゃんとで ID 確認していってみるか。
投げポンだるすぎほんま今の。
僕1点しか当ててないです。
だからもうなるやん。もうちょっとかっきり待ってよマジで。何やってんの
変わらんやろ、僕の気がやったんだ。
どういうことだお前がもう運んだせいでさ、俺動けなかったやん今。ジャンパで。もうマジゴミだってマジこいつなんで。
待って、俺味方や。なんかすごいいろんな方向。
パスポン
来ないですよ。
やられてくれ頼むやられてくれ。てかお前シールド
しっかりやられてきました。
イエーイレッツゴー。
よし、ちょっと一瞬で ID 見に行ってみよう。
どうせ違うから大丈夫。
3秒クッキング並みにちょっと ID 見てくるわ。
絶対違うって。
これで知ってる人だったらすごいね。 これだよね。これをプレイ。いや、今コメント欄で来てくれたらまだいいよ。あ、でもこれひよこさん説ないよ、ワンチャン。
ひよこやん、やばこいつ。えぐひよこやん、これ。やってることやば。
ほら、ひよこさんやん。
頭おかしいってやば。やばすぎ。やってることやばすぎ、マジで。うわ。うわ。
これさ、絶対さ、埋めるでやったでしょ、ひよこさん。倒しに来てないから。まあまあまあまあまあまあ。まあまあまあ。あ、僕のテレポになってくれてる、もしかして。ありました。面白いからまだいいって。やられましたよ。はい。やばい。ひよこさんかよ、もう。足ビビる。ああ、よかった。これはあれか。あ、ひよこさんもう一回来てくれていいよ。キロポン9に来てくれていいよ。
設定煽るから後で痛い目見るんだよ。
あ、でも、毎回、ゴースティング対策にやっていいかな。太鼓の達人。新しいゴースティング対策方法。あ、もうやめときゃいいのか。10ポイントが消えちゃった。
ちょっと待って、やばい。はなんか俺のチャンネル開けなくなったんだけど。
は消えた
開けた。
僕なんか開けないんやけど。なんかエラーが発生。待って。なんか、世界大会のハルポッチの動画がなんかめっちゃ伸びてるやん。うる
さい。
すごいね。
うるさい。
だからめっちゃ伸びてるね。すごいって言ったやけん。ケグやってていいよ。動画にしてどうぞ。さっきのところ、じゃあ、切り抜こうかな。伝説の人が、まさかの人が、ゴースティングをしてきましたみたいな。
それやると一回あれじゃねやったら、またあれ、他の人もゴースティング OK になるよ。そしたら。
いや、別に、
ゴースティングやめてほしいんやけど、俺にはね。ひよことかいいんだけどさ、初見がさ、だってお前と一緒にやってるときお前がゴースティングしたら俺ゴースティングしたら
そうか、明日ぐらい。 テスト相手にゴースティング大歓迎配信とかやつやろうか。まあやんないと思うけど。
2くらいね、このくらいだけですね。
どこ行って。
ちょっと待って、まだかけれないで、絶対かけ
入れない
れないで。
入れない入れない。
頼むよ。
待って何今度。待って。ちょっと待って待って待って待って待って
待って、俺ハイドしとく。待って。ねえ、なんで開けないでよ、そこ。ハイドして。
やばい。何お前。ちょっと待って待って待って。
こいつキックして。投げ。キックして。
はいはいはいはいはい。そうできるよ上。
キックして、こいつ。キックした？
もう下ってキック。ナイス、センキューベリーマッチ。匿名どこで外すの後で教える。シャーターだって。おいおい、170？ やりやり。
ナイスナイス。こっちもやった、こっちもやった。
まだ敵いる、まだ敵いる。取る取る取る取る取る取る取る。よっしゃ、2キル取った。ラストの敵もしっかりと。キルキルキルキルキルキル。
何が、どこがラストに見えた？
まだでした。
本当だよ。
まあ、キルできれば OK みたいな、ね。
じゃあリブート取れんかったんやけど、なんで？
今5000ポイント、マジで。やばい、当たんな。やっぱシャロのハンマーって当たりづらいよ。サブアカなんさっきの。
お姉ちゃんでこっちやばい。
僕今リブート中やで。
やばい、きしょいやついる、マジであそこの上。
今行くから。おー、痛い。
あいつクソキモくね？
何あいつ。
誰かスナイパー持ってない？
いや、そこそこ当てた。130?30?170 カットでね、一人。待って、僕今回復ね、回復ね、僕回復。
待って、ちょっとやばい。なんでどういうこと？意味わかんない。なんでこいつは全員俺の方来る？ちょっと待って。お前戦ってなくね？お前戦ってないやん、お前今。
は？
なんで？意味わかんない。
回復してたっつったやん、さっき。なんで立たないの今の。
ほら、こうなるやん。先絶対来てくれた方がよかったって。最悪だよ。
ワンチャン今リブート取れるんじゃね？あ、やばい。どんまい。 もう赤ポイント下げたくない。まあ確かにね。匿名の外し方はですね、設定開くじゃないですか。設定開いてなんかね、待って、このロードが終わったら。あるじゃないですか。あるじゃないですか。俺一んか。ここのエピック、待って、エピック ID 見せたらやばいやつや。で、この下の方に行って、このゲームプレイプライバシーのこのね、上から2つ目のところをオフかオンで、オンにすると匿名になって、オフにすると匿名じゃなくなります。
で、もう一回オフにすると匿名になります。
もういいや。なんかね、さっきの、ハルポッチの動画ちょっと見てた。終わった。なんか生きてる、なんか生きてる。生きてるって素晴らしい。OK? ワンダウン。ナイスー。OK、なんかワンパン。やば。やばいやばいやばい。
助けて。なんでそこ編集する？やばい、ちょっと待って、ナイス。
待って、リッチュン。オッケー、危ない。とりあえずダブソ。
ちょっと待って。
やばいやばい。ショットマない？ショットマ欲しい。
あげたもん、俺。
リッチュンナイス。 やば、こいつ。僕のところにいる。
クソクソクソクソクソだるいタイプ。
元で僕は諦めます。俺今回チリ言ってるよ。
白40体育。
ナイス。
飛んでるやつ、ロールだよ、めっちゃ。
ハッチの配信音消えてるって言ってるよ。
はい？
ハルポッチの配信音が消えてる。
いや、消えてないと思うけど。
なんかひよこさん言ってるよ。
何が消えてんの？
いや、消えてるんやろ。てか、普通に。なんかさ、ここ挟まんないで、マジで。ダッツさん36キルインしました。マジですか？
なんも消えてない。なんも消えてないやん、もうね。最悪。
めっちゃ消えとるやん、音。
は？消えてないって。
あれ消えてない。
何を言ってんのマジで。
なんかフォトナの音は何にもない。
あるって、だから俺、何も打ってないだけやって。さっき確認したらありました。は
ハルポッチ多分ね、音がちっちゃいんやと思う。
そんなこと言われてもね、聞こえないわけじゃなくね。音量一番でかくしたら聞こえるくね、普通に。
だから PC の音量がちっちゃいだけやな。
マジ誰言って。ねえ。知らん、それいつも通りやん。
いや、僕も知らんけ。
普通に聞こえるくね？聞こえるやん。
だね。
これでいい。もうわかんない。
じゃあ僕もこれラストマッチぐらいかな。
やった。嘘だよ。
悲しいんだよ。
おそつだよ。死ね。
ピヨコさん、ピヨピヨ。ピヨピヨ。 ああ。僕あそこ、なんか、
だるいってマジでム
何が
カつく、本当にもうなんか。なんか YouTube ってすごいムカつくね、なんか。なんで毎回問題が発生しましたって出んの？キモいんやけど。
それはあなただけです。
いや、お前もさっき、
最近一回も出てない。
お前もさっき出てたって言ってたよ。嘘？
確かに格殺もこのショットガンでやっていくことによって、すぐにリアリティが上がるので、皆さんもどうぞやってみてください。はい、世界一いらない情報 CH でした。やばいってなんか。あっ
え、気象え、ドア貫通してきてこいつ、気象はい、こいつやばい。はい、こいつやばい、マジで。うるさいんだよ。ムカつくな。
危ない。あと資材とか欲しいかも。ナイス。回復ないないか。なんかこれひよこさんやん。
ねえ、マジだるい、ゴースティング。
おー
ねえ、ゴースティング、普通にだるい。ねえ、マジでだるい。
ねえ。
ねえ、マジでだるい。だるい、ほんま。ガチだるい。
甘いって。
ねえ、ク
食べてんだ
ソだるい。
さん、エンドで参加希望 OK です。じゃあそれ終わったらもうやめようかな、今日は。やばい。
クソだるいやん。
G やばい、マジで。はい。はい。あとこいる。
やだ。
これさ、どうにかしてさ、ここから出てくしかない。さすがにピヨピヨさん。
ひよこやばいってマジで。
あ
野良でやるからさ、仲間の人ついてくるやん。ソロでやるなら問題ないけど。
見えないでやって
めちゃくちゃだるい。それはだるい、マジで。
やばいって。誰だ誰だ。うまっ。 埋めないでやっても埋まる。マジで。やばい。
ああ。もうずゴースティングすんなって話だけど。
今リブートする。アリーナで埋めるない、マジ。なんかあった覚えがある。あ、これ無理かな。
ジャンパレ飛ぼう、ジャンパレ飛ぼう、ジャンパレ飛ぼう。今なら間に合う。間に合う。は、なんで何やってんのマジお前何やってんのえもう一回やろう、ジャンパ。やばくにやってることお前。
誰
いけーイエーイレッツゴーレッツバッキンゴーお前何やってんのマジではい、というわけで今のはひよこのせいにして。
じゃあ、アベレンタさんね。オッケーオッケー。あと ID なんだっけ覚えてない。
こまっちはこれはひよこのせい。
どれだっけ
あてもなくただ混乱するそれもそうか。最新のひよこは当然の把握。経済のひよこも
ID なんすか
現状のひよこで感じが世界人じゃ当然のひよこです。
この方で終わり。次で終わり。ID 教えてください、アベレンタさん。これ。これこれあ、これか。あ、待って、参加リクエストじゃない。もうごめん、間違えた、間違えた。間違えた。間違えたです。え
何
待って、なんかすごいことになった。待って、これだよね。これマジいろいろやばい。よっしゃ、これラストマッチ。はい、今日ラストマッチ。ゲポンさん。ちなみに、ポン投げが来てって言ったから来た。悪ノリごめんちょです。はい。ゲポンさん。もう、それは知らん。ごめん、マジ知らん。もう間違えて、入っちゃった。パーティー入った僕が悪いから。ラテ参加希望が遅かったな。ちょっと、時間的にも12時にはやめるんで。まあ、敵がけ早めの方が良かった。まあ一応プライベートでもできるからなんと、まあまあまあって感じだね。 どこ行きますか？ピンさせてもらって大丈夫ですよ。どこも午後はしっかりやるから。あ、提出物。とりあえず、社会と、まあ、数学、いや、先生が怖い順でやっていけばだな。厳しい順で。
こいつ最悪や。
とりあえず社会はやんないと死んじゃう。
社会の先生厳しいん？
厳しいっていうか、中身優しいけど怒るとやばい。
こいつ個人情報流してて草。
何もなかった。オッケー。まあ、怒らせたらありがとうございましたって。いやいやいや、ほいや。やばいって。
やり。ちょっと待って、やばい、助けて、助けて。
オッケー、待って、一人やった。オッケー。
うますぎ、俺ら。
待って。待って、今言ってるからね。あ、やばい、エイムある。80？ やばい。
頑張れ
ー。
え
30？ あ、終わった。なんでこれ。あ、終わった。あ、こっちのとこ頑張って。
オッケ
あ、マジで死んでたよね。
ー。わかったわかった。あとは任せろ。
ナイス。ナイス？うますぎ、それ。
滑らか。ごめんなさい。何言ってんの俺。えい。
ナイス。今、借り合ったよ、借り合ったよ、借り合ったよ。
あ、ごめんごめん。イベントにめっちゃ見てた。イベントに見てた。
何？コメント読む。こっちは勉強してる。
あ、ちょっと待って。
読んだわ。はい？
敵いるんやけど。
頑張れ、頑張れ、ハーフォースで、頑張れ。
はい、これ初動詞なんで、もう一回だけやります。もうこれ終わったらやめます。ていうかもう今日2時間もやってんだね。2時間もこの BGM、このシャローさんの BGM 流してる。
はい、すごいと思います。
じゃあ最後にあれ流そっか。投げポってやればね、出てくるようになったから、皆さんの前で。
なんで？
投げポってやると出てくるようになった。
出てこない。
最後はね、なんとなくのレジェンダリーでやる。 ってレジェンダリーって著作権。
著作権つきますよ。お疲れ様です。
いや、つかないと思えば大丈夫。つかないと思えば大丈夫だ。音量ちっちゃくしときゃなんとかなる。
それ音量ちっちゃくても著作権引っかかったらもうそれチャンネル凍結だよ。チャンネル凍結するよ、それ普通に。
いや、しないよ。
いや、それ外国の曲だから普通にするよ、それ。
いや、しません。
いや、するよ。
しません。
あ、まあじゃあいいよ、そう言って思っとけばいいよ。
YouTube そんなやばくないです。
ダメ。いつか言ってみよ。
そんなこと言ったらあれ、キリシュ投稿してる人どうなんすか？
なんて？
キリシュ
なんて？何言ってんのお前一人で。キモいで。
いや、お前の方がキモいで。
やば、キモいって言われた、こいつに。
いや、僕もキモいって言われた、やば。
誹謗中傷だ。
僕も。待って、なんかテンションとか出た。は気運が良すぎる。てんてんてらららたったったたらららたったったったちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃんちゃらちゃんちゃん。待って、終わった。待って、めっちゃローだよ。わあ。あと 50HP ぐらいにした。いや、30ぐらい。もうこれで負けたらもうその時点で即終了。ナイスナイス。ハルポッチもここでしっかりと。
無理だろこんなん。誰が勝てるんこれ。ね、マジうざいんやけど。
浜なしなのはしょうがない。
誰も来ないし。なえた。
いや、あの人と絶対やれる。頑張れ、マジ。
あれ余裕っすよ。あれ回復されてますよ、今。ああ、終わった。
この中にいる。いや、もう一人いる。やばいな。ナイスだけど、いやー、どんまい。ということで、じゃあ、本日はこれにて。
よっしゃまたねよっしゃやった
なんか変な人いる。ということで、じゃあ本当に。
イェイイェイやったよっしゃよっしゃやった
本当に皆さんありがとうございました。
やったやった
ハルポチ、ハルポ、ハルポ、ハル。
でしょたもう俺走っちゃった。ちょっとね、ごめん、待って。